They did film they filmed the whole thing.
Yeah.
Like a nice quality camera. And you're gonna release the slides at some point?
Yeah, I'm gonna release the PowerPoint. Yep. A lot of people were asking for the PowerPoint.
Yes.
I may or may not have slightly procrastinated that too. So there's some typos in there. I might look at it first, but all right, cool. Hopefully you guys have video. I mean sound. Let me know if you guys have sound, and we'll just watch it with you. You won't be able to hear it though.
That's okay.
How dare you? All right. Let me know if you guys can hear it. Where was it? Greenville, South Carolina. Motion of the earth, and then we shoot light against the motion of the earth. They should get back to the receiver at different times. One's going with the motion, one's going against it. The light going against the motion of the earth would take longer to get to the receiving end of the perpendicular rays on the table, right? So this is the expected result here. As you can see, there's a separation. One gets there later. In reality, when they shot the light, they got it much closer to identical than is predicted by heliocentrism. Okay, now it wasn't perfect, but it was not anywhere close to the prediction. This was hands down the biggest shift in physics in modern history. Not even close. Most of you guys were never taught about this. You may have heard about it, since you've been a flat earther and research, but how could the most famous experiment that changed all of physics been left out of curriculum? It's for obvious reasons. It has drastic philosophical implications. So this is the actual result, of course. It is in no way separated the way that it should be. So this is where the fuzzy-haired crackpot comes back in. He says, via special relativity, that the ruler, as you can see, the ruler physically shrank. Measuring apparatus. Okay, so there was a difference. You just couldn't tell because the ruler physically shrank that measured the difference in the light. This is top-tier physics. To this day, people believe this is real. So the ruler shrank, you just couldn't tell. It looked like it stayed the same. This is called Lorentz contraction, still used in every higher level academic section of physics you can imagine. Now, of course, I think when you have evidence that contradicts what you believe, and you have a theory and it makes a prediction and then the evidence directly contradicts it, you're like, okay, well, looks like my theory's wrong, right? I need to trash my theory. It didn't work. This is trash. That's not what they do with the globe Earth, though. That's not what they do with heliocentrism either. They desperately cling on to it, making up anything that they need to keep it alive, including saying that matter physically shrank, you just can't tell. It's like me saying this podium changed sizes. You just couldn't tell it changed sizes, but I promise it did. Well, let me go measure it and see if it changed sizes. No, it's going to measure the same, but trust me, it changed sizes. It's so stupid. At the same time, they say that the clock, that time, physically widened time, the concept of time, that it physically widened and then it slowed down. So it slowed down as all the matter shrank, so it looked like it took the same time and it traveled the same distance, but it was different. This is special relativity. You might have been told when you were growing up Einstein was some genius. He was actually a psychopath, and he was in no way anywhere close to a genius. So anyway, this is still to this day all that the heliocentric model has. This really ends the whole debate right here. We can go shoot lasers over water and physically measure the surface of the earth. It isn't curving. That's cool. That's true. They don't even have like a logically viable theory to pretend the earth is a ball that spins around the sun. Literally, it doesn't exist. It's impossible on its face philosophically and logically. We've kind of been brainwashed via materialism. Logic is the most important thing that exists. So if something is logically bankrupt or not viable, it's wrong. You don't have to do anything else. It's over right there. So the truth is, heliocentrism is debunked with the Michelson-Morley experiment. They will tell you that it debunked the ether because they're basically religious zealots. So anyway, I don't want to diverge too much on that, but that started the cascading effect that we now see today. So here is Einstein when he decided to put clothes on, and he said, therefore I thought in 1905 that in physics one should not speak of the ether at all. This goes to show that it's like this religious weirdo thing. You can only talk about what you're allowed to talk about. This judgment was too radical, though, as we shall see with the next consideration about the general theory of relativity. It moreover remains, as before, allowed to assume a space-filling medium if one can refer to electromagnetic fields. Now, he's wrong again. There's no space-filling medium. There's no space to fill. Space is a version of, or an absence of, ether. But anyway, it's conceptual. So it moreover remains, as before, allowed to assume a space-filling medium if one can refer to electromagnetic fields and shoot light with the motion of the Earth.
So there you go. Oh, I got into quite a bit of stuff. That's pretty dope. Pretty deep.
Really good. The only
Word salad, yeah.
Slight hiccup at the end.
Yeah, the computer died.
It died after we got the charger.
As soon as they brought the charger up there and I plugged it in, the computer died. And I had like a bunch of cool pictures to end the presentation with, but
you know what? It just made it so made it exciting. And then at the end, then like had everyone's full attention. Even though that happened, it like.
here is a picture of the Q&A. So we had Q&A section was me, Dave Weiss, Marty Leeds, Ben Balderson, and Mark Sargent. A lot of people spiral that I'm on stage with them, I guess, but I'm like, yo, you guys are just exhausting. But yeah, you were in the crowd. What's your take on this situation?
They needed you up there. There was some tough.
Later, Adam. Thanks for kicking in, bro.
They needed some help from the Wizard's Lair. But there were some funny answers too. I guess the big joke now is Mark Sargent is Dave Weiss's dad, so that's a rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Go down.
What's funny is, like the Globers will say, and they project, right, that we're like in an echo chamber, whatever. Dude, flat earthers are going up there trying to stump us. Flat earthers are going up there and they're trying to ask like the hardest questions they can think of.
Yes.
Questions that they think they can't answer or they don't know the answer to for flat earth. And they're basically trying to stump us. Which just goes to show you, it's for one, it isn't some facade. We're up there on stage in the vulnerable position of having to answer any question someone can come up with. And we're talking about the Earth, so someone basically comes up with a question about the entire world. So basically everything. You can be asked a question about pretty much literally all things. But anyway, yeah, it was pretty cool. This one a little bit longer than I thought it would, but I think you guys can see it. Okay, cool stuff. Okay, and I can also play a video here. Oh, super chat. It was cool to meet everyone who came out to Flattoberfest. Austin, I was the guy who recommended that Taboo Conspiracy video to. Keep crushing, dude. Oh, what's up, brother? Thank you, man, and thank you for the super chat. Yeah, you were telling me that you had a longtime friend that you've been kind of trying to talk to about flat Earth, and then ironically, he said he went down the rabbit hole for like 10 hours all of a sudden when he was at the conference, yeah. And he's like, what was that video called where where they shot the laser over the frozen lake? Thank you for the super chat, man. It's probably because you whisper, babe.
Sorry.
In a world. Here, I'll try to turn this up.
Ooh, turning up.
Doesn't mean whisper, though.
Okay.
Maybe scoot forward or something. I don't know. All right.
I wish they could see how cute our cat is. He's so cute.
I can take a picture of him.
Okay. Leo loves Austin, which makes me feel like Aaliyah. Like, I just watched a video of this baby girl crying for her dad, and I'm like, that's really going to be Aaliyah.
He's posted, bro. He hasn't moved.
Super cute.
First time you've been allowed in the office during the stream, huh, Leo?
Oh, and we need to ask them.
Oh yeah, does anyone know like a good? I mean, I think we solved the problem.
Still ask.
Anyone know of like a good natural way to take care of, or more so, a preventative for like fleas with a cat? Every time we take Leo outside at our new house, he gets a few fleas on him.
And I spray like this natural stuff on him.
This dude said I have a cat named Leo too.
Really?
Wow.
Oh, wow.
That's wild, Angel.
Yeah, he only goes outside maybe 30 minutes to an hour. He's got a harness. He's got an air tag. He looks geared up, you know. And I always spray him with some natural stuff. And I brush him. Every time he comes back inside, I brush him, do a little flea check. And
Don't let him outside.
no.
That's not an option, bro. He loves to go outside.
That's his favorite thing. And I think that a lot of pets are like house cats are very depressed because they are vitamin D deprived.
So basically, I met Kai and Leo had like really never gone outside, and I'm like, this is when we had the RV. There you go. You can see him sitting in my lap there. He just posted.
So cute.
And I'm like, yeah, we gotta take him outside, and then we,
You
she
took
was
him
like
out.
nervous about it, so
I
I'm
was
like, look, he's
scared.
gonna be fine. I picked him up. First, I told her I was like, she's like, he doesn't like strangers, and I'm like, he's gonna like me, and then like
Because he doesn't.
but very quickly he liked me, right? I mean,
Yes.
so then anyway, we get the RV. I take him outside. I'm holding him, and I just hold him. And he was nervous.
And he's been outside before, 2 times in his life before this moment. Once I took him outside when he was a kitten, and he started sneezing so much, I freaked out, so I brought him inside. And then I tried to take him outside another time, and this dude ran on his hind legs back inside. He hated going outside. He hated it.
I
So
took him
then
outside and
fast
kept him
forward
calm.
to us getting
Yeah, I kept him
RV,
calm.
he took him outside.
Kept
You
him calm.
held him.
Yeah. And then anyway, he ended up like loving being outside. But what's so funny, man, is I have him trained like a dog. But my whole life, I haven't really liked cats. Now that I dislike cats, I just think dogs are way cooler. And I still think that.
Some are way cooler.
Dogs are cooler than cats for sure. But anyway, I do love Leo now. He's like a really cool cat. And I have him like trained like a dog, bro. So if he starts walking away, I'm like, I'll like snap and I'll say, no. Not right now though, you're good, bro. And he'll stop and come back. Like it's crazy. He's a cat,
Yeah.
right? And he'll follow you when you tell him to and come
He
to
knows
you.
how to sit on
And he
command.
sits to get his food. It's pretty funny. So he's cool. He started getting real brave in the RV parks and running around. We had to kind of get him back in check. And then we put a harness on him. Long story short, he loves to go outside. He's pretty well behaved outside. And I'm not taking that away from him, man. That's like his freaking the highlight of his day. And I'm big on like letting animals be happy or you shouldn't have them. That's kind of my thing.
And I think it's good for them. Like, there's a reason that your cat will go and sit in the window for hours because they're trying to get the sunshine. Like, lions just lay in the sun all day. So they need it. And then also for their paws to be on the ground, like grounding. Got all these depressed cats.
Oh, yeah. I was going to show the video.
Oh, from the lobby.
Now this is the video that Chris made.
Oh, okay.
Melodome video. Cool. Let's check it out. If I can find it. There it is. All right, we'll just watch it with you guys. Melodome. You can also get a discount on Melodome merch that comes with your ticket. There's a whole bunch of stuff. We'll talk about it later. DEMMS God Live. What's it 50? Jaren 50. Or Owen 50. Or Ben 50. Or Effie Dave 50. Amanda 50. That's yeah, so this is Dr. Law, part of the Kakalaki crew from, do activism. This is Dr. Law, a legend, and he cooks for everybody. And so I guess the thing he always does is for karaoke night, he dresses up like Elvis, and they call him Lavis, and he does like a hilarious impersonation of Elvis. So
Pretty good.
yeah, it's hilarious.
Pretty good.
It's impressive. So shout out to Dr. Law. Also cooks like incredible food. Like, wouldn't just say that. The food is very good. Look at all these people just happy. Like, imagine like an Oakley here. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at all these people like laughing. It just doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even compute in your mind, right? Like, just everyone's happy, positive vibes. Bunch of children. XX has awesome products. Yeah. This is a monkey. How dare all you people be happy and have good vibes?
He's asleep? That's funny.
Yeah.
Aw.
It's the bonfire on the first night at the park. Stuff like this is really good vibes. I want to start having some meetups here too, because I think it's so important. They were really cool. Yeah, we talked to them for a while. Yeah. Chief Crow, super cool also. Meet them. Dope poster. Here's the setup with all the stuff. Yeah, the kids were always there, just learning, asking all kinds of questions about magnetism and getting to do hands-on. It's cool. Pantograph generators over here. To a flat earth in the flesh, you got to, man. Like with that many of it, it's really crazy, man.
Very
They are not crazy, yeah. You see like the whole, all kinds of walks of life too. This little boy was super cool. Check Kaya bussin'.
I literally look at a
Let's go.
basket.
Let's go. So as you can tell, like, see, everyone's just always laughing, and here's the group photo from the first day. just like it's a really fun experience.
Yeah, you don't realize how much
Intelligent advisory thinking.
Other flat earthers would like make me feel until you do it, and then you're like, oh my gosh, like it feels really nice.
What up, Rune Dragon?
And there's one point when I was there at the conference where I was like, everyone here is like awake. Crazy. And then also I was like, we're having such a good time, but we're dealing with some deep stuff too. Like this stuff is so deep, and you have to be a strong person, like deal with it, you know.
All right, cool, bro. I'll check my emails for sure. Yeah, so like I guess what always happens is you realize why it's so censored and why they can't really let it out, right? Like, because if the Earth's not flat, they wouldn't do that, and they wouldn't need to do that. Also, if it wasn't a big deal, they wouldn't care. Either way, if it gets out, it gets out. It is a big deal, and we all know why. Obviously, if you're here, more than likely. But you realize it much more clearly when you're in person, because it's like you have like 400 people all in a room, and you can feel that, like, bro, this room is so free.
Mm-hmm.
There's like such a lack of fear here. It's like such like positive vibrations where people are like looking to the future, and they're like outside this bondage of like fear and mental prisons and stuff. It's crazy. It's hard. I mean, it actually is really cool. So anyway, there you go. It was a cool experience. I liked it.
Yeah, it was really fun.
I don't really know what else I had to show you from there. I mean, there were maybe some
You
more.
could show the Van de Graaff generator and the light bulb thing. So Friday, Mark Sargent opened it, and then Saturday, and then Kingdom of Context.
Maybe. I don't remember the exact order. Yeah, Kingdom and Context crushed in his presentation. And Jason
talked about all these like players they've put throughout the years who have seen aliens, like Billy Mayer and Bob Lazar. Stuff like that.
There's a desk there. Yeah, then we had Marty Leeds, Ben Balderson, and myself. Then we performed Chief Crow.
One Big Love.
One Big Love, and then Lowry and Crumb performed. They were really good as well.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here, I'll show you a little bit of the stuff that was there. So cool, and I got a lot of this stuff over there in that box behind us. So I'm gonna try to make some really cool videos, like demonstrating some of this stuff and some experiments. There's just some other little things I want to buy, but
Someone said prayers answered. There was a children's author who wrote Flat Earth Torah books for kids. Did you guys get some?
I know, but that sounds
No.
awesome. You have to tell us what it's called.
Yeah, please link.
Bought a couple for my niece and nephew. That's really cool. And shout out to Linda. You guys are awesome. We really liked your vibe. All right. Save. And then we'll play these videos for you guys, and then we'll don't freak out, young Padawan. To move my feet, my legs are going down.
Theo would just cling on to him and not get off.
Yeah, like if I try to move, like in the bed, if he's laying on me, he'll I'll turn to the side, he'll hold on to it sideways. He's funny. Alright. Like I said, we just thought we'd come and chill with you tonight. Like I'll get back into the gravy starting tomorrow. And then we'll get the schedule. I'm trying to work on a bunch of stuff to try to figure out how to get it all, like a website and stuff like that. Anyway, it all costs money that I don't have at the moment. Let's see here. Oh, hey there, buddy. You want to say what's up to the people? You're just a good boy.
He'll also sleep like this. He'll just be like that.
Don't
It's
walk on the
funny.
keyboard, though, man.
Yeah.
Basically, what's happening?
All right, you're fine right there. All right. Get the bed over here. Here's one of the things that was there.
Basically, what's happening is it's taking the 12 volts from the power supply, it's stepping it up through this coil to probably at least 10,000 volts, if not higher, and then it's being radiated as Tesla energy off of the dome. And then that electrostatic energy is fluorescing the gases in the fluorescent bulb and also the neon gases.
Just like in there. You can actually feel it if you touch the bottom. You can warm, right?
Wow,
Feel kind of like stinging you.
that's so cool.
It's magic, man.
Tesla energy. Magnetism, of course. What is that? Sick with it said he recently found my channel from Caleb's podcast. Nice, bro. Welcome to the club, brother. Stay tuned. Lots of gravy streams coming soon. So glad you found this place. It's not easy to do. Shout out to Caleb. Okay. I think it's this one. All right.
This is where you can like create the projection.
Oh,
Just the moon cycles and colors.
cool. Shirts, there's honey for sale.
Government, like kind of like a beehive.
Oh, this is where I showed the inertial plane. Yeah, check it out. Inertial plane.
Look at that.
I want to make a lot of videos explaining a bunch of that stuff. That's where you live, ladies and gentlemen.
It's a magnet with a what's over it?
Like a filter. It's like a magnetic filter.
Magnet with a magnet filter, and you can see the
You
magnet.
see how small it is? Right, and then you put that over it, and you're going to see the inertial plane. And that's where you live. And we observe the top half of it. Every magnet has an inertial plane in it. That's the only place that could sustain life.
What are what's the top half circle and the bottom half circle?
Well, that's just the two halves of the toroid.
Okay.
Oh yeah, which is
What
centrifuge.
was the logo was for Flattoberfest
Yeah,
this year? I thought that
yeah.
was really cool.
In a way, I wish I had made my channel logo a magnetic like toroid. In a way. I think mine's
It's
alright.
never
though.
too late.
I might change my logo again. Then.
How dare you?
I don't know though. But yeah, you got the centrifugal divergence, centripetal convergence, conjugate geometric expression. Dielectric acceleration is actually what magnetic attraction is. Dielectric acceleration to the inertial null pressure point between the two magnetic fields. Coherent magnetic field.
Ooh.
How dare you, word salad. And everything is constantly in a process of trying to get back to its inertial state of pure potential, i.e. rest, i.e. counter space, also known as ether. Anyway, and actually, the power of the magnet comes from the dielectric or the black void in the center, counterintuitively, as if it is inversely proportionate to spatial extension. All right, that's for another
Ooh,
day, you guys.
Take that, pseudoscience.
All right, so well, let's just. I think we covered Flattoberfest. It was cool. That's the
It
conclusion.
was really cool.
I know.
And everyone should try to come next year, wherever it is.
Yeah.
Make it work.
And if you weren't able to come, you can check out the Mount Meru Summit. All right, we'll play yours first. I think everyone can hear it, actually understand your lyrics. Hey, you want to be on the screen? All right, this is Kai's new song, "Can't Make the World Go Round."
Chemtrails, NASA shells, dollar bills, pharma kills that keep you ill. It's like this. It's like this. Tainted blood, no one's flood, pyramids, Masons run America. It's like this. It's like this. Godless healers and tricks. I'm worshiping a church, but they never listen. Genesis tell you why you live, and they gave the tithing, but they do not pay attention. Godless healers and tricks. I'm worshiping a church, but they never listen. Genesis tell you why you live, and they gave the tithing, but they do not pay attention. The latest religion. They got Christians addicted to paychecks and riches. They bought your submission. Money can't make the world go round, 'cause the earth, it don't spin. Money can't make the world go round, 'cause the earth, it don't spin. No, it don't spin. Never did. That was planted in your head, yeah. Money can't make the world go round, 'cause the earth, it don't spin. No, it don't spin. Earth, it don't spin, yeah. Money can't make the world go round, 'cause the earth, it don't spin. No, it don't spin. Never did. That was planted in your head, yeah. Money can't make the world go round, 'cause the earth, it don't spin. No, it don't spin. The latest religion. They got Christians addicted to paychecks and riches. They bought your submission. Money can't make the world go round. Can't make the world go round. Money can't make the world go round. Can't make the world go round. Money can't make the world go round, 'cause the earth, it don't spin. Money can't make the world go round, 'cause the earth, it don't spin. No, it don't spin.
Yeah. A banger. All right, Kai, you want to maybe talk about what you mean in the song or anything?
Sure. No, I did not produce the beat. I think the beat was made by a group called Infraction. They produce copyright-free content. But yeah, the
Gotta
song.
keep the volume
Sorry.
consistent. Blowing my ear
That's why I
out, bro.
could never be a tuber. All right. So yeah, Can't Make the World Go Round. Pretty much wanted to write about modern Christians, and I don't know, like we've been reading the Genesis 6 book.
Genesis 6 Conspiracy by Gary Wayne.
Super fascinating, and like I don't know whether it's flat Earth or giants or I don't know. I just feel like these mainstream Christians, they go to church and they think they are so focused on like showing up at church and paying their tithing that they're not paying attention to what their book actually says and what they actually believe in. So the first part is obviously chemtrails, NASA shills, dollar bills, pharma kills that keep you ill. So I'm just
It's like this.
It's like this.
Shout out to Rever Bear. She said, Kai, I hope you are well. Hi, Austin. Everyone just tuned in. What was that? It was amazing. That's Kai's new song. All right,
Girl.
Rever Bear's a legend.
Legend.
Hence the wrench. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
So yeah, the first part of the song is just setting the stage of kind of like where we're at in the world, all the stuff we're dealing with. And then the next part of the song, again, is kind of setting the stage of where we're at in the world. So tainted blood is referring to the Nephilim coming and messing up the human gene pool. Noah's flood, pyramids, Masons around America. It's like this. So again, just kind of describing where the world sucks and we're in a fallen state. And
But
then,
the world
the world doesn't suck.
Okay.
It doesn't, but
The world's amazing.
it's amazing.
Yeah.
But these people are trying to make it suck with all their shenanigans.
Yeah.
So, and then
Yeah, I don't know.
oh, godless heliocentrism. Worship at a church, but they never listen.
Hey.
Genesis tell you why you live, and they pay their tithing, but they do not pay attention.
Yeah.
So again, it's the same. Like, there's so many modern Christians and modern religion in general. They go to church. They pretty much worship heliocentrism, even though their book tells them where they live specifically and differently than they think.
Which are stationary on foundations, immovable and
Yeah.
fixed, which means geocentric.
And they don't care as long as they're doing the social check boxes.
Right.
That's what they care about. You try to show them, oh my gosh, the Bible says this. This is what it says. They don't even care. They are doing the social check boxes, which then goes into materialism, which is really the religion they are in. It's the latest religion. They got Christians addicted to paychecks and riches. They bought your submission. So again, you just care. We talked about this the other day. Like, if modern Christians were confronted with like the prophets of the past or Yahusha, they would, like, so many of them like would just turn them away because they'd be like, oh, it's like homeless person. Like, they would just reject people. But if they're rich, then they'll listen to you. So, yeah. So pretty much. And then, but even though all that's going on, money can't make the world go round because the earth don't spin. So it's kind of saying, like, yeah, all this stuff is happening and it's really sad that modern church has fallen, but it doesn't change. Like, the world still isn't spinning and money still doesn't matter that much.
That song reminds me of Supreme Beings of Leisure, Just Saying. I don't know if that's like supposed to imply that she like bit the song, but I can assure you that she didn't. She just, I don't know. I don't know. Play it again. We'll play it again in a second, maybe. So yeah, pretty cool song. Kai crushed as always. She just like creates music super fast. It's wild.
Well, the beat's got to be good.
Yeah.
Because then that's how you get the ether to flow in your brain.
Yeah. I should have maybe played her song second because it's better. But we'll play mine. No. And then I'll tell you guys the words.
And the meaning.
Yeah, the meaning behind the words. It's crazy how fast we made these, actually. 23.
Well, heard the beat a week ago and had the song ready.
Yeah, man, I don't even. I guess mine was like 2-3 days though.
Yeah, for real.
Lyrics, vocals, and beat are fire. Thank you, Linda. She crushed as always. I mean, as a compliment, sir. Yeah, no worries. I'm sorry. It's hard to tell. Well, a lot of people have been hating a lot. It's pretty crazy.
No.
All right. All right. Shoot, Kai's the one that talks me into doing that beat, bro. All right.
You liked it too.
Yeah, it's not bad. It just was a crazy coincidence too, where at the end I start going fast. It like makes the racetrack sound. It's like, I thought that was super crazy. I'm like, yo, synchronicity, bro.
Well, and I like that it sounds like a very like. And that's like you're the Wizard Slayer.
All right, so this is a pretty short song. We'll play it. It's called "They Watchin'." And yeah, like I said, we didn't have a ton of time to try to make it perfect, but it is what it is. Here we go. Let's play it. Like on Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. Black on Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. 18, 23. Revelation read, nation get a seed, medicated me, generate disease. 18, 23. Pharmacy decree, patient get deceased, illumination leaves, taken by the beast, running around with your head chopped off, won't shut it down for the feds, the cops won't dumb it down for the people lost. I'm sorry, that's your ego, sorry. Fun around cause the sky's a clock, won't shut it down unless I get off, can't gun them down cause the word my Glock, and thanks to y'all we can't be stopped. Black on Suburbans, they watching, back always swerving and stocking, background the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. Black on Suburbans, they watching, back always swerving and stocking, background the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. 1984, knocking at the door, should've read George, food supply absorb, wonder what's in store. 1984, fighting to explore what's beyond the shore, censorship is war, better bring your sword, better than veteran, don't wanna let him in, ain't got a choice but to let him in, I feel it in the ethers, coming through the speakers, you're talking to see you speak, but you're not about it, type of legal confounded with thoughts of profound, so people they drown, and I wonder what sound is the perturbation, reverberation, I heard the hate, and I swear to fake, and absurd debate when people still in the matrix station, waiting for station to say it, take it, debate it, regurgitate it. Like on Suburbans, they watching, back always swerving and stocking, background the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. Black the Suburbans, they watching, back always swerving and stocking, background the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. You're okay, Austin. Thanks, man. I'm sure you're better. All right. So the hook is blacked out Suburbans, they watching. Back route, we swerving the stalking. In the background, the merchants are plotting. Mapped out the earth like it curved, now we locked in. It's pretty.
You should say that again because it's like so much info in that last part.
It's a real story. We were actually like in DC and different cities, and they would have these like government plated blacked out Suburbans follow me and Chris in like increments. It was really crazy. And I like showed Chris, and I'm like, yo, don't freak out before I tell you this. He's like, wait. I was like, what? I'm like, don't freak out. But you see that black Suburban over there? That's like the third one that's been here today. As one comes in, the other one leaves. They have two people with suits in the front seat every time with their little earpieces, and then they act like they're not watching me, but I see them seeing. Every time I look over at them, they turn around like they're not looking. Then they start staring again. And he was like, whoa. And then I showed him. And anyway, so like they did that. When we look at them, they look away, blah, blah, blah. They were watching us for sure. And blacked out Suburban. So that's like actually what it means. It's like a real story. So blacked out Suburbans, they watching. So back route, like taking the back route, we swerve in the stocking. Background, the merchants are plotting because on Revelation it says that the great men, the merchants were great men on the earth, and for by thy sorceries or pharmakia were all nations deceived. So in the background, the merchants are plotting. They mapped out the earth like it curved, like a ball. Gave us this map. So now we're locked in, of course, within the 60th south latitude. So that's the hook. And then it says 1823. Revelation read, because Revelation 18:23 is what talks about the merchants after you take the mark, the merchants. So 18:23, Revelation read, nations get deceived. Medicated means generate disease. Then it's 18:23, pharmacy decreed, patients get deceased. Now I wanted to say malpractice, but it just wouldn't work. So pharmacy decreed, patients get deceased, as in like my patients get deceased. And of course, like a patient, a medical patient gets deceased. So patients get deceased. Illumination leaves, taken by the beast. Because in 18:23, it says that the illumination, like the light inside of you, will leave once you take the mark, because you took the mark of the beast. So that's the first part. Then it says, running around like your head chopped off, won't shut it down for the feds or cops. Again, because they were literally watching us, and if you watch the tour, they tried to literally shut me down the entire time. Can't gun him down, so won't shut it down for the feds or cops. Can't gun him down because the word my Glock. That's the last. Okay. So won't shut it down for the feds or cops. Won't dumb it down for the people lost. So sorry that your ego soft. Because people try to tell me to slow down and stuff. And then spun around because the sky's a clock. Because the earth's not a ball that spins, obviously. Won't shut it down unless I get offed. Like taken out. Can't gun them down because the word my Glock. Like the scriptures. Because the scriptures is your sword, right? It's your weapon. So can't gun them down because the word my Glock. Give thanks to Yah. We can't be stopped. And then Blacked Out Suburbans, they watch in background. We swerving a stock in the background. Emergence are plotting him up of the earth. They get currently locked in. All right. And then it's 1984, which is, of course, a book written by George Orwell. So it's about a like dystopian future, if you've never heard of it. So it's 1984, knocking at the door. Should have read George. Food supply absorbed. Wonder what's in store. Of course, like a play on the food that's in the store, and like I wonder what's in store. Mm-hmm. And then 1984, fighting to explore what's beyond the shore. Obviously, a reference to 60th South Latitude and Antarctica. Censorship is war. Better bring your sword. And then, this is the part you guys probably definitely don't know what it is. It's better than veteran. Don't want to let him in. Ain't got a choice but to let him in. I feel in the ether coming through the speakers. You talking, see me speak, but you're not about. I leave confounded with thoughts of profound. So deep they drown. I wonder what sounds of perturbation, reverberation. I heard the hate and I spurred the fake and I started debate when people still in the matrix station. Waiting for stations to say it, take it, debate it, regurgitate it. All right, so that is.
Yikes.
That is better than veterans. I don't want your Letterman, like a Letterman jacket. So like a veteran, I don't want your Letterman jacket. You're going to have to let him in. As in, I don't need your accolades or whatever. I'm going to get in anyway. I feel it in the ether. It's coming through the speakers. You talking, then see me speak up. Like the Gamma Mouse talking crazy on the internet. But would never in real life. You talking, see me speak up, but you not about it. Type to leave them confounded with thoughts so profound and so deep that they're drowning. I wonder what sound is. A perturbation, reverberation. I heard the hating, swerve the faking, absurd debating with people still in the matrix, stationed, waiting for stations to say it, take it, debate it, regurgitate it. Now you guys know.
I know.
How dare you? So I'm proud of the lyrics for sure, and I think the song turned out pretty good. You know, I think I sound kind of monotone, and it could be better for sure. But anyway, Kai says I should stop talking bad about the song, but I mean, I'm just being honest.
I think it's really good. Everybody always asks for you to unload the clip in a song, and you literally did it. And you didn't compromise lyrics. Every part of that song is straight gravy.
What's crazy is I can rap faster than that.
I know.
we were like, I was like getting, because we had to perform, and I'm like, dude, I'm gonna forget the lyrics. Like I just made the song, and as I'm practicing, I'm like rapping it way faster. I'm like, dang, am I gonna rap it too fast? Which is crazy. I saw someone saying like, as soon as you started going, you stopped. I'm like yeah, he wants more of it. I'm like, yeah, maybe I'll do a song where I just like go crazy the whole time.
Full Buster Rhymes.
Yeah, like just go crazy the whole time. Because obviously that's what I'm good at is maybe like the lyrics and being able to rap fast, but like obviously I can't sing or anything, you know what I'm saying? So, cool, yeah. So people were asking for more songs. I want to make more music. I think it's a cool form of expression. I've never really done it. Maybe we'll make an album. I don't know if she really wants to make a little EP with a couple songs, and then maybe I'll drop a solo album or actually take the time to produce it. So, you know, if anyone's got fire beats or is willing to produce a song, one guy says a Grammy Award winning producer or whatever, he'd do it on the house. Yeah, if we could have like people help. I mean, we're like good guitar band. Is that what it's called? What's it called?
Garage band.
Garage band
On the Mac.
Yeah, like.
There's definitely pros and cons to having someone do your mix your song, because I mean, when I used to go to the studio, I would just have the person You just go in. All you have to care about is how you sound and that you know your words, and they do all the other stuff. But there's still some times where you want them to do a little bit more, and then you run out of time, and you don't want to keep going back and forth. So it is also kind of nice to mix it yourself, because then you can control it completely. But
And I immediately like thought, this is another thing, is when you rush it, you're like, yo, I want to change that. Like I listened to it on the way home, I'm like, oh, it should say light is what sound is. A perturbation.
yeah, you definitely want to have, with any song, you want to have the lyrics written, and then for a few days, think about it, because you'll actually come up with a little bit better lyrics or just like tighter rhymes. And yeah, when you rush it, you don't get to make those changes.
Yeah. And then like really I think I said would sound, it doesn't matter. I basically like freestyled the end out of frustration. And I had thought of some of the lyrics in my head previously, so I just freestyled it really fast, like I was kind of triggered.
You can always redo them.
Yeah, like it really would sound better if it was like better than veteran, don't want to let him in, got torpid to let him in, food and medicine, day of sleep sedative, don't teach you Tesla, teaching you Edison. Like that rhyme should have kept going in my opinion, but whatever. We could talk about it all day. I think we both are almost talked out on it though. We talked about it like nonstop for 2 days.
But even when, I will say, even when you get a pro to mix your song, like there's still things that I don't like, and it's hard because you are the most critical of your own stuff.
Yeah. Forget about the truth of the gospel. What does that even mean? What does that mean? I just made a song that's been heard by 4,000 people that says, "Give thanks to Yah, we can't be stopped." What did you do? People get on my nerves, bro.
I think again, like,
forget about the truth of the gospel. Why? Why are you saying that?
Like we said earlier, I feel like flat earthers either like they're there to rally you and support you, and there's like amazing people that just want to support you, give you books, just give you like their time, they want to talk to you. And then there's people that like see people do stuff and they get triggered, and the more stuff that you do, the more it makes them mad. Like how there was a few like random comments on the songs where they were like not related to the music at all, like, when are you gonna show us a picture of your ice ball?
Yeah,
you're
like
so
people,
homeless.
but like I get ballers, but it's like truthers are lame too. Like it's whatever.
Oh, you're making a song about money, but yet you want to be able to make money on YouTube.
Yeah, or something weird. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
What's up there, Leo? Feel free not to knock the monitor over, man. You need to chill there, buddy. So yeah, I just never heard you preaching the gospel. Oh, okay. Well, you know, YouTube allows anybody to make a channel. I don't know if you knew that. I went around the whole country preaching the gospel and telling people they were being conditioned for the mark of the beast, and literally went in debt to do it, and blew through all my savings. You can hear it because when I was talking about the mark of the beast, I would have literally been kicked off of YouTube. I talked for an hour to 2 hours in every city, in every major city in the United States about the gospel, my guy. So, awkward.
This must not be familiar.
Anyway, who cares? Yeah. I'll just stop giving it attention, but
Just interact with people that want to create stuff.
this is something else with the talk about the creator thing too. It's like you always have the people that get like all like want to theologically debate you, and they know for a fact that their doctrine is perfect, you know? And like it makes me uncomfortable because what the creator showed me was that you don't know what you're talking about. Literally. Like that no one knows exactly all the answers, and that all this mainstream Christianity is for the birds. It's almost all wrong. And the whole thing is like be humble and like really try to figure out the answers, but you don't know all the answers. So yeah, like I want to find ways to integrate it. I also want to find ways to bring new people to the channel with other information so they can hear about it. And I also don't want to get real like dogmatic and start arguing with people about their religious dogma that I heard when I was 7. You know, tell me like mainstream Christianity. I was raised with it. I know, right? So I'm trying to figure out the best way to integrate that.
Well, the thing is that's so funny is like once you become a flat earther and you start discovering all these truths, it's like why would you go put yourself back in a box that you can't change your mind? Like we were watching a video yesterday that was like some major gravy. I won't really say. I won't blow the surprise because it's super crazy, but like even something in the Bible that you read all the time, there's like so much gravy in there, and if you have an open mind, it's like wow, and then you think you know it all, and then boom, curveball.
Yeah, like if you guys have ever heard of Gary Wayne, I'm gonna reach out to him and get him on the show. That dude, he knows a lot of stuff about like the scriptures and the untold aspects of Genesis 6 and stuff like that.
The whole Bible, he like.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Very,
it's
like
crazy.
no one can deny this dude has read that thing so many times.
Yep.
And there's all these little things in there. Like someone brought up a question about like the silver cord or whatever. Like
Silver cord in Ecclesiastes, and it's actually about like when you astral project and how you have this like cord like it connects your body to your spirit, which is not good, I would say, and a lot of people get triggered about that. But it's crazy. Like he knows like all these different things, but
And how many times it was mentioned? That's what is really crazy.
Yeah.
He knows like
it's mentioned 3 total times.
Yeah. He said that was only mentioned
Only once, yeah. And then it's stuff like this, right? It's like I prayed back when I first started, and like what I was shown was Enoch. Like I asked for answers to understand what was going on because I was like so confused when I first like really started like wanting to live with the Creator legit, and I wanted to figure out what was going on. And then Enoch was suggested to me on YouTube right after that, and it resonated with me so much. And then I started fact checking it with the scriptures and stuff, and like that's just an example. If someone hasn't figured that out yet, it's like they want to come tell me all the answers about the Bible. I'm like, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't even have the context of the Bible yet. And so, in long story short, it's like we live in the time of great deception. No one has all the answers. Mm-hmm. It's about being humble and trying to look for the truth, and then Yah will reveal it to you as you go. And I know for sure that I have a lot of stuff I still have to figure out. But for sure, no one in this chat has all the answers. If you think you do, then you're like kind of annoying to me and lame. So
I think that it's not really fair to get frustrated to people that don't know what you know. It's when they don't have any desire to investigate anything at all. That's where it's like you feel bad for them, you know? Like it's okay because like I only know a small amount what it says in certain parts of the Bible, and like you know way more than me.
you need to go or something, man.
Austin knows way more than me, and then obviously there's people like that know way more than Austin, right? And it's like you can't like look down at people because you know more than them, but you can be kind of a little bit, I guess, sad for people when they will not look at anything new. They won't investigate anything.
It's always the loudest people. It's always, you know what I'm saying? It's like I was raised with that. I used to get in trouble in church, so I kept asking about Genesis 6. This is way before Flat Earth. I'm like, whoa, it says giants, though. Oh, not literally giants, it's giants.
They're just 7 feet tall.
I'm like, is Jesus talking to himself? So Jesus is talking to himself. Seems legit. He's talking to himself, bro. You know, like no one ever answered my questions. I wasn't like trying to be mean or anything. I'm just like, is Jesus talking to himself when he goes and prays in the garden? What about when he's dying and he asks, why have you forsaken me? Is he talking to himself? That doesn't make any, like who was Cain's wife, right? That's one of the questions we first discovered, like recently discovered, like that, it gets breezed over. Or questions like, why did the Creator go and have these like entire groups of people like slaughtered, like genocide, entire groups of people, like women, children, everything. And then you'll have Christians that will just defend it. They'll be like, yeah, you murder babies, you murder children and baby, and like without the context. When you read the context, then you understand what's really going on. Like Enoch telling you like genetic manipulation, and these people were like hybrids, and you start to really look into it. It's like, oh wow, that's changed. And like I had that awakening where I know the truth's in that, and I know that the Father loves you and he's personal and stuff like that. But we live in a time of great deception, bro. And you guys don't know all the answers, bro. I know I don't. So I'd rather wake someone up like that, you know?
Or they'll say like, oh, it says that the Creator made the sun stand still. Well, that's just a metaphor or whatever. Like, I heard that growing up Mormon sometimes. Like, when they were confronted with either change your reality and your paradigm, or, you know, blow off the scripture verse, it's like, well, it's just a metaphor. So that way they don't have to they don't want to choose. They want to be able to.
The cat's name is Leo.
Oh, and I saw Redford Bear's question. That's my cat. And yes, he still eats raw. I just made his food today.
Yeah.
Chopped up 5 pounds of chicken.
Yo.
Sorry.
Still smoking cigars and looking for the answers. I know what I don't know.
Good.
That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, Teddy Ball Game, for the $10 super chat. Greatly appreciated, brother. Yeah, so it's all good. I do actually. It's funny that he said that, because I was just talking about how I wanted to. What do you think about Marty Leeds? I like anyone that's genuinely trying to seek out the truth, man. I just met Marty, super cool. Yeah, like I wanted to start really kind of covering that too and integrating it in, but I don't want this show. I mean, I'm gonna do my channel the way I want it, but it's gonna be cool. And I want to cover the stuff that's like real intriguing that was omitted and left out, where it's like we were just talking about. Aaliyah's gonna grow up like hearing this like incredibly interesting and like intriguing and like riveting story that we didn't hear, right? We didn't hear it, and that's a beautiful thing, man. I'm excited about it, and I just wanna. I'd rather do that. I'd rather like. Look, man, this is like a beautiful journey, and we're all like waking up and we just genuinely want to know the truth. And the Creator's like smiling down on you when you do that. He's like, yay, now I get to start showing you stuff, you know? Now you're humble. Now you're humble enough that I can start showing you stuff. And I think that's a cool thing. And that's what my life has 100% been. And so I obviously won't be going back on that. I won't be. So that's how I feel. And I mean, yeah, we answer like, if anyone has any questions at me, with a question for her, if they're inappropriate, I will not be reading them.
I just can't imagine as a child, like, I loved all the, like, Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, like, because there's a.
What's up, everybody? Yo. It's 24/7 Flat Earth Discord in the morning. With your boy Miggy. Yay, what's up? It's all good over here, fam. Just waking up. Yes, sir. Doing the damn thing. Holla. How you feeling this morning? Everybody's doing good? That's what's up.
Yes, sir. What's happening, Mickey? How are you, man?
No, doing all right.
Very good. It's Thursday, baby. We love it.
Thursday?
It's Thursday.
So we were listening to a little bit of like Whitsitt and Kai go through a spiritual journey and like their discovery and some of the Apocrypha books. I was in like long ago, it was like maybe 2 years ago or a year and a half ago, something like that. I was in a study with Whitsitt in here, and we did a couple of chapters in Enoch. It was fruitful. I think when we do that kind of stuff, everybody gains that knowledge, but so long as people aren't divisive about it, we can get far. A lot of people advocate for it. I don't mind like that. But in the bunch, you'll get a provocateur who will be just ruining everything. Like the one that will stand up and say, you know, like, this is all wrong. You guys are wrong. And, you know, that's just the way it is. When you get a large group of people that people want to have a nice little study on the book of Enoch, you get people that are going to jump in and kind of throw a wrench in the works. That's why, it was interestingly enough that when we did have those studies, we actually had a good flow. It was a really good flow. I think even QE was there, I think, on one of them. But yeah, all we did was we're just reading from the Book of Enoch. That's it. None of us were interpreting it anything. We're just reading it straight off the page and then discussing, how the translation of that was like, how did it affect us. We're just discussing the words there, and I thought it was pretty cool. And we just got into it. So for the most part, it was fruitful at that time. But the reason why, that I mentioned that yesterday in the morning when I was on. But the reason why we don't get into that often is because everybody is not in the same place spiritually. So it would not be fruitful to have that type of topic or conversation. Not in this voice chat, of course, but in a different voice chat, because of the fact that people want to defend their points and their positions, and that's fine. But it's weird because when we do things like that, we invite anybody who wants to join, but then the people who are provocateurs will join that just so that they can be provoking a debate, and that's not, it's not what it's about. But you can't tell people not to show up either, so it is what it is, right? So hopefully in the future, maybe that conversation will be had. But that's another piece that I've always mentioned that takes the understanding of the earth and what it is to the next level. Because Enoch gets into like what the earth actually is. Like it starts talking about the actual machine and the inner workings in the seventh heaven, and like the different layers of like where the metaphysical meets the physical. And so it gives us like a better understanding of the nature of our reality. And it has to do with a bit more. It's like when somebody tells you the truth is stranger than fiction. It really, really is. And the reason I say that is because the reality in which you were born into, you think you have a handle on everything because of the explanations that you have from Globe Earth. There's a lot of residual information that still lingers from the globe that you still carry. All of us do, right? Because all of us were born into this system. But when you start to see the metaphysical in a different way of how the mechanics of this earth actually are working for, then you start to see how amazing this place is where you are, that it was designed with intent, and it was very personal to you because it makes you a part of like the story. So you're not just somebody who's a faceless, person who doesn't matter, just going through this life. You actually matter. You're here with intent and a design and a purpose. So it changes things, and your perspective changes, and you start to see the spiritual battle that you're in, and you start to reshape and rethink, and it just everything's different. Whereas usually when we talk about the physical, when we talk about flat earth, and we talk about like how the earth isn't curving, that's a great deal to do with like us talking to people about what the nature of our reality is. But then there's the next step, which is after we get past all of that and somebody does come to the truth about that, then we have to start talking about the metaphysical, like the spiritual warfare. It's not the person that you're dealing with when you talk about flat earth. It's the spiritual forces that are at work here, the spell that they're under. You have to identify that. Know that there is there's an understanding that fools mankind. So the understanding is that you can't know anything for sure, and also that you've been deceived. So it's easier to deceive somebody than to tell them they've been deceived. That much we do know for sure, right? For sure. You already know that. Going into it, you already know that the work that you're about to do is going to be hard, and it's not easy. For the most part, there's some people that when they listen, they're open-minded. They just really don't care either way. But the other half is going to be where you're going to be. It's an uphill battle. You have to deal with why their cognitive dissonance is the way it is, and it's because of the deception. They're deceived. So, and I don't mean it could be for you in the spiritual sense and in the physical sense, but the spiritual affects the physical. So their mind perceives a world in which it's a globe and it's not flat and all of this. So their mind is perceiving the ideals that the deception has implanted in them. So you have the tough assignment to actually undo that if you can. And it is not easy sometimes because it's like the person is trapped and they're fighting you so that they don't, like, you're trying to rescue them and they're fighting you at the same time. So you have to you have to be a tactician when you do it. You have to know exactly when to talk, when to say, how to do it, what to say. It's a bit bigger, I would say. It's the overcoming deception and helping people learn the truth is a tough uphill battle. But you are the front line, right? If there isn't any buffer between the deception and the person, then no one's going to tell them, about the deception except for you. If you've actually become a part of the resistance, then you are the one, that people are going to look to, because there's nobody else. Even if the thing is, there's people right now that are in bondage with this information of the globe, right? And like I said, it's much deeper than just a physical, intellectual understanding. It's a deeper spiritual one. So you're untying them from that, from the bondage of like this globe earth deception. And like that part is not easy. So, and I'll give you examples of that. You got these anti-flat earthers, the really staunch in their position guys who come in here every day and they just make a mockery of it. They don't know why. It's just something that's inside of them that they have a need to be here every single day mocking flat earth, right? They're mocking it. They're mocking it. But it's because they're drawn to it. They don't understand. It's like a love-hate relationship. They hate flat earth so much, but they love to be around the truth. They love it. They know that this is where truth is being spoken. So just like they don't understand the power that brings them here, but they call it entertainment. They call it because it's funny, but that's their outward expression of the inward part of them that's crying out for them to be freed. So that's the thing that we're doing. We're helping them be here, when that time comes, whenever they're able to reconcile for themselves, they're able to be, here and we can see the transformation. But they're inside, like they don't know why they come here every morning. They just think it's entertainment, and it's far more than that, because their spirit is crying out to be freed from the bondage. And it's difficult because there's no other way to go about it but to make sure that we address the issue that they are still trapped within themselves. And we all were, right? And when you come out of that deception, remember the time when you came out of that deception, when you knew no longer that the earth was a globe, how you felt. It was a sense of freedom. It was a sense of like understanding and truth. And it was all about you coming to the truth. And that's why when you're set free, you want them to. It's passion, it's love, it's caring. You coming at this with understanding. But what happens is, in the midst of you coming out of that, you then get upset and frustrated that you were put in that prison in the first place. So you turn around and you get upset and you get angry. And what happens is that anger is towards them, not towards the spiritual forces that put you in that place. It's towards the actual people who are railing accusations against you. So this is the difference between like somebody that comes to the truth, is set free, right, from the bondage, and you actually start to realize the reality of your existence. And then all of a sudden you turn around and then you look at everybody else who's still in bondage. And then, like, instead of having empathy, you have anger, because it's not anger towards them. It's anger towards the fact that the cage that holds them is the thing you're upset about. But they are the collateral damage of the fact that you're talking truth, right? Because of the fact that they fall to the wayside when you're speaking to them. It's not like you can speak into empty air and say, cut it out, leave them alone, right? But with this spiritual understanding, we fight not with weapons of man, but with these in the spiritual realm. We fight, because like, in order for you to resist something that you can't tangibly get to, you have to imply something like where you're attached to the Creator. So when you come to the truth, right, you start to realize, like Whitsitt and Kai, that their journey and spiritual journey is to like uncover the mysteries of Enoch and realize that in these last days, which I would call last days, people are only able to snatch other people out of the fire, just like a fireman would in a burning building. Imagine the analogy of a fireman running into a burning building is kind of like what you're doing right now. And this building is huge, right? So the building is huge and you're a fireman and you have a limited amount of time before the building collapses to get as many people out as you can possible. So as you run into this building and there's different doors and different pathways, you go to where this person is, and sometimes they're kicking and fighting and they don't want to be rescued. They're in the corner. You can see the smoke covering them and you're trying to help them, reaching out, trying to pull them close towards you, and they're fighting and they're kicking, and you at some point you're just going to have to stop what you're doing, right? And not continue forward with those guys and move on to the next. Some people have their hand reaching out. They want to be rescued. They want to be pulled out of that fire. And those are the ones you go and reach for, and you pull them out and you run out as fast as you can. Because that building is about to collapse and you're the only buffer. You're the only buffer between them and destruction. So if you realize an analogy that's comparable, right? That's how we all are. We're just like people that have been rescued out of that building and then become firemen. And now we're the ones running into that building, right? But how you deal with that is so important. It's so important. Because when you start addressing people that are coming in here and they're arguing, they're drawn to this subject because of the fact that they know they want to be rescued, right? But they're the ones that are kicking and like fighting you every time you're trying to get there. And so it's about how you approach it, right? You don't force your way in there. You just extend your hand and say, take my hand. You don't tell them, I'm going to grab you and throw you over my shoulder, because they're going to fight you. And it's going to make your journey even more difficult. So you're empathetic with the fact that you know that they're in prison, right? Because all of them are. And so you are the one to be the one, and how you approach them, I think, is going to be the best way to go about it. And how you approach them, you have to be, like I said, empathetic for the situation that you already know the building's on fire. So you have to be able to address it in a way that you're going to be able to bring them out where they can extend their hand. And if they don't do it, then you have to move on to the next. This is important, guys, because of the fact that's the reason why we always go over, like, well, when we speak to people from different minds, we always have to make sure that we know how to address them. That's what I was telling you guys about, how to be an ambassador for the truth. And every day, maybe you're not there yet. Maybe you're still upset and you get riled up when somebody comes in and says, oh, I still think the earth is curving. And so you might get upset and flare up, and things like that might cause you anger, but at the same time, just know who you're addressing and how you're addressing them. Some people, however, I would say it's every case is different. I wouldn't say that to all, address the same, but just know how you're addressing people when you're doing it. Some people are just straight out so staunch in a position, they're like actually burning up and they're still fighting you every step of the way. So to some people, they're going to jump on your back and make your journey difficult when you're trying to rescue others. So those are the ones you have to shrug off your shoulders, and it's hard. But I like the analogy of the fireman. To me, I think, because that's what happens in this. Like, some people think like, well, we're gonna turn around a lot of flat earthers and we're gonna be the majority. But my friends, like, the way I see society, like, we are seeing everything collapse, and we only have a limited amount of time before this all comes to fruition. If we're all looking at, like, let's say Whitsitt and Kai, we're looking at the Book of Enoch and the spiritual battle, it's coming to a head. So once everything is about to, like, be done with, you'd have the people, because of the fact of how you rescued them, come to the truth, and they were set free. In turn, they become firemen. So yeah, that's all it is. It's just being somebody who's an ambassador for the truth, knowing how to address others and such. So anyway, I woke up this morning with kind of like a passion about this, because yeah, I do want to talk about it in a spiritual sense, but I know that I might get some pushback from it because they might see it in a different way. But I see it more of the condition of the fallen state that we're in from the just the information side of things, the intellectual side of things. People want to sound intellectual when they're speaking, but they sound like utter fools when they start talking about cosmology and the ever-expanding cosmos and, things that they don't even know, making up ideas or clinging to other ideas. So I don't know. What do you guys think? I've been doing this for a little bit, so I can see some people struggle with on how to do it. So I always think like there's encouragement here. People that have been in the game for a while, just listen to how they address other people. There was an instance where every day is a new day, right? You can reset, restart, refocus, get back into it. You can every single day make an advancement towards who you are. You're always trying to be the better you, right? Not the better me or the better someone else, the better you. So whatever version of you is the best to actually be living in this earth with the truth, right? That's who you want to be. So every day is a new day, but just listen to the way other people that have been doing this for a while, like how they address the people in here. I would say it gives us, like, with the experience, it gives us like the knowledge to like reset and refocus, try again. You know, all of us who have been here doing this for a while, and then you could see, well, maybe this guy, I can glean some information off of them. But it's different when you hear like somebody who's just been into the flat earth for a little bit and they're handling something and they're just not addressing certain issues and they're letting it slide. And you're just like, the people that have been doing this for a while, we see like that's how we were, you know? I always put it in perspective. It's because like I remember being that way. I remember being zealous for the information of flat earth and just banning people just because I felt upset, you know? And I was, after a while, started to get like, man, I can't believe I'm doing this. You know, I'm not giving it a chance. I'm not letting the conversation happen. And, you know, I'm not paying attention. I'm more just wanting for my side to be, you know, my information to get put out and then kind of cut them off when they're speaking. And, you know, just, I would say just, I know all of us are working to be a better version of ourselves, but just keep thinking about like how you address people. It's so important. It is so important. Like once you get to the point where, you know, when somebody's like being difficult and stuff, you start to address certain things and then you expose it to the light, right? Exposing it to the light means you address like the topic that they're talking about. And then you're like, so are you telling me that you don't want to, you know, do the work? You don't want to go and research, you know, out in the field, if the earth is curving or not? Have them tell you yes or no. Like once they do, then it makes it plain to everyone and they can hear it themselves because they confessed it with their mouth that they're not wanting or willing to go and do the work. And then once they've confessed it and they could realize that, you know, and everybody knows, then it's apparent because you brought it out to the light. Now everyone knows that the reason why they don't want to investigate is because they don't want to do the work. And so let them, you know, sit there with that information and think about it. Furthermore, if you keep saying, no, you don't understand, you need to keep going, and the more you push, you know, they've already said what they don't want to do. So, you know, at some point you say, okay, well, I've talked to them. They're happy and not going and do the work. So, you know, have a nice day. But it's when somebody doesn't want to let go, they want to be clenched on them with that information. I think that's when it becomes detrimental. It's you're working against yourself. You're the one getting upset. It's your pride. It's your ego because you want them to know. It's like they've already told you they don't want to have anything to do with the information. It's different if somebody does want to. Yeah, because then you got to be here to be ready for that awakening, you know, for them. Anyways, yeah, just in the morning here, 7:32, just talking a little bit about the spiritual side. I'll say every now and again I'll come out and start talking about it, but I won't spend too much time because I know it's difficult. I don't want to put anybody who's not in that place yet to start looking at that. Because first things first, right? Physical, material. We got to know how to address the claims of the shape of the earth. So, welcome everybody. We got Andy, Hold My Beer, Chili, Elijah, Effie, Batman, I am Kovac, King's Clown twice, and we got Kyle, myself, Saturnine, and Car. What's up, guys?
How you doing, Moogie? Good to hear you.
Yeah, very well, my friend.
Yeah, I've just been dealing with this boiler situation where, you know, so it's just been cleaning up. I'm going to just jump in a minute ago, but yes, these bills now, they're getting out of control in Europe. Well, I say Europe. We're not supposed to be part of Europe anymore, but let's not open that can of worms. But yeah, they're just throttling everybody with these electricity bills and gas bills.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this question of faith. I hope that's what you were talking. I can't remember if that's what you were talking about, and I know you don't really like to focus on that, but
yeah, it's hard because we're all at a different place. And
definitely. I just wanted to point out that it's not a belief. Faith is not a belief. You can liken it to swimming. You know, that's the way I see it. Anyway, it's like you it's like a trust. You trust the water that it's going to hold you up. So maybe we should change the topic, but I could talk about that all day. To be honest, I think I were a bit triggered from last night. So yeah, I probably should.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Andy, real quick, that the definition to me I stand by, of course, the scripture and the word. It says faith is a substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not yet seen. And so,
oh yeah, that's good. Yeah,
yeah, but that's to me. That's anyway. That's how it rings truth to me.
I like that.
Things hoped for, but the evidence of things not seen. So that's what it is to me, because it's evidence of things that I haven't seen yet, but it's a substance of things that I hope for.
Yeah, I'm not really a scholar with that stuff, so I enjoy that you could help me with that.
Yeah, it's imperative. I think when you hear truth, it doesn't matter how it's spoken and by who it's spoken. It's still true, right? Like that doesn't change the fact that whoever speaks that truth is gonna well, this guy said it, so it's now gonna be not true. It's like, no, truth is truth, no matter who speaks it. And I mean, like that doesn't work with the guys in the globe earth realm. The globe earth realm, you have to have certain ranks, hierarchy and such. And then if you're if you've been to especially in the spiritual realm, right? If you've been to seminary, if you studied, and if you've had then if you're accomplished in that way, then you're able to speak that. Then it's true. Like you have some certain standing in the way that you could say it. But
I would say the book is not the thing. The book is not the thing. The book is trying to point at the thing. Of course, it's not a thing, but we must use language to try and convey a message.
Yeah,
the book is not the thing. The book's trying to point at the thing.
Yeah, it's always, Andy, it's always been the word, right? So the word is the spoken word. The word is what that we talk about, right? The word is the reason why people understand things. So before anything was written, there were things spoken. So the spoken word was always before the written word. The written word carries the spoken word, which is then therefore translated and then put into men's minds by way of translation. And so the person speaking it speaks the words of the ones that were written. So it's not, like you said, so much as you're focused on the book, but it's the words that are being spoken. So it does say that in another place that beautiful are the feet that bring the good news, right? But the way the good news is brought is by the word being spoken to the people. It's like imagine a long time ago when they would come into a town, you'd hear the town crier. Well, you can resonate with that because in your country that's probably was a bit more real, right? Town criers would come in there and they would say, "Hear ye," like that kind of thing. Well, you wouldn't know about that news until that town crier would speak it. So it was spoken word that would reach people's ears and their hearts and their minds. So in that same way, you're kind of like that carrying truth. You become like somebody who's vigilant on the wall and sees the armies coming. So you get everybody prepared. Hey, man, something's coming. So you guys better be ready. So you're the town crier. You're the one who's crying out in the wilderness, prepare the way for the king. He's on his way. So that in these last days, that's all it is. We're just preparing everybody for the return of the king. And anyway, I'm getting too spiritual now, but yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying right now. We're preparing. It's because a lot of times people say, well, why are we so busy trying to snatch people out of the fire, trying to get them, really onto the side of truth? It's because we're preparing all of this for the king's return. And so it all comes to that point. It's like, it's not for naught. We're doing this for a purpose, for a reason. It's all coming to an end. and we see it collapsing. It's getting worse and worse by the day. We see it, like all the agendas that get put on us. It's horrible. Like the ones that you can see here, like the political agendas. It's crazy. The amount of stuff that's coming against us. So if we're not prepared, we're not going to last for that time period. So that's.
Yeah, I just get a bit frustrated. Like last night, we were in chill chat, and I just get a bit frustrated sometimes when people start arguing about chapter and verse, and I just think this is not.
Yeah, that's what I told you. Remember, like that's.
Yeah,
bro. Man, like
I never said a word. I was just lurking. I was just listening, and it went until this morning that I thought it's just affected me a little bit. You know what I mean? It's just got to me a little bit. So I wanted to come on and I just wanted to talk about it. But now I'm talking, I realise I am a little bit triggered from it, and I probably shouldn't be talking. Therefore,
well, that's and that's because you weren't even involved in it. I don't think you.
Well, I have this innate. It's just built in where I want to respect other people's beliefs. I want to meet them where they're at, and I want to just. If they're a Bible literalist, for instance, I want to respect that. But then another guy came in, and they both started going backwards and forwards. And I just wrote in the chat, this is why our ideology is so dangerous, potentially. Yeah. And I didn't say anything. Until now. And now I'm speaking, and I'm thinking, now I shouldn't be. Now I need to go and find that stillness, come back and start talking.
Well, no, it's also therapeutic because when you speak of it, you let it out. You keep it bottled in, and then it becomes.
Yeah, well said.
But now that you have kind of said that, I think you can make peace with it because it's something that you confess, and the confession is one part. Dealing with it will be a whole other, right? Because you long for the thing that I long for, in a sense. Like we don't want that, like strife and people just like bickering and they take such a stance that it makes it so difficult for anybody to like. That's why that energy that you felt was just the energy of like that doesn't let people agree on things, and they label themselves certain things. I'm a this and a night or this a night or whatever. You're just like, come on, man, like.
Yeah, I'm a new ager. Well, hang on a minute. There's nothing new under the sun.
Yeah, you could. Don't say that, man. You'll get somebody triggered to be like, no, there is. This is the new age. I can point it out to you, and you're like, oh my gosh.
But I completely agree that we should agree on the Socratic method when we come to measurements. When we start talking about the Earth in that respect, we should certainly agree on definitions. I think we can all agree on that. I hope. Yeah. Well, that makes sense.
I honestly thought that's where I was like trying to make some sense, not even in the spiritual sense, but just on definitions that so I tread carefully when I say things like that, because they want to put everything ambiguous, right? We don't know. There's a gray area, and it's like, well, why do definitions exist if there's gray areas? That to me, that's what makes sense to me. It's like, why are we then to define things if we don't know? Like, if you know what I'm saying? Like, how are you going to call this a rock if you're going to at one point say, well, it's not a rock? Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. But that's my point is that when we're talking about these spiritual matters, that's out the window. All of language is out the window as far as I'm concerned. That's a different thing. You know what I mean? It's not. You can't science it.
Yeah, you can't put it in a box where you're the one that's the arbiter of like what that means, and I get you. Well, that's kind of what I was saying, Eddie. It's like people get into this. I've seen books, right? Then you could just take a look at every like life in itself. How many people have written the books like this? These are the 7 keys to understanding the Book of Revelation. And it's like, dude, you made the 7 keys, like. What about the guy who made the 10 keys like 2 months ago? Like, what about the one who made 5 keys to understand? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's people trying to insert their interpretations, and it's like, shouldn't it be the word should interpret itself? Like, and that way it gets ourselves out of the, we're just learning. That's all we're doing. But we're not these guys who like can, I don't know. If someone is to speak truth, then it resonates with you. It doesn't make you feel angry and upset to go against him. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's really well said. Yeah.
So yeah, when truth is, that's why I always said, when truth is spoken, it doesn't matter who speaks it. It's truth. And you're either going to come to it or reject it wholeheartedly. You're going to be like, nope, that's an absolute lie. There's never going to be like a, well, you're just you're just what you call it. You're the word that you got there is not really right. But if you said it this way, you would get it right. I think it's more a rejection of what they're saying completely, or they're coming to it. I just see it that way because usually when people try to have studies in the past, they outright reject whatever they're saying as in it's blasphemy. So it becomes like, we're not going to get anywhere. This is going to be a really rough study, and it never amounts to something being fruitful for the listeners.
And it's always so simple. That's the way I looked at it as well. It's very simple. You could explain it to a child. It's not complicated in its truth.
It should be, because some of the things, like, looking like there's a lot of what we can gather from what's been said to what's being said in the future, like prophecy. Like there's things.
Here's the really freaky thing, Miggy. You already know it. That's the bizarre thing. Now I'm not going to try and explain how you already know it. That's a real can of worms, But you do. That's the weird thing. Maybe that's why it resonates. I don't know. But when you hear something and it does resonate, you go, I already know that. Like when I go into this presence, I keep trying to point to. I realize that I can say things that I don't really. I just say things, and then somebody could say to me a week later, "Oh, remember when you spoke about that?" No, it's not. It's not in the accumulations. It's not about accumulated knowledge. It's just coming out of the presence, and it's alive. It's when you write something down, it's dead. Where is it? It's there. It's over there. It's laying on the floor. It's dead. It's not carrying that spark.
Yeah. What I find interesting is the approach we should have. I don't know who coined the term, but this really resonated with me. It's an old saying, but the saying goes, and I said this before, it's like you're a beggar telling another beggar where to find bread. Yeah. That's it. Like the short of it is, you're not some guy like, okay, come and listen to me, my children. I will tell you the truth. Like no, you're not that guy. You're just someone who's relaying to someone else about something that was really magnificent and wonderful. And you just want them to know that. That's it. That's it. You don't go farther than that. Where they take it, they either going to eat the bread and they're going to know where to find it, or that's, like it's so simple.
And the great irony of life is that the thing that you're searching for, you already have. That's the great irony of it.
Interestingly enough, yeah, it's already been there. You just didn't know. You didn't have the eyes to see or the ears to hear, and now you do. And which is like the same thing with flat Earth, isn't it? It's always been there. It's right in front of your eyes. You couldn't see it because the deception of the globe Earth was the thing that you thought was there, the perception. But once that's removed, it's like you've come at this with eyes afresh, anew. You don't see.
This is the whole point of the. We see in the movies all the time. The student goes up to the master, in the Japanese or whatever, and he's like, it's been done in American terms many times as well. But he goes up. I'm just thinking of that scene in Fight Club, where they go up on the porch and he's like, "You're too blonde, get out of here." And it's like the student comes up and the master's telling him, "I've got nothing to teach you." And the student's going, no, I know this. He's got some. I just know he's got the key, and he's gonna slip me that key any minute. And the master's going, "No, I've got nothing to teach you." He hasn't. That's the thing.
Exactly. It's interesting because we always talk about the fact that this is what people with the globe mindset come in here. They think we're speaking of another world, Andy. Every time we start talking about flat Earth, they're like, "What is this other flat Earth you're speaking of? How come I'm living on a globe and you're living on a flat Earth? That's not possible. Tell me this flat. How does the sunset work on your flat Earth?" It's like they're looking at it with like, what other Earth is there? Because the one I'm experiencing is a globe. Like, that's all I know. It's all globe, everything. Curvature, boats going over, satellites in space. I can't see the flat Earth that you're telling me. That doesn't compute.
No. The problem is they can see it. It's just in a solar system, a pizza in orbits. That's the issue.
Right, but like the sense of coming at this from eyes that do not see and ears that do not hear are at a point where it's, like I said, it's psychological, it's spiritual, it's deep rooted. It's the deception. So you have to speak through that deception, and the only way to do that, right, is to teach them about the truth. Like, what is true? Because they don't know. To them, they live in a world where they know 99.9999999% that the Earth is a globe, because they can't know everything 100% because there's no certainty in their paradigm. There can't be. So if you addressed with them, I've said this before with the flat Earth community, if you address them in that same manner, that, well, I can tell you the Earth is flat, but I know only 99.999% that I'm certain of it, then you are becoming no better than what they're on right now, because you're standing on uncertainty as well. So truth is not uncertain, it's certain, because that's what makes it true. You know what I mean? So the subjectivity of it is how men perceive truth. That's the subjectivity part. So why is it subjective? Because it's how it's perceived. Now, is it true that we know what the sun is? No, that's not true. So you can say that wholeheartedly. Like anybody that asks you, Andy, like if they wanted to get some truth from you, and so when you say, and it's either true or false, right? Is the Earth flat? Now that the world's listening, even they are. They want to know what you're going to say. At the moment you say, well, we stand on truth, but that truth is 99.99999%, sure. You're not sure then. There is no way you can be. It's either you know or you don't. And that sounds like you don't. So we'll say that you don't know. That's more apt to be when you speak to somebody. We don't know that the Earth is flat. That should be said. And the way to rephrase that. But this is what I think. And so there's people that know and there's people that don't know. But either way, somebody that questions you, it can be demonstrated or it's not going to be. Like, that's the thing. Empirical evidence would follow. Like, physical material can be demonstrated if it's true. If it's not true, then it's not going to be what you said it is, right? It's not going to conform to the thing that you said it would be in reality. So nobody's going to go out and find a flat Earth if it's not flat. That's point blank, right? Wouldn't you agree with that much? If it's not what we're saying it is, if we're not speaking the truth, it won't conform to what we're saying. But the same for the globe. If the globe is not curving, then it will be flat. It won't conform to the curvature. It will be what we're saying it is. So one way or the other, it's going to be true that the Earth is curving or that it's not. But if you're not sure, if you're still undecided, if you're a flat earther that's like, well, 99.9% sure, then you're not going to be able to speak to somebody about truth, because you can't move somebody from a position that's unsure to another position that's unsure.
Yeah, I'd really like to speak on that a little bit, because
sure, go ahead.
I personally, I was forced to deal with some emotional baggage that I had from being a child. Now, I didn't want to deal with that. I didn't want to deal with it as a child, and so I ran away. Internally, this is what children do. It's perfectly natural to do that, right? Mm-hmm. The thing is, when I sometimes say life gives you what you need, that thing you need may be horrific. It may be horrible, but it's like it's going to hit you with that metaphorical baseball bat. And if life hadn't have forced me into a corner where I was forced to face my inner self, if you like, a weird way of putting it, but I would have. There's no way I'd have done it, because I was the biggest coward on earth. I'm not ashamed to say that. I was a massive coward, and I didn't want to face that. Oh no, thank you. But I was left in a position where I had a couple of options. One was to kill myself. Not a very good option. One was to go to some medical situation where it was like, well, you could take these pills, and they'll basically dope you out. They'll put you in a place where, you know, everything's nothing. You know, you're
numb. Yeah, you become numb.
You just that's no answer to anything. I'm sorry if you're in this position right now and you're hearing my voice and you've took these antidepressants and you just, I don't know. I realize for some people it may get you over a hump, so I don't really want to upset some folks, but for me, I realized that that's a band-aid, and the root of the problem needed to be dug out. I needed to go inward, and life was forcing me to do that. And yeah, so you need to do that inner work. And believe me, I did not want to do it. I was the biggest coward on earth. And so when I say life gives you what you need, it may be something horrific, like where you'd hate everything. You'd hate God. You'd hate whatever it is. You know, it might be even a wheelchair situation or something, you know, a whole plethora of things that can happen in this realm. But it is that healing, it's always there it's like the universe is there trying to help you constantly. Like I say, this word God, people have an issue with it. If that word is an issue for you, then just change it out. Just change it out. I personally like the word. I've got no problem with that. But some people do, and I can see why. There's a lot of baggage attached to it. So just change it out. Change it to universe. Change it to anything else, something else. But they're trying to help you. And it may not seem like help at first, but it is, I assure you. And yeah, once I was able to process that old emotion, and I got put through it, and I'm happy to talk about how I did that, every step by step, if you like. It was like a huge weight off my back, like I put a big sack of bricks down. And more than that, that's underplaying it. It was suddenly I was as light as a feather, and I can talk about that step by step. I'm happy to. I did this with Gio, by the way, and I was shocked because Gio knew exactly what I was talking about, and he was coming back with things that I had no idea that anybody on these servers would know, but he knew. And I was like, wow. So that guy's an enigma. He blew me away. And so in private messages, he told me that was sort of his life's work. When I told him back, as I've just told you, I was just forced into it. That's all. I had no choice. And so, yeah, I'd strongly urge that you do the inner work first before life does this, whatever it is, because it can progressively get worse and worse. It's like it's like the trajectory of an alcoholic. Because I was self-medicating with alcohol, and yeah, the trajectory for an alcoholic is always the same. It starts off quite good. You know, I'm going to party my way out of this place, is what I thought. And then it quickly goes downhill, and you start pushing everyone away. And it takes literally everything away from you. I mean, the only thing I had left that I enjoyed was sleep. And it even took that away from me. Because when you fall asleep drunk, you don't fall asleep. You just sort of pass out for an hour or two, and then you wake up shaking. So... yeah, I would definitely, and this is very cliche and horrible and cringy, but I was certainly born again through a baptism of fire called alcoholism.
Yeah, I don't think that the term is cringy. I think the way people perceive it is.
Yeah.
To them it's like as you put it, an enigma. It sounds like something. What happens, and I'll say it this way, Andy. A lot of times we use words like we don't want to say the wrong thing. And that's been the problem with people trying to speak truth. It's like trying to adjust truth to not, you don't want to offend somebody. but sometimes that challenge, like once it goes out, it needs to happen. It's almost like it's correction, right? It needs to be done. It needs to be said. If it's not said, then how will they be corrected if you enable them to think of something other than what you mean? You know, that's the perfect way to put it. The way you said it is just somebody will take offense to it because they would attribute it to something that they was in their life was detrimental. Like their parents would always force them to go to church, and they were kids that were kick and scream. They didn't want to go, so they hated it. So when they hear that word, it triggers them to a thought of when they hated that idea. So they're lashing out when they say, "I hate that word. Stop using it." Like, because of that. And then we who are empathetic will want to change it to suit them, to, you know what I mean? And it changes the way you speak the truth. And something like you should speak the truth boldly no matter where you are, because that is the way that we actually help. It sounds counterintuitive, I know, but it's not being mean to them. When there's a difference between like forcing somebody to like listen to what I'm saying, and that's different. You know, you're not.
No, but if something's a block, Miggy, then it's this. Let me give you an example, right? I was talking to Crypto, and I always have this thing that I say that I really like, which is the mind is clever, but the body's intelligent. And Crypto did not like the body's intelligent part. His consciousness just, brushed up against this word. And he started to, argue it. And I said, Crypto, it's fine. Just switch out that word. If you don't like intelligent, nature, try that instead. The body's nature. Or, I don't know. I'm sure there's a plethora of words you could replace it with. So that's all I'm trying to say. Is it's fine. If just change it out so it gets you there. Because to me, information's like a stepping stone. Right? It's just a stepping stone to get you there, to get you to the other side, if you will.
I feel like sometimes those trigger words were there because it denotes something to the person that's different. And if you ask them why did that word make you feel that way, what is it about it? And if they're able to help you, if they say, well, I don't know, I just don't like it. That's not an answer that we could like say, okay, we've talked about it. If you say, well, what makes you feel upset about the word, then they go into it like an intellectual discussion, like, well, I don't think you using that word was appropriate for the sentence structure that you were using it for. I think this word is better for it. And they could explain to you why. Then it would make sense to you. You see what I'm saying? There's a difference between somebody just being upset because you used it and somebody having like a better version of like maybe you misspoke and said something incorrectly and they're just trying to correct you to use the right term for what you're trying to say. That's different. I don't know if I am I making sense, Andy?
You are. Some words can have baggage, can't they? For that individual, for each.
Yes.
We're all different at that level. So I definitely.
But I would say in context. I wouldn't generally say this all like you have to rephrase everything you say, but in context. So if you use something that was appropriate to what you're saying, I think it's fair. Like you said, I felt like I was born again. I think that's fair to say. You had an experience that was a revelation in your life. That's fair. I mean, if somebody was to say, "No, dude, you weren't born again," I'm like, well, it feels like he was, wasn't it? Like a new experience, a new world was up, like that. You could actually explain the reasoning behind using that word, or words. And to me, I think that's important. When you explain what you mean, and that's why you use that word, then it's totally apt to be used in that specific sentence structure. But when somebody just says, I don't like the word just for face value, then that's when you're like, well, it really speaks to what my condition was. Like I felt like I was born again. But
yeah, it never even occurred to me that might be a weird thing. But that picture that I showed you, Tim, and a few people in Chill Chat, because I'm happy to, the picture of my face, that picture is about 9 years old, because I don't really take pictures of myself, but for whatever reason, I took a picture of myself. It is like, now when I look at that person, it's like I'm talking about someone else. When I talk about that broken person, it's like I'm talking about something. Look at that poor guy. He's no idea what's coming. This terrible thing. So, yeah, that phrase of, born again, a baptism of fire through alcoholism. Yeah, and I just thought, and it never even occurred to me that might trigger some folks. But you're right.
Yeah. when it's not apt to use that, or somebody corrects you and say that term wasn't specific to what you're talking about, use this one. I think, and it'll give you like a better description of what you're trying to say in context. I think that would be better to take the advice of the person who's trying to correct and so forth and say, yeah, I don't mind switching it to the word that you just said. That would be better because it's better, right? But if it's in context correct to say, because that's exactly what it signifies, then why are we switching it out? I said, just you have the problem with the word. It's not the fact that it doesn't fit what I'm saying. It's the fact that you have some sort of internal disagreement with it, but it's not because of I'm using it in a bad way in the sentence structure. You're right. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's the difference. So I would say there's times where you can adjust what you say, but it has to be because there's a better word that would fit what you're saying, not because what you're saying with that word is disagreeable, like on its face. They just to satisfy the other person is what I mean. Just they didn't like you saying born again, and it fit what you said, but they didn't like it, so you're just going to change it. Like, that's not good. That's enabling them. So you have to use the words that are correct for the truth of what you're saying. But if there's a better one for it, I would agree. Then switch it to the better one. That's when you do that. Not when somebody on face value just hates you saying it.
Yeah, that's interesting because it's a tricky business, isn't it? And
it is.
We can look at it from the point of view of snowflakes that can't deal with language, and I completely agree with everything you just said. But in the case of crypto is not that kind of person, and so I realized that his consciousness was just jutting up against this word. He'd already made his own mind up of what it meant. And so I was quite happy to say to him, look, just switch it out for this other word. Well, I might get you there.
No, not anything. He's a great, wonderful person. Like I'm saying, but if you're using something in a way that fits what you're saying, then you have to stand for what you're like. Then you have to say, well, the reason I use that is because it signifies this. But if you don't have an explanation for it and the word was replaced, then go with the one that's replaced with, it's because it fits what you're saying better. So if that's if you can stand by the reasoning for the word, then I could see the point, right? I would be able to say like, yeah, Andy said it this way and it stood for the point. Or if crypto corrected you and said, no, that's not a way we can use that, then I would say, let's go with what he's saying because it makes more sense that way. That's the only reason why I would say, but if you, something like, yeah, I don't mind. When you speak truth, like when that's the thing, it's either you're speaking the truth and you mean what you say, or you're just going about the best way that you can say it.
Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it, Biggie. Well done for that, because that's how I feel about it. Because I tend to mumble my way. Sometimes I'm not, you've got to imagine I've drank enough alcohol over the years to preserve a cadaver, so sometimes my brain's just not on it. I've probably permanently broke it in many ways, and so I mumble my way through things. I mumble my way through things, and I like I say, I have certain things that I say that is okay with me. It resonates. Do you understand that it's fine with me, but someone else might not like it. Kiwi sometimes comes in and helps me out and just cleans up what I'm trying to say. And he does it really well, and I appreciate him for that.
I mean, and then it's a learning process, right? Like we get better and better. And so, yeah, people just like in this way, we're just all trying to get to the truth and be better versions of ourselves. And, in that process, there's a bit of correction. There's a bit of like, hey, I could have used this word, or whatever. That's fine. But if the word is perfectly in context with what you're saying, then I would say don't switch it. Use it again and again. Like if somebody has something internally they don't like because of face value, that's something wholeheartedly different. Like you saying the word born again, or the words born again. So if you're saying that and somebody has a disagreement with it on face value, then I would say if you change it, then you're enabling them. You're not helping, you're enabling, which makes it worse for the person. Because in context, you spoke about what you said with your experience in a correct way, using the sentence the way it's supposed to be, conveying what you were meaning to say in the right way. But they just were disagreeing with it because they didn't like how it sounded to them. So that's why I say with the truth, it has to be spoken, and you can't, like I was saying, like with flat earth, right? It's so disagreeable to people with the globe mindset, right? It triggers people. They have visceral reactions. They don't like it. Change it. Use something else. Well, that's because of the face value, right? They're not looking at it intellectually, because everywhere that we look, it's being described that way in their the way that they look. Like if somebody's learning how to build a craft, aerospace engineering, they use terminology that's put forward that says, for practical purpose, the Earth is flat and stationary, to assume that it is. So that word is already cemented in the way that their vernacular is being put out, so they can understand what that means for practical purposes. So for you to understand, that's already being used, right? And then for somebody to say, I don't like that you say flat Earth. I change it. And you say, okay, well, let's put it to, geostationary, whatever you want to call it. But if you start doing that, you're enabling them. Because flat Earth is flat Earth. And we're not saying that the fact that we can go into the topic. They're like, what do you mean, a piece of paper? Now they're being disagreeable on just to be disagreeable. They understand, they experience the same Earth that you do. They know there's mountains and valleys and topography and stuff, right? So we all know this. It's common knowledge, at least it should be. But when you get that redundant, it's because a person wants to be so disagreeable that they have you capitulate and then readdress what you say in a manner that suits them. It's like a kid is throwing a tantrum and you're just like, here's a toy, no, they're not going to get the toy because they're misbehaving. So it's like in your mind, you can't give people, just because they don't like things, their way. That's not how. We're not helping people, we're enabling them. Does that make any sense? Like this is kind of the heart of the issue, and it's difficult. I get it, because we're trying to be agreeable. I that much I do understand. But you have to address the truth the way it should be spoken, and not enable people just because for the sake of they don't like the term that you use for face value. That's not gonna help anyone.
Yeah, well, a lot of the spirituality what I looked into this kind of language would upset them much more, which is to die before you die and realize there is no death. I think that's much worse. I think they'd hear that and go, what the fuck? They wouldn't like that at all. But of course, it just means to die to the false mind-made sense of self or the ego.
Well, I mean, everybody's trying to get to the best way to do this, right? Be the best ambassador for truth that you can be when you're speaking truth. And I think everybody's trying to get there. And on the way there, we're learning how to address the thing. But the more we enable, the worse it becomes. Because let's just say, right, for example, the person you spoke to says, I don't like flat Earth, change it. You're calling yourself a flat earther. I think this is just crazy. Change it. Fine, call me geocentric stationary person, right? Next person you speak to, geocentric stationary. I don't like that, man. Why do you call yourself? Change it. Okay, call me, someone who thinks the Earth is not curving. Okay, that sounds good to me. Next person you come up, saying that the Earth is curving, like that does not, like, and on and on and on and on. And so you're gonna find yourself tumbling like a tumbleweed in the wind, trying to figure out which is the best way to do this, and you'll never settle on anything that you can stand on. Trust me, it's that way. Now, like I said before, if there's a better way to use a word for the sentence that you're using it, use it. Because that's to be the correct way, an explanation. But if somebody just doesn't like it because they don't like it, then you're not going to help them. You're going to enable them. That's just the way it is, man. Like people can hate me for this, but that's why I always like, no, I'm not going to change the word. It's perfectly apt for what I'm talking about. And we're
topographical plainest.
Topographical plainest. And then some other person is going to be like, dude, why do you say that? Like, that's, I don't like that. And then you're like, okay, what do you want? I'll change it to whatever you want. Like, no, that's not good. You know what I mean? That's when the thing you can't communicate. It's like, but yeah, to me, I find it a bit, it's lighthearted to me because I came from that place. I know the reasons why people want to adjust words. They just want to get them to the end. And when they get them there, the person's happy because, you gave them a toy and an ice cream and a lollipop, and they're all good to go. And they misunderstood the whole purpose of the conversation. They just took it way out of context. It was whatever they made it. And the thing is, it was like, they you know what I mean? Just because of they didn't like something on face value. So anyway, that's
excuse me. I'm so dumb sometimes that I forget that people. I just assume that people are on my level, and I realize that's how that sounds. That sounds awful to say, but I hate all this level shit. It annoys me.
No.
But anyway, the point is, I do sometimes talk to people in that manner where I go, "Oh, that's just obvious, isn't it?" And they're like, "What the fuck is he talking about?"
No, it's not obvious.
Well, and sometimes there's a good amount of soul searching that has to be done to get to a certain point of understanding, and where you just understand things a little bit more clearly. And if someone hasn't been on that path yet, some things may take years to understand, if that makes sense on a spiritual level.
Absolutely. This is my new favorite meme. You have to do the inner work. Not just look at memes.
Right, exactly. I mean, it's first you stop blaming everyone else, and then you stop even blaming yourself, and then you know what I mean? It's like there's progressive levels of not being a victim and not living in self-hate either, or whatever. It's like rising above it all and realizing the impermanence of everything. And I like the concept of infinite compassion, which is kind of a Buddhist concept, but Christian-wise, maybe like forgiveness. I mean, but to treat yourself like you would your best friend, and to think infinitely compassionately, that's a pretty strong level of compassion. I mean, without end. And you start treating yourself like that, and I think you can start to relax your nervous system a little bit.
Yeah, I was just talking, Tim, to Miggy about the guys in Chill last night, and how I think it did get to me a little bit. I didn't speak up last night, as you know, but it did get to me a little bit. And when I started this conversation, I was a bit flustered a little bit. And yeah, Miggy's great to talk to, because he was just like, well, at least now that gets it out, doesn't it? And he's absolutely right. So I don't know. It doesn't sit well with me when people start talking about images of I don't know. I don't want to go into that conversation again. I'm just saying that people think of God as this grey-haired old man sat on his throne and all that kind of stuff, and it just doesn't sit well with me. I relate more to agnostic people in that respect, because I think that's the most honest position a person could take, that nobody could know the mind of God, obviously. Agnostics in the middle, by the way. I feel I hate this. Like, I feel like I have to explain everything. Every fucking thing that comes out of my mouth, I have to explain. Atheist means that you believe that there is no God. Agnostic means that you're on the fence and in the middle, and just means that no one can know the mind of God, basically.
Well, and I think there's two sides. Some will argue that, well, no matter how complex God is, he'll still follow some kind of logic. But I like to think that, kind of agreeable to what you're saying, is that it's so infinite, it's so expansive, it's so much beyond the realm of our brain to comprehend. That maybe if we pass on to a spiritual realm, maybe we can. But even then, as spiritual beings in spiritual realms, we still might not even come close, even a drop to the ocean that is the infinite, and whatever that means.
Yeah, that's really well said. Appreciate that. That's an honest point of view right there, folks.
Yeah, I've always looked at the word as a way to guide people, just like there's the stories of Yeshua calling on to the disciples and such. Like when he did that, at the moment he was doing that, it became the part where he was like getting people to just, he called on to them. He didn't say, hey, have you studied the book of the Torah? Before you come in and follow me, you have to know all of them. You have to tell me exactly what did they all say. Like there wasn't any conditions. There's nothing. It's just like, do you want to follow me? And they were like, sure. There was no, you know what I mean? It wasn't complicated. It was like complicated theology, getting into like the idea of the understanding of the universe. It was none of that, right? So I think there's a lot of baggage, like you said, people have when they come to. Anyway, I'll switch from spiritual because we can get into spiritual, Andy, and I get carried away, so I'll pull myself back from that.
No, dude, I appreciate you. You've been putting the work the last couple of weeks, especially in the mornings, and I appreciate that.
I try to drop little nuggets because, like, I feel because I was a pastor in my past. So
really,
yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I did. I was at a small church here where I'm in the town that I'm at, but I don't like when it comes to there's like the forgiveness part that Kyle was mentioning. I'll just say this. 7 times 70, right? How many times should I forgive my brother? That's what one of the disciples asked Yeshua, and he said 7 times 70. So there, it's not, I wouldn't say infinite, but there's enough times to where you give the person so much room to come to the point where you have the forgiveness. And then it says, don't be a doormat, don't lay down and just.
Right. You wouldn't be letting someone, trespass on your family's private property infinite amount of time or bringing violence to your loved ones.
But you allow it to happen. You allow it to happen, because if you don't allow it, 7 times 70, that's the, it's a large number for you to think about how many times you should do that. But then there's a point where you got to say enough is enough. We've extended the forgiveness and it wasn't taken, and now it's, we're going to put our foot down. So that's the way I see it. So, and it's also, don't allow people to take advantage of, so there's a lot to it. And like I said, I don't want to get too far into it because it'll be divisive. Anyways,
I think a good transition for like in terms of another topic, if we want, I mean, that blends into spirituality that sometimes we forget is the necessity of physical health to have a spiritual experience. It's like when your body is in health, is in balance, the mind is calm, the nervous system is calm. It's we can easily or more easily access spiritual thought. And I think sometimes spiritual communities want to separate the body from the spirit, but sometimes they're really interlinked.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Health is a big part about you. Well, I said the 3 main tenets, right? Mind, body, and spirit. If you have those in alignment, boy, you are unstoppable. Yeah, that's what me and Julius, we've for the past couple of weeks, man, we've been talking about it. It's like, dude, you wake up every morning, you don't need coffee, you don't need nothing, dude. You're just up with this power, and you're just you're exuding energy. It's like, it's different. I can't I would try to explain it to you, but it's like Andy's saying, when you're trying to explain somebody an experience that you're having, it's almost sounds like it's weird. Like, this is weird.
And everyone's got their own ritual, like for me, I like to get up. I like to, hot water or lemon water, use the bathroom, yoga, meditation, breakfast, go to work. We've all got our rituals that help get us aligned. I think we all need to ask ourselves, rituals leading to our health and wellness.
Kyle, you're breaking up. We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
All right.
You're breaking up.
Oh, we kind of got the gist of what you were saying, though, dude. And so for me, I always recommend to people to just shorten that eating window, and it's the simplest thing you can do. It's not a diet. It's not a diet. You take the T off the end and die. That's what you've got left with. Diet, no, throw that out the window. You don't need a diet. You just need to shorten that eating window. And so, I mean, I'm the king of procrastination. I can do all kinds of things before I need to eat my breakfast. And if I eat my breakfast at 2 PM, that I can eat guilt-free at 10, 11 o'clock at night, because I do tend to stay up late, and I do tend to snack.
So Andy's got so listen, man, like I don't know if people don't really the stomach, if you listen, man, 3 meals, like there's a lot to be said with, like, you know, when should I eat or how should I eat, or you're asking the government, they give you these like regimented rules that doesn't fit everyone, you know what I mean? Like, so it's really supposed to be, when are you hungry, eat, you know, that's when you should eat, when you're hungry. And so
that's always a good idea too.
Yeah, you shouldn't be hungry if you're eating what foods are supposed to, like, think of it like this. Your ancestors didn't have like Cheetos and Twinkies and donuts. They didn't have that stuff. That stuff is what most people are eating today. So if they go, I don't mean to like knock what you said, Andy, but like if they just go by like just eat whatever, no diet, it's like, well, then they're just going to eat the candy and donuts like for 2 times a day. Like, it's not.
Yeah, I mean, within reason. It has to be. I always say, if it's God made.
Yeah, it's ancestrally appropriate foods. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. I mean, this morning I woke up at 11 because I didn't go to sleep till 4 o'clock in the morning, which I realize is not great. But, you know, I tend to be a night owl. And so I drove to a farm shop, a local farm shop, and I bought some real milk, and I bought some good meat that's not, you know, got all the preservatives and everything else that you get from the supermarket. And I love that, because I missed milk so much, because I knew that pasteurized stuff were no good. And so I really love that. And you get it yourself out of a sort of vending machine, how they've got it set up. You know, you just put like £1.20 in there, and you sort of put your bottle underneath, and it's great. And so, yeah, I definitely urge everyone to support local. And I realise in these times, especially now, they're throttling everyone, especially in Europe, with these ridiculous bills for electricity and gas. It becomes more and more difficult. But, you know, I don't know. It's difficult, isn't it? Because I don't want to focus on the negative. But, yeah, I strongly urge people to support local as much as possible. And especially like farm shops and things like that. So this is what I always talk to Tim about: fancy pants and lollipops. I love my fancy pants and lollipops. And just the fact that they sort of kill you with luxuries, don't they? You know, we get weaker and weaker, but again, I'm going down that road of negativity where I see the social credit system coming, the prison that's being built around everybody's kids. They won't be able to see, smell, taste, or touch. And
weakening our men.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I don't really want to focus on that though. That's the thing. It's a bit of a negative place to dwell, isn't it? So
black pills. I mean, people. We know that the way that the age is going, right? It's pretty much downhill, but. I would say if we focus too much on that negativity, like, I'm not saying we can't talk about it, but if we focus too much on it, like, that becomes the topic of discussion. We're starting to look into it more. We know that stuff is bad, right? But just being in that, like, it's like getting in mud. You're soaked in it. You're covered in it. It's like you need to wash yourself clean, because if you stay there, that mud that drags you down will be all that you're about. You'll be feeling ugly in the morning, just looking at like what is the elites are doing this morning. You know, you're constantly soaked in that mud. You're never clean. So you need to just, like, maybe for whatever it's worth, just look at it and then get back out. Like, don't stay there. That's not going to be beneficial to your life. What's beneficial is you stay with the truth. That keeps you clean. That keeps you running and telling people about truth, right? Which, of course,
I couldn't agree more. I sometimes keep saying, like, oh, I'm sick of all this truth of bullshit. Yeah. It sort of weighs you down, doesn't it?
It does. And so your journey and what you're supposed to be doing is being an ambassador for the truth. And that should keep your hands busy. So if you're doing that work, then do that work. And going into like, well, let's go see what the elites are doing today. Like, what's that? They're building tunnels under Walmart. Like, that's, you know what I'm saying? Like, to what end? Like, you're gonna find more and more and more and more and more bad stuff and more and more and more, and so you're just gonna be soaking in that negativity, and then you'll become negative. Like, after a while, you're just like, nah, the whole world's full of crap. And it's like, yeah, we know that, but be the light, be the salt of the earth. Like, you're the buffer. Other than that, like, who's gonna be? Like, if you're completely negative the whole time, when are you the light? Like, you're not the light. You're angry. You're bitter. You're looking at stuff like it's all terrible. And well, do something about it. You got 2 hands, 2 feet. You got a mouth. Speak, talk, tell people, hug someone, smile. You know, like, that should be where you're being the light, that the light of the world. People actually want to listen and they want to have because nobody wants to talk to somebody angry and bitter. They want to talk to people who are uplifted and happy and positive, and you know, that's the kind of energy that they can be around. So,
yeah, I just want to make a quick comment on what Julius is saying, and Julius is writing some good stuff here. This is all good stuff, but I just wanted to say that I think we've also got to be realistic about these sorts of things. Some people just can't discipline themselves in this manner. And so I would say that just shortening that window, this is why I say sometimes to people, it's like cheating. You know, it's like a little thing. It's like cheating. Like what? It's like cheating. What they found is in rodents, they found that 12 hours was the point of where they started to. I'm talking about the eating window now. Is when they started to develop these autoimmune issues, you know, diabetes, etc. And they found that 9 hours was optimal. Now, obviously, usually I don't make that 9 hours. I certainly don't eat over the 12-hour mark. That's the point. The point is we've got to be realistic with these things as well. I think Julius had just put here, because he hadn't. I thought he'd put 5 to 6 hours. But anyway, the point is that if you can have that eating window somewhere around 9 or 10 hours, then the weight's just going to fall off you. And it's not even a diet. It's brilliant.
It's a lifestyle. It's a mentality. It's like an adaptation or evolution, however you want to put it. It's overcoming the previous habits and developing new habits, and it's almost like you have to go through a suffering, you know, a mental, a spiritual, a physical withdrawal from, okay, I can't eat Lucky Charms at 10 o'clock at night, you know, or whatever your thing is, and or whatever your, you know, window frame is. And that's what you've got to focus on is like, okay, how can I get this? And then if you could throw in water fasting or bone broth fasting or organic, you know, carrot juice or whatever your thing is, it's like people, they'll start to shine, but it's really hard, man. I have family members that are, man, they're super addicted to caffeine, and I think the culture of alcohol and nicotine, caffeine, and in our society as not being bad, you know, it's like, okay, if I'm not doing cocaine, I'm not doing drugs, kind of thing. But people don't realize there's other drugs, and they, you know, like, for example, caffeine. If you're consuming, you know, 7-10 cups a day.
Yeah, this is why when I come into a place like this, and this is why I'm speaking the way I'm speaking, because if I come into a place like this, I can talk in this manner, and then people will say, no, but it's got to be this way and that way. We've got to take this bloody ego into it. We've got to realise where people are and what's actually happening out there. Because again, like I say, I can be silly enough to talk to people and realize, oh, they're not there yet. They've not done the work. They've not done the research. And so I just could say things and then, oh, they're not. That's obvious, isn't it? That's how it is. No, not at all. And so that's why I'm saying just something as simple as shortening that eating window. I realize we can go into this to a level where it's like, yes, we can, but then they're not there yet. They're so far away from that.
Oh yeah, it's tough, and a lot of people they just don't want to change. You know, it's the comfort, and one thing I was studying with Ayurveda, which is the Indian science of health. It's kind of like the sister science to yoga. Is that one of the simple things you can do is just simply look at your face in the mirror. You know, and you can. We've all done it, I'm sure. When you wake up and you haven't slept enough, or you're ill, or you can see the difference. You know, you can see maybe the face looks a little more pale, or you know, the eyes a little more draggy, and then those days when you rest well, you're eating well, you got vitamin D, you can see it in your face. You know what I mean? That you can see that difference, and to really honestly analyze your body and your feeling state, your emotional, energetic, physical state, and then ask yourself, okay, what does my body really need at this moment? Maybe it's rest. Maybe it's no television. Maybe it's going to bed super early. Maybe it's vitamin D.
Sometimes people need to take their shoes off and go walk on the soft grass outside and plug themselves back into the earth. That's an experience. Anyway, yeah.
Oh yeah. Some people are like afraid of the dirt. They're afraid of it. They're like, oh no, there's, you know, a dog went poop over there 20 yards away from where you're standing. Be careful. It's like, you know, this fear of germs, really unfounded, but, you know, cultured into our psyche.
You're breaking up, Kyle. Your satellite's going farther from you. So what's up, everybody? Oh,
Starting a GoFundMe for Kyle's satellites.
yeah, we have to have a picture of him and next to a satellite, and then see who wants to donate. We got 18 people watching the YouTube live stream. We got Kyle coming in, roboting. But yeah, we have some people right now on the panel. We got Andy, Hold My Beer, Chili, Cuddy, Batman, Kovac, Joanna Smidigard, Julius J, King's Clown twice, Kyle, myself, Morvis, Saturn9, Tim, and Carr. Welcome everybody. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord in the morning for people in America. But anyway, yeah, so we're kind of seeing how everybody else is responding to like just the topics that we've been bringing up this morning. But what's interesting with the conversations yesterday we've been having, we had a gentleman in here last night. Was what did he go by? Contact Binary Balls or something. His name. I don't know if that's his name that he actually gave himself, but I thought he was a third-year undergrad. He's a second-year undergrad in aerospace engineering, and he's not really with the idea that the Earth is flat and stationary. So everybody in here was. I don't know how long you guys were talking to him either. So I don't know where that conversation went to. I logged off. You guys had it anyway. So whoever was in here, I think old Haas was in here. Haas was in here. I think President Orion was in here. Who else was talking to him? Hero Tosthenes. You guys with the Osthenes names on it. Yeah. At any rate, man, what are you guys up to? Anybody out there?
Breakfast. Eating breakfast now. Log in to work shortly. That's about it. I was able to get get the sun and the moon in the sky for the third straight morning, which was awesome.
Yeah, just going back to what I was saying. Yeah, I don't want to put too much pressure on you as a listener. I don't want to put too much pressure on you. That I know me very well, and it's very easy to say that, oh yeah, I stay up late, and so I can snack a little bit, and that's why it works out for me to skip my breakfast. For you, it might be better for you to have breakfast and then stop eating at 8 o'clock at night, something like that. However it works for you, it doesn't matter. The point is, just shorten that eating window. I know I'm banging on about it, but yeah, it's amazing how it'll transform you. Because you're right, I went out the other week and I just couldn't believe how big everybody is. Everybody's huge now, and it's just not even difficult to. I mean, I think part of the problem is that, especially in this country, it's very secular here now. You know, everybody thinks they're an atheist, and that's very telling, because what's that saying? That there's like an old Eastern sort of thing where they say all desire is like an inappropriate desire to it's like a mistakenly think you're trying to be at one with God and not realize, you're starting to cram all this crap down your mouth. I mean, you don't need me to tell you that McDonald's is garbage. You don't need me to tell you that these takeaways, it isn't food. We all saw that Super Size Me where he had those fries after a year and they still look the same. They basically made out of polystyrene. So they're not biodegradable. That isn't food. You don't need me to tell you that it's garbage. So.
Hello.
Hi. How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad.
Good.
How are you?
I'm very good, thanks. I'm just talking a little bit about nutrition and shortening the eating window and how easy it is to lose the pounds.
Yeah.
I don't know if
I will say as a disclaimer to the whole channel and to Discord that make sure that you consult your physician and your nutritionist about all of these things, because these experiences are individual and personal. And
absolutely.
They're not to be taken as a regimented way of like how you do things in life.
Yeah, don't worry, I am a physician.
Yeah, you do the best that you can for yourself, and consulting your doctor and physician and nutritionist is the best way to go, so that you can understand how your body works specifically to whatever nutrition should be for your body. So that being said, these are our opinions, and they should not be taken as any sort of nutrition or medical advice. Thank you.
No.
Well said, Miggy.
Anyway, thank you for joining our panel, Zally. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We like to talk to new people, and also the topic of the shape of the Earth is you could say the main topic of this forum, right? But we want to know if you think the Earth is a globe, whether you're on the fence about it or the Earth is flat. Either way, we want to hear what you think and why you think that. So go ahead, Zally.
Well, I think we'll never truly really know what it is, because we're not able to observe it for ourselves. So whether you think it's flat or globe or whatever, it's up to you. But I think the majority of people do think it is a globe. And I'm not new here. I have been in here before and had some discussions with people, and a lot of people in here do think it is not a globe. But yeah, I personally think that.
Yeah, go ahead.
It is a globe, but that's probably because of what other people have told me, and if you were to ask me for myself, I wouldn't really know.
Okay. And you don't really know, which is kind of like, I would say, on the fence. Let's just to be on the safe side, so that you won't, because if you take the position of being somebody who says they know that the Earth is a globe, I think that's different, right? Then you have to usually people with that mindset have a way to describe why they think that. But since you say nobody can really know, I think you're like on the fence either way. Could go either way, right?
Yeah.
Is that what we're? Okay.
Yeah.
But we've grown up with that knowledge that the Earth is a globe, and I think because of that, we see it through the lens of that particular knowledge. It's not that we can discern at the moment if you're in that place that you are, but hearing people from the conversation of Flat Earth could give you a perspective. However, ask the questions, but some people that are in here might be a bit what's the word here, on the defensive stance, because of the fact that like we don't know where people are coming from, if they're being genuine, if they're just trolling us, so
Yeah.
sometimes you get in conversations with people like, what do you mean? Nah, prove it. Like, it's like, whoa, like I just having a conversation here. But anyway,
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
it sounds like you're a pretty reasonable guy. And what do you think the reasons that we think the Earth is flat? Like, why do you think that everybody here has?
So from the multiple conversations I've had in here before is, in order for you to think the Earth is not a globe and was something like a flat plane, then you have to change your perspectives on a lot of other things, such as gravity, such as space, such as some astrophysics and all the other kind of things like the moon and all this kind of stuff. So it's not just as simple as just thinking, okay, the Earth, everything else that you've been told is fine, but the Earth is just a flat plane. So yeah, that's what I have gathered.
Yeah. So basically, on the fact that, like, let's say I come into this forum and people are like, "Hey, the Earth is flat," and I'm like, "That's a cool idea. I think get behind that." Do you think that's why people are flat earthers in here? Like, because somebody told them and it sounded really good how they presented it, and they're like, "Yeah, that's great. I think I'm a flat earther now." Or do you think that there's more to it, or just by the basis on, how well they explained it, somebody becomes a flat earther in that respect? Like, do you think it's just because somebody's convinced how somebody's, relayed the information to them, or do you think there's actually something demonstrable that they can go out into the field and?
No, so the average person, with not just about the Earth, what shape the Earth is, but pretty much about anything, they just have this idea, whether they've been grown up with it or whether someone has told them, and they don't really understand the logistics behind it, or if you were to ask them to explain their view, they wouldn't be able to tell you. Whereas I think people more in here, their views, they're able to explain them and they're able to give reason behind them. And that's what I think the average person should be able to do with anything. You shouldn't just believe something for the sake of it. If you think that something is how it is and you're able to explain yourself and give reasons for it, then I think that's a lot more of a logical way about going about things than what the average person does, if that makes sense.
Well said. I would say that academia has given us a perspective that the cosmological paradigm that we're in has to do more with the globe, because there's I guess an overarching paradigm that we can't understand or perceive, let's say, from Earth. Like, your perspective on Earth is too small for you to see the bigger picture, right? So this cosmological paradigm that you cannot perceive, that is far beyond your senses, is something other than you can actually perceive it to be. So if that's the case, right, then they give you, I guess, the metrics to how big the Earth is, where we are in the universe, the solar system, all that good stuff. They tell you all this stuff. So how can any of that information, because this is the real conversations that we have with people, how all that information that they tell you, if there's something that you could pick out from all of that, what do you think resonates with you to give you like a better leaning towards that paradigm, that cosmological paradigm? Like, what can you say out of that, whether it be how sunsets operate, like seasons, like what would you say is like, well, that's pretty legit, man, when they say that the globe is a great way to explain this?
I think it's more to do with all of the other I think the globe itself, but also all the way we observe other things. We observe like other planets and stuff like that differently to how we observe Earth, and all of those come back as being observed as like an oblate spheroid like Earth. So then to say that the Earth is something completely different initially sets like a different like a bit of a strange way to go about things, when everything else that we observe is like spherical, like the moon, like for example Mars and Venus and all these other planets. That's one of the things I thought about. With sunrise and sunsets and all these kind of things, they're a bit more complicated, and have different perspectives as well. But yeah, that was one of the things.
Cool. Zali, so do you own a telescope or do you own somewhere you can look at the stars with, like you can observe?
Unfortunately not.
So anything that has been proposed to you of like, let's say the planets and so forth,
Yeah.
have been shown to you by way of like, let's say an agency like NASA or some
No,
other
I have
astronomy?
I've used a telescope before, and I've had a good look of the moon, and I think I saw Venus through it once when it was visible.
You saw Venus through it or
Yeah, well, supposedly what is Venus? Yeah.
through the moon?
No, through the telescope.
Oh, through the okay, yeah. I was like, how did you see Venus through the moon? Anyway, so you saw Venus and the moon.
Yeah.
What could you tell me, like by looking through your telescope and looking at the moon? Because the telescope gives you a better enhanced version of like what your eyes, obviously you're seeing up closer.
Yeah.
What can you tell me about the moon from your telescope?
That I can't tell what 3D shape they are, but they don't look like a flat plane to me.
Right. So it doesn't. You're talking about the moon, right? Oh, I was just.
Well, both of them, yeah.
Okay, so they don't look like a flat plane to you.
No.
What do they look like to you, in through the telescope?
They look spherical to me.
Okay. Okay, so we're saying what they look like. I could agree with you. I look at the moon; it looks spherical. Looks like it has like a surface. It looks like it's got shadows on the craters and stuff. That's what it looks like to me. I mean, I could probably agree with you on that. Now, Venus, I don't know. Like, I wouldn't say what it looks like because I haven't seen it thoroughly. I'm being honest, like in a telescope myself. However, there has been images and stuff that's been shown to us what Venus looks like, but looking at it through a telescope, what did you see with Venus? Like, what did it look like to you?
A similar thing that obviously it was looked a lot smaller because it's further away. But again, like looks spherical, has curves and stuff like that.
All right, so we can describe basically, if I don't know what telescope you were using, but if I was seeing through it, I'd probably say what it looks like from when I see it. I could say that it probably looks that way to me too, right?
Yeah.
I would just say I could agree with what you see and probably come up with the same conclusion in my head what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's a difference between what it looks like and what it actually is. Now, this is the reason why I want you to actually say this.
Mm-hmm.
So what it actually is has to be verified by the person that's making it. There's observation and there's verification to have an empirical stance, let's say, that you can falsify, right? So if you say that it looks this way, I could say, yeah, it looks that way to me too. How are we then to verify that what your claim is of how it looks to what it actually is?
Well, I don't think we can't really for certain unless you
Unless
go
you
up
actually
to
go
it
there, right?
and see.
Right. So there's a narrative with the whole moon landing and stuff, but we'll just put that to the side for now. But we won't get into that. But just based on the way you and I collect knowledge, right? The way we make our observations and verify things, you and I can't come to the conclusion, but we can make our assumptions, right?
Yes.
Those things can be done, right? All right. So we can observe these things in the sky, but there's a cosmological paradigm that's attached to what we see, because we can see these things, but there's an underlying story that's like foundation of what. Okay, so you saw those things. The underlying story is that you set those things in a ever expanding cosmos that's always expanding outwards in a galaxy, in a solar system. All of these things are underneath that what you've seen. So the assumption is it could be a sphere, but it's a sphere inside of a solar system, inside of a galaxy, inside of a larger cluster of galaxies, so on and so forth, et cetera, et cetera. Like, so that cosmological paradigm is supplanted in your mind way before you come up with any conclusions for the moon and Venus. Can you see what I'm saying? Like, so I'm walking you through this as in you can take a look at what's set before you make your final. Okay, so Venus is a sphere flying around in what? Oh, it's flying around in an ever expanding cosmos. So is the moon. It's a part of a solar system. It's a part of a galaxy. It's a part of it. And so you're attaching the thing that you're seeing to this overarching cosmological paradigm. And so you can't think of anything else because that other stuff is underlying the thing that you're seeing. So yes, you can say what it looks like, and so can I. But that cosmological paradigm is going to be the thing that's there. It's still in the way. And how did you get that? Who told you that you live in an ever-expanding cosmos? So the cosmological paradigm, you start to go back from where you were actually making your observations, and then you start to go like, how did they know this? How do they know we're in a galaxy? How do they know we're in a cluster of galaxies? How do they know we're heliocentric? You know, if everything we make in our observations looks like we're geocentric, looks like everything revolves around the Earth, right? Of course, the ancients, that's what they were proposing as well with astrolabe and such. It was all about things moving around the Earth and so forth. But then this is the thing. You have to kind of go against this narrative that's been given to you and then say, well, it doesn't look that way to me. Like whatever the moon and Venus are, like what it looks like to me, it doesn't look like they're set in this specific cosmological paradigm. So when you look at the moon and Venus, you're setting them in some place. That's where the story takes over. So that's why when you ask the question, you're not really, because it looks that way, just like me and you are making our observations, it looks that way to me too. Like I'm not going to disagree with you. It looks similar to what you're saying. But it's set inside of something that is not yet verified or not even proven. These are other things or ideas that people have given us to make our cosmological paradigm what it is. Does that make sense, Ellie?
Yeah, it does make sense. That makes good sense. So
it's not the fact that you're getting it wrong, because you're not. I'm seeing what you're seeing. I'm agreeing with you so much as to say what you're seeing in reality. Hey, I am too. It's what it looks like to me.
Yeah.
But verification, as far as like, do we know? Like, and then that's where the story comes in. And so we believe, right? That's where that comes in. The belief comes in, where we're lending our minds over to those who have thought of better things for these things to be set in.
I enjoyed this little conversation that we had. Unfortunately, I do start work in 5 minutes, but I will definitely speak to you again, Miggy.
Come back, Nelly.
Thanks for the conversation. I will speak to you soon.
Sure.
Take care. Bye-bye.
See ya.
I was just going to ask you, Cutty, where's the meme with the 4 balls that aren't actually balls? That's a great one. David Weiss always plays it, doesn't he? Yeah, I need to start saving some of these memes.
I think the part that we used to be like in disagreement with is usually what we're seeing is what they're seeing. I think that's been the most contentious part about this discussion. If we're standing together next to them and saying, "Hey, I'm looking at the same thing and it looks like what you're saying," like, I think it's relatable because of that fact. It becomes relatable. Like we're not saying, "Hey, man, I don't see that. I see something else." Like, what are you seeing? And that becomes like, "What do you mean? I'm looking at the thing. It looks like, you know." And I'm just being honest. Like, it's nothing that I need to say that it doesn't look that way. But hey, do I know? Of course not. But hey, we got Axel in here. Axel, are you there? I just unmuted you. You have control of your mic, Axel.
No, I'm not here.
You're not here. Hey, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, Axel. Okay. Was that PD? I think it was. I didn't kick him though, but somebody else might have. They're like, "Oh no, PD!" I don't know. Can anybody see the point that I was trying to make with the gentleman? It's like, I'm being honest, you know, like, I don't know what it is. Is it a hologram? Is it physical? Who knows? Could be. Could be physical. Could be a hologram.
Right. Do you know if I type in exclamation mark spherical, will this come up from the Flat Earth Buddha bot, or am I just, I don't know.
No, don't know, man. Try it.
Oh.
One way to find out.
No. Oh, do I have to put exclamation mark meme spherical? Or does it have to be old dude? I don't. Old dude's going to tell me now. Need that gold plus, bro.
Yeah, you're working. Where are you at, anyways? Are you silver?
I don't think. I said from the start, I really don't care about any of that stuff. So.
But you're gonna start caring today, Mister. I'm gonna push you over the. I'm gonna push you over the fence of like starting to care for things, because bro, like I mean, I know I get where you're coming from. You know, I don't want to offend nobody. I just want to, but sometimes, man, like you're in good company here, man. You just like you can be who you are. It's just we gotta start moving you up the ranks here. You know what I mean?
As I said, I'm not really interested in that, Biggie.
Huh?
I'm not really interested in that, so I don't really
I know
care.
you're not, but you're gonna be there anyways. Damn it! So
you forced me through it anyway. No, I didn't come here for that. I just came here to, like, as you said, to be with other people who can look at things with an open mind. And
but the server operates with like the roles and stuff. So the roles are what gives you the permissions and all that good stuff. So let me see here. You got VC verified and Realm Earth. I think you need an Earth role. I haven't heard you speak of anything against Flat Earth, so I'll just give you Flat Earth there. But maybe you don't want that, right? So maybe you're totally. Will it feel like you're not who you are if you have that role, or it's just a role, dude? It doesn't mean.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me. Like I say, I don't.
If it really bothers you, I won't put it on you. Put it that way. Like if it bothers you that much, like I'll be like, okay.
It doesn't bother me.
Okay.
It's just the yeah. There's a thing I think it's worth talking about, the fact that Flat Earther does tend to trigger people, and it's a shame because we've talked a little bit earlier about words and how they can get in the way. They can trigger a response in a person, and yeah, it's difficult because I love how you were talking about we can't pander to people. We can't, we've got to use these words positive, in this way, and I completely agree with that. But then there's another side to it as well that gets a little bit tricky, where it can be a block to some people as well, certain words.
Well,
I mean, God would be at the top of that list, by the way.
Yeah, people have to be ready. Let's put it that way. The hearts have to be ready to listen. Otherwise, they won't have the ears to hear and the eyes to see. So if their heart isn't ready, then I would say don't have the conversation. But at the same time, there's a time to know when to have it. So there's a season for everything, Andy. So you just have to, and you'll know. A person is ready and willing to talk, they'll make that known to you. But you have to just be the light, everywhere. You can't enable them. Yeah, that's the difficult part. Being somebody who helps, you have to stand firm in the way that you can help them. It's like, that's what help is, It's unwavering. So let's see. Flat Earth valued. Try doing it now. You might be able to. Maybe you need silver. I don't know. I can give you all the way up to silver, but I'll let you hang around with valued and Flat Earther. Let's see. Nope. Must be gold.
Need that gold, baby.
Mm-hmm. We'll talk to the crew and see when they're gonna want to do the next gold What is that? The lunar effect? That's funny. It's getting colder over here. Temperature's dropping. Temp is right now.
Yeah, I basically made chill chat my new home. I absolutely love it. So I just love meeting. I mean, flat earthers are the best people in the world, as far as I'm concerned, because they're just open to things, and they can look at things with new eyes, and they understand there's a lot of grabble in this realm. There's a lot of trickery going on, and
the grabblers.
yeah, they're just the best people to talk to. And for me, I can entertain two ideas at once, and I don't have to identify with anything. I don't have to. As I say, I have this innate thing about me, which is to respect other people's beliefs. An old-fashioned liberal, if you will, before they corrupted that.
That's a good way to be. I don't see that's something. That's a good way to be.
Yeah,
But
before they corrupted it and made them all fascists.
Yeah,
I mean, when they were kicking that one around the table, Miggy, when they were kicking that one around the table, liberal, fascist.
There's an old country song though that says you got to stand for something or you'll fall for anything.
Yeah.
So there is a point where I'm pretty sure there's some solid ground that if somebody was to tell you, like, yeah, no, I'm gonna have to say no to that one.
Yeah,
But for the most
definitely.
part, for the most part, I mean, you can be agreeable with, just letting. It's like what I said at the disclaimer with health. It's like, dude, it's everybody's personal journey. Some people love veganism. That's good. Like that's what you find in life is what works for you. And,
right.
That's great. But like the thing is like when you're vitriolic about it, like whatever you're eating, I think that's pretty bad. That actually signifies something about like who you are.
Yeah, I've met loads of vegans that are thriving. I've met other people that tried it for 2 years, 3 years, and they said it nearly killed them.
But the same, it goes vice versa, isn't it? Like the same for people that are, so you got to look at it like it's a personal journey, and you just tell people about your experience, and that's all. It's if they want to join you, it's cool. It's all good.
I know if you go to a nutritionist who really knows what he's doing, someone like Tom Barnett, the Australian with the big beard, bald head, he's on YouTube. I'm getting distracted because I have a hunch he's a Freemason, but whatever. Don't hold that against him. It seems like everybody is. I don't know.
There's an understanding I think everybody can get behind though. Eating a lot of junk food is not the way.
Absolutely, but I was just going to say, if you go to him, you've got some issues, and the first thing he'd do is he'd put you on a plant-based diet, and he'd probably fast you for a little bit as well, just to heal that gut. Because fasting is
period, isn't it?
this term stuck with me, and please, anybody chirp in, correct me if I'm wrong, but this term really stuck with me, and that is that all disease starts with inflammation.
Yeah,
that really stuck with me. Like, wow, it's powerful.
I didn't know, like, so you don't know that you're doing bad when you're eating bad. It just feels like the normal thing, right? And I've seen myself like before. I corrected the way I was eating, and now it's like I was real puffy. It wasn't like because my wife and everyone are like, "You look sick now." Well, it's because I'm not puffy like the Michelin Man anymore. Like they're looking at me like what's wrong? You look like you're sick. Like I'm like, I'm not. I feel great. Like it's not.
No, that's so weird you say that because somebody said that to me, Miggy, when I went out. Somebody used to live next door to me, in fact, and they're quite big. And this is why it's difficult because I didn't want to, come across as if I was standing on my soapbox. But she actually said to me, "Oh, you look gaunt." She said,
"Yeah,
you look gaunt," and I was like, "No, this is how I'm supposed to look."
Yeah, exactly. No, it's puffy. Puffy inflammation is the new healthy, I guess. Like if you're not, I'm serious.
No,
like, people look at, if you're puffy and you're eating garbage, like and I mean like the junk food stuff. I mean, I'm not talking about like Whole Foods, junk food stuffs. Then everybody's like, "Oh man, what are you eating? Lucky Charms in the morning, and you snack cakes and sodas at night for sure, man. You look like you're doing good." No. That's inflammation, man. That you see people look like they're bloated. That's because of all that inflammation they're getting from bad diet.
It's like if you look at alcoholics, or if you look at, think of Jeremy Clarkson, who used to do Top Gear, British Top Gear. I mean, he looked like he were having twins at some point, or quadruplets. He just had this huge belly, and you could easily mistake that for fat and think, "Oh, look at him, he's overeating, he's a fat bugger." No, that's inflammation.
That's what it is. Yeah. That's all it, like when you look really puffy and you see yourself and you're just like, why is this? Because you're inflamed. Like it's your body's can't tolerate, like, and that the more you oversaturate yourself with the bad stuff, then you're just gonna get more inflamed. And I think that's why it's like it looks different when you're not you're not eating that junk food stuff.
So and there's no bigger killer of inflammation than fasting. That's why it's in all the old spiritual texts. Because they knew. These people weren't stupid, like we've been told. These people knew. They weren't no different to us, I bet.
Yeah.
We could argue we've got a bit more accumulative knowledge on certain, areas.
But that carries over into your old age. That's why people like in their 50s and 60s are in nursing homes, man. Like I'm like, dang, what? A long time ago, people used to be they used to be chopping wood in their 70s, man. Like now it's like those guys are like in their 50s and 60s, man, look like they need some help. They're in wheelchairs and because of like they've damaged themselves to the point of can't repair it anymore. So anyway, yeah, I've already made the disclaimer, so this has already been put out.
This is not medical advice, everybody.
Not medical advice, yeah. But inflammation is a real danger for everyone. It's not inflammation that everybody knows about, or should know anyway.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say it's the autoimmune is the plague of our times. I think that's fair to say.
And that's all across the board. Everybody agrees. And anybody that says inflammation is good, I think that's something that needs to get looked into. If you're advocating for inflammation, that's. At any rate, yep. No, we get some people that joined us. Welcome. We got Skim. How's it going?
Hello. I was listening to you. It's very interesting what you said at the end, and you had your conclusion with this anyway. It's not really anyway. It's a really problem when people in the earlier can chop wood and now they need help.
It's an issue, man. Inflammation is deadly. You know what? Yeah. I mean, that's the one thing I think everyone, doesn't matter what you're eating, can agree. It's like, you don't want that to happen to you.
Yeah, it's a real medicine. So.
But we're here today and we're talking about the shape of the earth. Of course, Skim, I don't think I've spoken to you before. What's your take on the whole topic? It looks like you're a flat earth, but.
Yeah.
Since I haven't, what brought you here to the flat earth?
Oh, to the channel, or to the subject?
Yeah, to the subject. Like, what got you into it? What was the?
Oh, my sister told me one time, and I was like a little bit hitting rock bottom in the life and receiving some punches just from just from my I'm going making big career and building this card house in my brain. And she told me one time, and I was already annoyed from her because she was thinking different and so on. And she told me one time, do you really believe there are 20,000 satellites all over us? And I was knowing what this is about, and I was trying to figure out what's the matter, and trying to help her and to convince her about the saint truth, the saint mindset. Yeah, and there was some time was spending on watching and researching and figuring out and trying to making math about, and seeing some videos. This was the beginning. And now now I see the world different, like all of you.
How long ago was that?
5 years ago, or maybe 4.
5 years ago. You've been here a minute.
I was here a minute. Yeah. What does it mean? Mickey?
It's a figure of speech that means that you've been here for a short time, like within the understanding that the Earth isn't a globe.
Yeah, this was my total journey beginning. Not with the channel. With the channel, I need a distraction. That's why I'm coming here.
Yeah, we usually tell people you can turn us on like a podcast and just have us on during your workday. If you're able to have us on during your workday, have people listening. It's always it's beneficial because I think even if you're listening to us and you have us on and other people hear the broadcast, they could be like, hey, what are you listening to? And then you can just turn it up and then they could start hearing what we're saying. Granted, there's not people in here arguing so that it gives a bad look. You're like, yeah, we got some awesome people in here though, Skim. People that have been, flat Earth for a little bit. So, yeah, but we want people to come into the Discord and have conversation with us. So. We got Chris in the morning. What's up, Chris? Are you in between classes, brother? What are you up to?
Just hanging out, guys. Oh, yeah, good morning.
Hanging out.
I'm just working on some side stuff. I don't teach mini classes. I'm kind of just like an adjunct professor, but still an actual professor, unlike Professor Dave.
Like Professor Dave. Yeah, where he's not one.
I substituted for a class.
He's a con man. And then here comes Bob like, hey, 8 inches per mile squared works. He's like, I agree with Dave. And Dave's like, well, then you're a con man. Come on. You can't be agree. That's one thing, man. Like if somebody's speaking so disagreeable about 8 inches per mile squared, and then you agree with that person and it just makes you look like a con man, like how can you agree with him? Like that's bad. Don't agree with somebody like take your stance and say, I disagree with that guy that says 8 inches per mile squared doesn't work. It does work. And
yeah, you think he'd take that stance.
That's what I thought he would have taken, but he didn't. He's like, Bob's like, no, he's all right. I agree with him. I'm like, then you're a con man according to the way you just described it. Because he doesn't agree with that. So
I agree with that. It doesn't work.
No, and the thing is that people will say, you flat earthers say 8 inches per mile squared. No, que you flat earthers que mis patas. No, it's not about us saying 8 inches per mile squared. That we're just pointing out the fact that that's what you guys have given us to, actually look into like what the shape of the earth is for a specific distance. We don't care. But what math are you going to use? Like, if that's not it. That wasn't like Professor Dave. He didn't give, or Dave Farina, if you guys want to call him. He didn't give you the replacement to 8 inches per mile squared. He just said if anybody's using this, then you're a con man. Then you should have said, well, what are you using then to measure your curvature? By the way,
9 inch.
9 inch.
Yeah.
It's smaller.
9 inches per mile squared.
I want bigger. Okay, 18.
Well, that's what they're saying, right? And the Adam Meakin was talking to us last night about what they were doing with their extending the Earth to fit the curvature, math and stuff. So it's like, well, now it's got to be a bigger ball. But they're redefining. Here's the funny part, right? They're redefining the cosmological paradigm of the globe. They're doing it within their little group. This only exists in their group. When you go out to the science communicators, they're like, nah, it's like, 8 inches per mile squared. So they're within their own head saying this. So I think at least Bob is on the side of the narrative. The other guys who are saying that you can't use it are the ones against that whole thing. But whatever. Or should we speak to the Ethereans? Last night, dude. What the hell are the Ethereans? That's the first time I heard that word. That was funny as hell. Who says that? Why are we labeling Ethereans? Come on, bro. Let's
Is
not
that for people who discuss the ether, or?
I guess it was the people, the ones who side with the ether are called it. But that was Arwen being Arwen. Let's just put it that way. And it got carried over to something that they started to say. But it's not. It's not anything. It's not. Nobody's labeled Ethereans. That's not the thing.
Yeah, who was that guy we had yesterday who was doing the schoolwork? And I guess he always turns Discord on when he's doing homework, I guess. But
contact binary balls.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, he is a second-year undergrad aerospace engineer. I said that's who he was, and at first he was like, "Oh no!" I was like, "Yeah, dude, I know who you are." I can remember when we had the conversation about you talking about a blackbird that actually is using curvature math and just has to dip its nose down. He was all in it, dude. He's all up in that.
I remember that. I remember that conversation too, because I looked it up. I was like, "Oh yeah, that's the blackbird." I couldn't remember for the life of me, and I looked it up. But yeah, he was supposed to come back with something.
Yeah, that was him. And he's like, "No, that's not it." I was like, "Yeah, bro." And then he was to my face or to the Discord, saying that wasn't him. I'm like, bro, come on, man. Just because you leave and then come back, you're not a whole nother person. We know who you are. We had a conversation with you.
That's the trouble with lying. You can't remember.
You can't remember, exactly. And so he did say the first time he talked to us that he's a third-year undergrad aerospace engineer. And then this time around, he's a second-year undergrad with only just being an engineer. He didn't say aerospace because I think now people are going to try to look him up or whatever, try to dox him. No one cares. I don't. You can say whoever you think you say you are, but whether or not you are is going to come out in the conversation. No, it's crazy. Yeah, the characters. But yeah, Contact Binary Balls was here yesterday. Does anybody know how long he stayed? Because I actually left during the time he was here. So
yeah, I think I did too. I guess I was on for maybe about 45 minutes at that time, so at least 45.
45 minutes?
But yeah, I got to actually he was brought in by the VC, and I think his name was Greg. he was pretty honest about the conversation. Basically just asked him the 3 points, and was pretty nice about it and everything like that. There was actually only a few of us, so a few of us were actually jumping on him, but it was like, because I just asked him, what are your thoughts on the moon landing? And he's like, well, it could have been faked, but probably not, and that just causes a ruckus in here. But he was absolutely honest, and that's all you can ask for. But he actually answers the 3 points with no, I don't know, no, I don't know, and no, I don't know. So it was a beautiful, just welcome to Flat Earth, man.
Yeah, it's honesty. I think that's the hardest thing. When they're not invested in the globe, it's easy for them to say that. They're like, yeah, whatever, I don't know. Like, it's not like, no, I do know. Then how do you know? You're like, well, we did it a long time ago, science, bruh. And you're like, that's not an answer. You're not just I can't qualify that as being something that you're going to have to go into detail, telling us the method and how is it actually established. And that's the thing.
Yeah. And, the answer really is, well, my teacher told me, right? Almost like that mathematician guy that we had, he was going for his PhD level. It's like, well, yeah, you're heavily invested in something that, honestly, if you took a look at, would probably make your job a little harder. But, I kind of tell other people this too, because, I meet other guys who have degrees in like, biology and, mostly like experimental theoretical science and things like that. And, they're heavily invested. So, I mean, they're just so deep in the pocket, right? That they feel like it's going to destroy what they already have. And I try and tell them, like, dude, you're the kind of person that could actually, because all that stuff it comes from somewhere and can be applied to actually help somebody. And, honestly, I think it could help Flat Earth, right? In terms of, writing these papers, make it overwhelming for the academic society, to not take over, but to start asking the right questions. And it starts with, the people that actually support it, right? That pyramid that it really is. But I don't know. It's got to change somewhere.
Yeah, it seems to me they've put a framework across the board, right across the board. If you look, there's a framework been put in place that kind of works, but it's not actually what's happening. And for me, I had a pretty good grasp of gravity. But let's face it, most people don't even look into that stuff. They don't look into the heliocentric model whatsoever. And I thought I had a pretty good understanding of this uneven distribution of mass. And I was happy for my ego in that respect, to sort of, hold. I thought I was, I'm holding court. Look at me. I know this stuff. Yeah. And so it was much, much worse than, for me, I thought, anyway, when this new information came around, and I just hand-waved it away. It was really painful. And I've described it as a kick in the balls. I had to lay down. I'm not even joking. I had to lay down. It was like, it physically hurt me. And so I think, now I describe it as the 5 stages of grief that people go through. And as Miggy rightly just said, the more invested you are in this globe, the worse it is. I know some people have just, Austin Whitsitt, I would put in this category. He seemed to take to it like a duck to water. Most people don't do that. I certainly didn't. So, yeah, because it becomes a part of your identity, doesn't it? Oh, yeah. And so it's almost like a death of sorts.
Yep. Yeah, I think depends. It just depends on what stage you are on when you hear the news about Flat Earth. Because you could be at the very first stage and last for years in denial, and then all of a sudden just skip to go through the other stages really fast. Or you could go through each stage individually, slowly. It doesn't, and some people just run through the whole process. No, it's different for everyone, right? Yeah, it took me like 2 weeks to go through the process completely.
2 weeks is nothing. That's like that's pretty amazing.
I was at first I was in denial, and I went researching everything, looking at like internet. I was talking to people like everywhere about it. Just having conversations at home, like everything, and then all of a sudden, after those 2 weeks, because it was grieving. I was in denial. I was upset. I was grieving, then accepting. Then it was just like over. It was over and done with, and then I had a resolve unlike no other. I was like, all right, since I'm here now, the whole way through, I'm just gonna be chopping heads off, like, metaphorically. I was gonna be like not letting anybody lie to anyone else anymore. Like, I was lied to, I'm not gonna be lied to anymore, and I'm not gonna let anyone lie to anyone else. So I had this projection of like how I was gonna go about it with, like, I was very zealous and passionate, but that was like quenched later in my walk, my path, because I started to realize how to do it. At first, you're coming at it just swinging wildly your sword, just like trying to take out anything in your path.
Yeah.
And then
definitely.
you learn how to speak and be able to adjust. You start to get more quenched, more honed, more, surgical, more precise. And then all of a sudden you just come out where it's no longer a fight, like it used to be. It just flows within you. It's just like flowing out. So that's the place where I think everybody, once they achieve that, it's like that inner peace, kind of like what you were saying, Andy, before. It's like once you achieve that it's no longer a struggle. It's like, it's a conversation you have with somebody. And if they struggle, you can empathize with them and like, yeah, I know why you're going through that. It's difficult.
Well, for me, that came way before Flat Earth. I, in fact, hand waved Flat Earth away for a couple of years. This is why I've said to Austin Whitsitt that I said to him literally I was 2 or 3 years after you, because I think I first saw it in 2015, and I was going through this existential crisis with alcohol and all that stuff, and that needed to be addressed. And the Flat Earth stuff on top of it was just too much. I couldn't deal with it. So it was probably 17, 18 or something like that before I came back to it and had a serious look at it. And then it was probably another year after that where I really looked into it and started listening to Nathan Oakley's channel on a regular basis. And that's when I realized, I heard QE on there a few times. And I came in here and personally thanked QE for teaching me what science is, and more importantly, what science is not.
It's not, yeah.
I'm a bit pissed at him a little bit for his treatment to Austin Whitsitt. I will say that, because I don't think that was necessary. Don't get us into a good place. But I do owe him a debt. And I mean that, because this new religion, of course they'll never call it that. That's what it is, science. That's what the new religion is. It's science.
Scientism.
You need to see that. They're putting this label on everything.
Now they
but
want
science
to
has
trust it.
Yeah. Yes, Chris. Yes, exactly. But science is an investigation into the physical and natural world to establish a cause and an effect.
Right.
It has a very specific definition. So that's why I came in to thank QE.
Yeah,
and I meant it.
He's a different breed, Andy. He's a different breed. A lot of people. I've been good friends with him for a while, but it's because I guess they don't see where he's coming from. I think most of the times is like we live life going through it and showing people our perspective, but we don't often understand other people's perspective and what he's coming from. He's an educator, or was, I should say. He still is. I think, in my opinion, he still is an educator. But coming from that background, things have to make sense on a certain level with him, and the way he's like proposing these things for all of us. He's not just doing it for his own benefit, because then Andy, you wouldn't have got anything from that. He's doing it from a perspective of like, we're either going to be talking about truth that can be quantified, or we're just going to be talking about ideas and thoughts and imaginations. And he hates pseudoscience with a passion. So he has a burning desire for like not suffering fools. If you can get what I'm saying. Like he doesn't, if it's something that can't be like put in a way that we can get to the point of putting it under a microscope, let's say, or really identifying these things, then you're going to be cut to the quick, you know? And a lot of people don't like that. They like to have their ideas and their theology and their theories. Do you know what I mean? Like that's, a lot of people come from that and they don't want that taken away. So if they're proposing what something could be, not what something is, they don't want that taken away from them. And he does. He's like rips it away like, no, it's not that. Why are you looking at something that you're going to lead people down a path where they're going to be questioning more questions? And a lot of people start to fall for the idea that, yeah, that's what science is. It's us throwing these ideas and seeing what works and just keep working at this thing that we think could be the answer. But he's more on the side of like, you can't work with these things, this, and then come up with an answer.
Well, yeah, I've said this on here before I listened to Nathan Oakley's show, I never even thought about gas pressure. It never even occurred to me. I've been on a few planes, whatever, half a dozen, not too many times. I've been on a plane a few times. And I understood, I think, yes, I did, that my ears were popping because it was something to do with pressure. That's about it. It never occurred to me that the outside pressure was trying to equalize with the inside pressure of the plane. And I realize how ridiculous that sounds, but that's how most of us are. We go through this world and we get on a plane and we just think, we don't think about it whatsoever. You get in your car and you have no idea that there's, explosions happening. Well, if you drive an ice car, anyway. We just don't think about how these things work. We just get on with it, and we're in his own little bubble of things that interest us. So, yeah, I love that about that, and it helped me, that show, because they do the housekeeping questions, and I'm not the sharpest tool in box, and so I feel as if I need telling a lot. I need something telling 50 times before it might sink in. I don't know if you're like this at home listening or wherever you are. I need something explaining a lot, and that show really drills it in, really sort of says, they go over the same thing a lot. And it's like a crash course, really. And so I really appreciated that. I needed that.
It's learning, isn't it? You have to unlearn the thing.
Yeah, you have to unlearn a lot of stuff as well. Yes.
And you might have to ask the question multiple times. Wait a minute, that's not how I understand this. Why isn't it working like the way and you keep confronted with like what's actually true, and you can actually demonstrate. And then it takes time for you to get, oh, okay, I get it now. Like this is how it works. And then you start to, and then once you get it, it functions in your mind as like you can explain it to somebody else. Just like with the equilibrium that's happening with the pressure in your inner ear to the pressure outside, how it tries to equalize, and sometimes you hear the popping. So you don't think about it, it's something that you experience, but hey, we got some people right now. Who is Ethereum Nostines? Who's that guy? Ethereum Nostines, are you there? Who's that? I'm on my treadmill. I can't get to my. Oh, we don't hear you, bud. You got your. Plus, I don't know who you are, so you could be somebody I know, or maybe not.
Yeah, it doesn't ring a bell, but I mean, it's 24/7 hit, man.
Oh, the Django.
All right. I'm back. What I miss? Scott, what? Any capers tried to be pulled? Any evidence come walking in the front door? What do we got?
Not much.
We need some people that think the Earth is a globe. How many people do we got listening right now? 20? That's all right. Come on in. Let's talk about the shape of the Earth or not. It's up to you guys. Big ups to everybody in the YouTube live stream. Text chat. Multi Tom, what's up, man? Flurf Williams is there again. Again.
Having that cup
Bob
of
the
Joe.
Science Guy was in there earlier. His name was Research Flat Moon. David Roy, what's up, David? We got the Iowan trifecta going on. David, Julius, myself. It's getting colder, David. You better bundle up, man. That cold weather's gonna hit us today. See ya, Cuddy.
Yeah, I would disagree with Flurf on that. I don't see how Flat Earth is religious at all. It's like, hey man, you're here. Religious. I mean, that doesn't make sense.
Chris, we don't hear you, bud. You're coming in super low.
Oh, my bad.
That almost sounds like one of those stories you would read, like in the library. You pick out, hey, a Hispanic in Iowa. What does this mean? I like one of the things I like is how Kiwi would say when he would get frustrated with somebody like not getting to the point, and they would speak of something that's super irrelevant to the topic. He's like, well, I think we should then talk about the plight of the American Indian. Like, I was like, dude, he's so freaking wild, man. This guy. I was like, damn. Like, you know what? Have you ever heard him say that? Like when somebody's speaking irrelevant topics when he's talking to them?
Well, you know, it's funny. I've not seen QE for a while around these parts, and I know he's doing his show on YouTube still, but I was going to suggest to him that he takes a year off because I think he's talked to too many double speakers, and I think it's had an effect. And it's almost like when I'd listened to him, and he'd you know, cut somebody from nape to chop, if you will. I was just thinking, God, he sounds like he needs some time off from this shit.
Yeah, it's a bit. No, but I mean,
And come back fighting fresh, Miggy. You know, that's what I meant.
No, there was a time period where I was like, I used to live for the arena, because all these ideas that you guys hear of, like that are already here in the server, I would kind of construct them to be like, do you guys have you ever heard of the 24/7 Flat Earth Arena that we used to have here on 24/7 Discord?
No, I heard it were popping though. I heard it were really busy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, those were good times.
Yeah, Chris V knows what I'm talking about. I had a show that was called the 24/7 Flat Earth Arena. We had gladiators and Spartans. The Spartans were us, of course, because we're like the 300. You know, it doesn't matter what Persia comes at us with. We're still going to be able to fight as the biggest armies that they have. They can come.
Oh, I love that analogy.
Right, and I would often reference like the movie 300 because of the fact it's like once you come to the truth, that's all you stand on. And when you talk to the people who are like the globe Earth proponents, you know, you ask them like, what is your profession? And they're like, well, I'm a aerospace engineer. You know, I'm a teacher, I'm this and that, and then I would, then turn to the audience, like the flat earthers. Spartans, what is your profession? How? Like that's because we stand on truth. That we don't need the flair of the world. The truth is all we need. So it's like that's kind of like the soldier mentality. The warrior. And so to me, it was like a symbol of virility. Like we stand with like the truth, and the truth is our sword. We don't need like special tags or names. We stand together as one, we fight as one, and we are stronger than any army. Like, so that's the whole mentality behind it was we got some Duggins, the ones that were on the opposing side, who were the worst sophists you could possibly imagine on the face of the earth. Dean was one of them. We had Jim Panda. I'm gonna go through a few of those guys, right? Kosho was in there in the mix. We had Zanuck a part of it. There's a few names that I probably can't think of at the moment, but there was a bit more, and the list was growing. But yet we were strong, man. I'm telling you, when we would have the arena, I mean, from top to bottom, from the most academic to the most common, we were standing in like every single thing. It was amazing at that point. And I saw it was a transitioning period for us, to where we're at today. And that's the reason why, like, when I get on here, like, there isn't anything that anyone can have. It doesn't matter what mentality they have as to like how they're going to present the globe earth, there's nothing I fear. Like I dive headfirst into every conversation because I already know the truth is with me. So, like if you were there at that time, you know what I mean? Like the way it used to get super heated, and it was like 18 and over conversations that we're having, bad language and everything was flying, but it was like, everything was to a point, and it was 2-on-2. It was crazy. It was certainly nothing of what we're doing at the moment in this particular forum right now.
It's like that over in Earth Awakenings right now. It's kind of like that. The one time I went over there and visited, felt like super heated all the time.
See, old dude is part of the old war. He remembers that. Like that's, we were cut from that specific cloth, but like now it's the raising up of the people that are coming from, just all different types, and like everybody's feels different about it, and they don't want to see that happening. So I'm not gonna lie to you. There's times where you have to stand together as one and combat this this evil force that's like over people's minds. Like it's got a hold of them so strongly, and the world needs to see that. And the demonstration of like the truth overcoming that is them not able to move us. When they can't move none of us, and we're all speaking as one, they can't. There's nothing they can do. Like, yeah.
Thanks for standing on that, by the way.
Mad about it. Go ahead, Gizmo.
Thank you. I'll just say thank you to all y'all that stood on that. Y'all gave me a place to come.
So.
Yeah, I just remember Vlad and Crack Bill and just tearing people a new one.
Yep. And I'm glad it was a great time period we had doing that. Some people actually wanted to come back. They wanted to come back, but I think it's more of a now what it's turned into more of like a showmanship and stuff versus like it being a bad. Because at the time, it was like the Adam Meekin said it in a way that kind of made some sense. It was like the feast of the something. He used a term. What was it? It was a time like a few years. I would say it was just like really, really. Like we were fighting against the Duggins, the anti-flat earthers, the sophists, the cunning, the craftiness, we had to like be just as like standoffish, if not more.
I think the big thing with any trailblazer is they have to make space, right? There's no space that exists. You have to go in, carve your space, break it in, and I mean now that you guys have created that space, the rest of us are coming through as backup,
yes.
But That space that's initially created, that snowplow that goes through, you're thankful for that snowplow. Without that snowplow, you'd be at your ass be in the ditch.
Yes. You'd have Kosho still in here. You'd have Xanax still in here. And now they don't come in here.
Dude, I'll use. I just want to say I'll use the World War II observation. You know, like the war was fought over in Europe and Africa and all that. And in order for the U.S. to even get over there, they had to clear the beach. You know, so that's what y'all did. Y'all cleared the beach, gave us room to land.
Essentially, if you guys are saying exactly the way I perceived it, like in the sense of what I can see it now. So QE was the tip of the spear, and we fought beside him, and it was glorious. Like, and I make it sound like it's a battle, but it's a spiritual battle. And that's why I think like to me he's a brother. Like and people can talk bad about him. They can say he's this, he's that, he's an evil, he's whatever they say he is, dude. I would tell you any time of the day, I'd fight beside him.
Yep.
Any time of the day. Old dude, like any one of these guys, like I could do battle with them because I know where they stand. I don't ever think of like whether or not they agree or disagree with me because we're fighting the same. It's the same thing. Well, if somebody's wishy-washy, I can't stand with them. Like they're not somebody I would rather do that battle with than somebody who's just like second guessing.
99.9999999. No, thank you. We need.
No, we could be friends.
Here.
Like we could be friends. We could, I could. Hey, if you're 99.9% sure the Earth is flat, like we can. It's cool. I'm not gonna hold anything against you. And when the chips are down and it's like time to, really do battle, like I couldn't stand beside you because you could waver and then turn against me. Right. So.
Yeah, Miggy, I was just going to say, gorging at the feast of nonsense is the phrase you were looking for.
Thank you.
And I think we all, well, I certainly did. I had my fair share. I've been down every rabbit hole that you can ever imagine. And, this is why I really appreciate that AWAR guy, because he made this, I sent you a video, Miggy. He made this whole thing where they've done a sort of 180 on the old Tartaria thing, and I really appreciate that because they've literally debunking the debunkers. It's so good. That's integrity, and integrity is disappearing from this realm, and so I love that. And I often talk about Owen Benjamin. I talk about him for a few reasons. He might be this, he might be that, he might be a shill. I don't know. I don't care. His message is a good one, and that's local, small, grow your own food, a hill to grow on, not a hill to die on. These things he says, these are good. And I often talk about him because it really exposes people. It exposes the people who are sort of at a higher level, and it exposes the normies that get triggered by language, basic words that I'm not going to repeat here, but I think everybody's getting it. So I like I call him a shit test. He's a brilliant shit test.
Yeah.
I use him all the time. I always promote Owen Benjamin because like I say, that message is a good one.
Yeah, so I you guys got me nostalgic, man. I'm thinking of those days where we'd be like, we'd come in, it was like Friday night fights, bro. It was a highlight. Everybody was here. We had hundreds of people watching on the live stream. It was nuts. It was nuts.
Black Club.
It was nuts.
Sir, they have us all surrounded. Good, we can shoot in all directions.
Yeah. They would last. It would be 4-on-4. It lasts hours, man, hours. So, yeah, it's you never forget, how it became the movement actually was. But like to your point, Andy, like there's some people that would advocate for flat Earth and such that were at the beginning. They didn't go through the process that we did. They had it more of a mainstream. There's different paths everybody was on, right? 24/7. We went through the process. We went through the whole phases of when it first came out. everybody standing on different ideas. The Pac-Man theory, the AE, azimuthal equidistant projection, Gleason's, like everybody had their idea of what flat Earth was, how we were presenting it. And then we started to actually figure out who were the ones that were actually speaking truth, gathering those groups of people from the ones that were actually, because it was when it first came out, everything was just everything. You didn't, there was so much information coming at you. And so everybody started to fall in categories. And then you got the people that thought, of course, the ether and all, like everybody was like everywhere. So then you started to realize, who are the people that actually doing demonstrations? Who are the ones that were sticking to the truth? Who weren't the ones that were saying, like, standing on the solid claims that the moon is, the map of the earth, and just stuff like that. You were kind of getting away from stuff that you couldn't verify, and then just boiling it down to the ones that would just stand with demonstratable, repeatable, testable, information. And then that's the ones that you see, the remnant of those are the ones that are like now saying, well, I once was with Mark Sargent when we first started, but I outgrew that. Like you can glean stuff off of him. You can glean stuff off of him. I'm not saying you can't, but for the most part, if you stay there, you'll stay stuck in the past where we advanced so far beyond what he's saying that we don't use a snow globe to tell people about the shape of the earth. We don't do that. Nobody should, because reality interprets itself. You can tell somebody to go outside and do some field tests. That's how you bring them to the knowledge of what reality is. When I show them a concept, then I'm telling them to look at the concept. And that's not what we're supposed to be doing here. No AE maps are needed. You know what I'm saying? Like this is the truth of how you're supposed to convey the truth to them. But we started to realize who those people were. So we started getting away from like the Eric DeBays and the Mark Sargents and the, you know what I mean? Antonio Subrats, rest in peace. Like those people, like we were now starting to feel who we were in the truth community. And now it's like, it was a long process. So to get people of the same mind and the same accord, you have to like speak like what is real, what is truth, and they're still shaping to do. Like this community is still being reformed and shaped, and we want people to be standing on solid ground, not like, well, what did you just say, Brian? What was that claim you said? Is that verified? Like ice ring, like superfluid helium, sealing, all that stuff. Like these ideas are not founded in something that we could all say that it's the truth. These are speculations. So, if you can see where I'm going, that's why we're being like brought to a place where now we're agreeing with each other because we're fighting as one again.
Am I coming through clearly? I'm not on my headset. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we heard you.
No, I agree with you 100% on all of those like theoretical things. Just as an argumentative thing to help other people kind of understand too, though, like those are all theories, like superfluid and incoherent electrostatic acceleration and all that stuff. And it's no different than the theory of gravity. And I just wanted to make that clear for anybody out there listening that's new or whatever. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, but those things that when we talk about them, because people see things that could lead to that, and any way that they think about it, they get upset because they've been looking into those things. So they're like, well, no, I see there's evidence to lead to this point, to give me this thing. And so what we're saying, though, is that there hasn't been evidence to solidify them in what we can say, testable, repeatable science with, empirical evidence and such. You can't get there. So we're not able to say that. You can however, you can speculate. It's not like, and I always say, get into a conversation. If you want to talk about these things, and just speculate the heck out of it, say like, yeah, I think this could be a thing. But if we're not there, we can't bring it into a discussion of like an intellectual debate. Like it's not going to be able to be, if you're trying to argue from that stance, and then the end of that, of all of what you're saying is like, there's so much evidence, but we don't know for sure. It's like, well, then you don't know. Like that's the end of it. It's more of like, you see what I mean?
It's the QE argument, quantum eraser argument. Like, oh, you're going to talk about gravity? Okay, so we're talking about theories now? Okay, we can talk about theories. Like, that's how it is for me when I go into a conversation. Like, I'm all factual based, but then when you start, like, when you're stuck on gravity, it's like, all right, let's talk about theories then, because there's other theories out there. Just because that theory is provided by the mainstream and that's the push, doesn't mean it's right. And so that's the kind of I'll give on somebody is like, look into other theories. Don't just say gravity and that's it. There's other theories out there to explain a lot of different things. There's no evidence to support that in a sense of like 100%. We know this without any kind of there's nothing. We know this 100% without a fact. We can't prove that. You can't manipulate the variable. You can't isolate that or anything like that. So the independent variable. So it's just something I just wanted to kind of like, for me, that's how I do my arguments, whatever. Like when I'm having a discussion, like let's talk about facts. And then when you get hung up on like all these other theories, it's like, well, then you want to talk about theories. Here's some other theories. And then it just gives them something else. It, plants that seed. So go look at other things out there instead of just being stuck on like what it is that we, I don't know, like the way our schools are. We're not allowed to think about anything. That was my rant. Done. Hello.
Yeah, it's been a journey, man, for sure. $30 people watching in the live stream. What's up, everybody? Thank you for tuning in to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Got a lot of stuff today. Maybe somebody wants to jump in and have a conversation with us. Go ahead. Click the link. Nightbot's got it. You're going to just click that link. Come on in here. Let's talk.
Yeah, I just want to quickly mention Brian's logic on, because I talked a little bit about Nathan Oakley's show, and when I first started listening, Brian was my least favorite of the panel, and the more I listened, quickly he became my favorite person on that panel. I think what you like about Nathan, yes, at times he sounds like an anti-flat earther, unfortunately, but he is clever enough to surround himself with an excellent panel. And I love Flat Earth Solar. I wish he'd be on the show a bit more. I hadn't listened to the show since all that stuff with Austin Whitsitt, unfortunately. But I love Brian because I had some of my own baggage about Irish people, because I used to go out with an Irish girl and she was a bit nuts. And so I heard Brian's voice and I was like, oh God, this Irish person, what's he going to do? And then the more I started to listen, the more I realized Brian's like really good. He's almost childlike, but he's got a fantastic mind. And they had this discussion once where they were talking about God and what it might be and this, that, and the other, as we tend to do. And Brian had his own thing. It was very odd and awesome at the same time. I can't remember that. I'll ruin it to try and say what he said. I think it was something along the lines of like God was the man or something, and the devil was the female aspect of this situation. And it was kind of interesting. I didn't agree with it, but that's not the point. The point is, even in this matter, which some of the greatest minds of this realm have tried to tackle, he had his own take on it. He was trying to figure this stuff out for himself, and that's what I appreciated about him. And so he quickly became my favourite member of that panel, just because the way his mind worked. He just looked at things slightly differently. And I love that, because that's what we need. We need some right brain thinking, you know? I'm sick of listening to these left brain people me and Tim sometimes talk about that on GeoServer. when the Globers come in, and yes, they're brilliant with the Globe rhetoric, but there's nothing that they say that I couldn't Google and it'd be the top result. I'm not interested in that. I want to listen to some outside of the box thinking sometimes when I'm in that mood. And so that's why I said to you before, Miggy, that's why I come here and appreciate the way Miggy does things, because it's done a certain way. It's kept very simple. The moderation is, you don't get this moderation over there, certainly. I remember talking to my brother about this when I first joined Discord, and I'm like, there can be like 30 people talking, and he's like, what? That can't possibly work. And I'm like, well, they have moderation. They have mods that come in and, they try and organize it and try and make it so it's listenable.
I'm usually the bad guy at that point, Andy. Like there was one time where I had to interrupt a lot of flat earthers because they were speaking to, the one guy in here, Dean, and because the guy's triggering, right? So I'm like, I have to put the pause on the flat earthers, and they're like, okay, if you want me to be quiet, just tell me. It's like, dude, I have to say that. Otherwise, it becomes unlistenable, like to the rest of the people. So it's like, I don't want to be that guy, I don't. But how else can I police, what's happening here if nobody's respecting the back and forth, Because obviously, like if let's just, for example, Andy, you're talking to somebody and you're on a point, and somebody's like, yeah, but somebody jumps in and is like, yeah, but you didn't answer the question about gravity, so let's go to that real quick. And it's like, you can't do that. Like the guy was having a conversation with him, and you're taking him away from that too, So that, I become the bad guy. It's like, now I'm against that flat earther who wanted to come in. It's like, that's not, it is what it is. I know that's what I have to do, but it's like being that bad guy, sometimes I have to wear that hat. But
are we here for the personalities, or are we here for the conversation? Know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But like, again, and I'm putting that statement forward to consider, or that question to consider. A lot of people get offended when you're having a conversation because they're trying to interject their ideas, whatever, be identified even in the realm of the conversation itself. Just like, I just want to be heard, right? But that on its face actually detracts from the conversation, because we are all here collected for the conversation, not the people engaged in the conversation.
That's true. That's definitely, yeah. Mostly, I agree with that. But I was just thinking about characters, though. I kind of like characters, and when back in the day, when I was a kid, it was nothing but characters. Everywhere you looked, there was very strong characters in every walk. Especially on TV. Oh my god! But now they're molding everyone into this, shade of grey. Have you noticed that?
Soy boys.
There's no characters anymore. Where have they all gone?
Nobody knows how to stand up for. They don't know. Okay, so when they come in here, nobody's standing on 10 toes anymore. No one. Not even like there's flat earthers and globe earthers not standing on 10. Everybody's afraid to speak what they, because I usually have to coax it out of them. You can hear it when I'm saying it's okay. You can tell me what you. No one's gonna jump on your back. Just say that you think the Earth is. We're now at that point. It's like, okay, I could say that I think the Earth is a globe. No one's gonna jump on. It's like, before it used to be like, yeah, globe. The Earth is a globe, and so somebody got something like they. Now it's like society has just made you feel like you can't even say anything. Yeah. Oh,
as soon as anybody does, as soon as somebody does say something, what happens? They get cancelled. Cancelled.
That's a sign of it. That's a sign of an abused animal, right? You're afraid to speak out. You're afraid to say anything with your chest because you're afraid of the backlash, and that's not a good way to live. It's
not a good thing, yeah.
It's not good, man. It robs you. It robs you of your essence of thinking. It robs you of your essence of being. You start second guessing yourself, and you become weak. You become weak. It's
just not a good place to be. I mean, it really isn't.
Yeah, it's another good reason to promote Owen Benjamin because, I get it. It's not everyone's cup of tea. He's a bit of a clown at times. I mean, that's what you need to realize. If you watch, Owen Benjamin, you need to realize, first and foremost, he is a comedian. That is his job.
I thought you were about to say he is a clown.
Yeah.
But see, the thing is, like, he speaks unapologetically. You should live
Yes.
your life that way, unapologetically.
Yes.
And when you're that way, people are drawn to you, and you're just like, well, it's good for somebody to be like that. I just couldn't be like that, but it's good for somebody. You know, it's, you see the contradiction. It's like you see the value in it. At the same time, you can't place yourself in that role, because once you do, then you because like him, he gets backlash all the time from people that hate him for who he is. He doesn't care. He's like, so what? And you know, life goes on, right? Like, but that's the thing. People aren't living that kind of unapologetic life. They're living cowering to whatever somebody else thinks about them, and they're in the shadows. They're never outspoken. They're never like, hey, you know what? You can have what you. That's what you think. You know, the kind of thing. They don't. There's no. And I've seen that. It's like a lot more people. That's why to me, it's like, hey, if that's what you feel, say it. Don't worry about what the other. They're gonna have their way they feel no matter what. Not just to you, but to anybody else like that doesn't think like them. So it's okay.
Yeah, really well said that, Miggy, and I appreciate that, because you see this system pushing people into this bloody nothing, you know, grey. Yeah. This is neither an here or there, and it's frustrating a little bit, because you know, you look at I've got a lot of nieces and nephews, and they just stuck to the phone, and you can't really speak to them. You try, I mean, I try, but I'm just like, I say a thing, and then they're just like, and they don't really even acknowledge your presence. And then I'm like, great conversation, nice talking with you. And then I just keep, and it's like, you know, I once said to them about this. You know, you hear all these headlines all the time about, I don't know, Elon Musk, the actor Elon Musk, by the way. He wants to put this chip in your brain or whatever it was. You know, truth is, we go back with that shit to 90s.
Yep.
But you know, I talk to these guys about it, and they're like, "Oh, I can't wait for that." they can't wait to get the chip in the brain.
Hey, if anybody can hear my voice right now, click on my profile, look at the picture that I have up on there. I dug in my archives, and I found a picture that somebody made for me one time, and I started laughing yesterday, so I used it now as my profile picture for my. It's pretty funny. I could actually put it on Livestream Voice 6 for those that can't see it.
That's your same old profile pic, right?
Watch. Hang on. Livestream Voice 6.
Yeah. Oh, you have the background.
No, no, that's not me though. But yeah, I forgot who made it for me. Somebody had made it for me, and there,
Awesome.
I was cracking up, man, when they showed it, because they were like, "Hey, I got a good meme for you." And they showed me the meme. I was like, "Shit." Stuff is it's just it's crazy, man. Like, you know, you see yourself like when you first started. So I don't know, man. I want to live life like loving life, doing everything I want, like, you know, and it doesn't matter about money. Like, you just be friendly, be kind, be humble, be all the good virtues that it is in life to, you know what I mean? I just want to be that, you know. Every day kind of reshape myself, reset, refocus.
Better than yesterday.
Yeah.
Better.
Yeah, everybody wants that chip, don't they? Cuddy. They want to be plugged in.
Yeah, I don't think they quite looking at the full picture, and I don't think they want to either. They're not interested in that.
So you want to live on a computer program that usually needs updates, that probably has viruses. Like all the bad things that could happen.
Yeah, I suspect it'll start with glasses. Although I imagine that's already happening. I really don't keep up with tech, to be honest. I'm a technophobe, so I don't know. The fact that I got on here is a miracle. and boy, when I first looked at Discord, God, now it's all really intuitive and I love it. But when I first looked at it, I thought, God, there's so many buttons, there's so many things to look at. So yeah, I really like Discord, and I often recommend it to people, and they're like, "What, Discord? I've got an account, but I never use it." And I'm like, "Oh, okay." So I think it's more of a gaming sort of situation. I think most people see it that way. But yes, please, anyone, come and tell me about the globe. Come and show me your proofs. Show me the evidence.
Well, I had take a moment to speak about my little experience I had this morning. I was on the treadmill in my gym at about 10 after, quarter after 7 this morning, and another gentleman was on a treadmill beside me, and we're both facing the western sky, and the moon is visible in the western sky. So we weren't talking to each other or anything, but we're both looking in the same direction. And I waved at him because we both had headphones in, and I said, "Do you see that?" And he looked up in the sky and he said, "What?" And I said, "Look really closely. The moon's. Do you see the moon?" He said, "Holy smokes, yes, there it is." I said, "How is this possible if the sun is rising behind us?" Because the sun at that time was rising behind us in the eastern sky. And I wasn't leading with anything other than just taking the observation and putting it forward to be observed. Obviously, opening the door to conversation with a stranger. But it was around the basis of an observation. So I take these. I don't know how that would be possible if we're on a globe. I still don't understand the geometry of it specifically. But it really stonewalls my understanding of, or my observations of flat.
Have you heard about refraction?
So that's the issue, right? Is that the Glober's explanation is that the moon, and I appreciate you asking that question, Tim. The Glober's explanation is that refraction is the reason that the moon is located above the horizon, when in fact it's actually below the horizon. Refraction is just moving it up. The issue that I have with that is it was approximately 10 degrees Celsius. There's no humidity. There was a few clouds in the sky. So I couldn't pin anything on refraction actually being present because of the quality of the air. So I took refraction and threw it out like I threw out refraction. So if there's any other explanations as to why this is possibly happening, and this goes out to anybody even listening on the live stream. And this has happened for 3 straight mornings consistent. Got the sun on one side, and I got the moon on the other. Uploading it now. Sorry, 33 megs. Holy crap. I did the exact same thing yesterday, got the exact same result. How is this possible on a globe? Somebody tell me.
I mean, when they account for refraction, it's like it's just this overall arcing term, but did they ever actually use more exact calculation with it?
I have no idea. But it's 2 separate mornings, and it's... Oh, sorry, break it.
Okay, go ahead.
Nice, break it up, dude. There. But it's again, it's two different two different mornings, 24 hours apart. I saw the moon rise out of the eastern sky last night at approximately. I spotted it at about 8 o'clock. Yeah, 8 p.m. Eastern. And I can't say I tracked it, but based on the location that it rose from, and then spotting it this morning when I saw it, I don't see when it was able to disappear beyond a horizon. It's always been there the entire time. So I don't see how refraction can relocate it. Yeah, Chris, 24 hours apart. I was on a mission this morning.
Hey, am I still sounding like a robot?
No, you're coming through. Just talk strong through here. I see your light lighting up. Nothing's coming through.
I just noticed that I had a 24/7 Flat Earth Arena on Facebook account that's been open for 4 years, and there's pending posts there. I started it that long ago. I just looked at my Facebook. And some of you guys can actually, if you have Facebook, you can join that group. I'll approve it.
Nah, Cuddy, the moon's in both pictures, dude. That's just it. If you look at both pictures, the sun's on the left-hand side and the moon's on the right-hand side.
Hey, Kyle, there's a lady that's in that group right now that was putting some Spanish information for La Tierra Plana. So in case you wanted to join that group, you can do so.
So, Miggy, what's the explanation for that picture, man? What do you think?
What?
The sun and the moon.
The explanation for it?
Yeah, I mean, if a glober was to see that, their explanation for that is refraction.
They'll use the Earth in a way that it's like. Here's the thing that hasn't been spoken of too much. You don't hear, like Earth shine, otherwise known as Earth light, is being reflected off the Earth and bounced onto the moon. There's a lot of stuff, man. Things that we talk about and some things that we haven't discussed. So they'll come up, like the ones who actually know more about the globe will tell you how that can be possible.
I'm going to be shopping that picture like a mug today. I need answers,
I've
man.
heard of explanations, but you probably need to hear the. Like I know what they would say. It's totally possible with angles, and they're gonna draw things on a piece of paper and make it sound like it can happen, but it can't.
Got a little music intermission for us.
COVID.
Oh no. No.
Definitely COVID. Definitely 911.
Shit. Sorry. Jeez. Wrong link, guys. I'm so sorry. Shit. So sorry. Oh my gosh.
I liked it.
Nah, well, I'm not going there again. I got some feel good music, man.
Open the scene, humankind panics from a dying planet. Try to understand it. They say thunderbirds fly to preserve our skies, and geoengineers lie. They deserve to die. They deserve to die.
The air that you breathe, indigo breeze, throw a flare and light it. Spread the ashes all around you. You holding the key, know what you believe. Don't inhale all the cold air. Let it drift around your body.
How could life not be real? Running over the rolling hills, rolling around in lush green fields. It's just a reminder that every day the sun rises, and every new mama kama look into a blue iris. There she is, Delilah, seductive yet so silent, with whispers of inspiration from the valley of the faceless. A gift for all human races, surface to air, air to ground, across firmament, wherever my love is allowed. Stand up to command, hate to stand down. Not much left in the sandblast now. I'm just a man, learning not to trust the lies that I'm just beginning to understand. I feel betrayed and I don't know what to say. It all changed when the sky turned gray.
Indigo breeze, throw a flare and light it. Spread the ashes all around you. You holding the key, know what you believe. Don't inhale all the cold air. Let it drift around your body.
Orders brackish from unpaid Mad Max taxes. Jet planes make multiple passes. Suffering from thunderstorm asthma, just grabbing. This is madness, follow the white rabbit. Down the hole, can barely hear the sound of my soul. It's so cold, where did the sun go? Standing up Mount Fuji, cannabis. Can you see me through the crazy chemtrail graffiti?
Some argue the earth is flat. It's a scientific fact. The fake news debates to distract me while we hold our throats, cough and choke. Chemical smoke, we still think chemtrails is a hoax. The human race reduced to cockroaches. They run from Lord Vader as he approaches. They poison our air, land, and oceans with submicronal global aerosols. I told you.
Spread the ashes all around you. You holding the key, know what you believe. Don't inhale all the cold air. Let it drift around your body. Rise up high and fly. Let it drift around your body. Rise up high and fly. Let all cries go all around me. Rise up high and fly. Let it drift around your body. Rise up high and fly. Let all cries go all around me. Let it drift around your body.
They took my blue skies away. It's like the whole planet died that day. Humans become breathing semiconductors, weapons of mass respiratory destruction. Sky captain snuffing out the masses through stereolithographics. The atmospheric enabler, biometric vapors cut through your lung tissue like razors, sharp lightsabers cut through wafers of a deeply satanic nature. It's the will of Lord Vader. Deactivated T-cell receptors, deprivation of clean oxygen is a weapon. Question: how can you live if you can't breathe? And where will you go if they ever succeed? Technology nano, crops can't grow from extreme drought to sandstorms and vast snow. Surface acoustic spray, chemical aggregate saturates every God-given breath we take. I didn't before, but now I can see the evil they put in the air we breathe.
Indigo breeze.
Nice, very nice, very nice.
I think I threw the. Did I put the link in there? Here is the link if anybody's looking for that track. Any requests? Anything you guys want to hear? Further music, debate pieces? I am just looking around. Feel free to post up suggestions. Anyone with bot control, feel free to hop in and play some.
I think I lit a fuse. Embryos and food, feed them in the school every day at noon. Police still abused, fetos get excused, flowers still in bloom. Politicians lie, chemtrails in the sky, clones report the news. Clones report the news, slow out in your water, babies get the needle for that lethal wound. Zombies in the room, zombies in the tomb. Elephant, what elephant in the motherfucking room? Bones gon' turn to oil, bones gon' turn to oil, nigga. Bones gon' turn to oil. Bones gon' turn to oil, bones gon' turn to oil, nigga. Bones gon' turn to oil. Bones gon' turn to oil, bones gon' turn to oil, nigga. Bones gon' turn to oil. Bones gon' turn to oil, bones gon' turn to oil, nigga. Bones gon' turn to oil. Yeah, I'm the creator, the operator, and the destroyer, motherfucker. I'm the bait, the hostage, and the ransom, motherfucker. Who the fuck got a problem with Bobby Ray? Since when we give a fuck what a lunatic got to say? Mr. Potato Head and she'll not behave. Quit sucking each other off and debate with Eric Dubé. Debate with C. Freeman L. and Dr. Eileen Bay. Don't know about you, but my ancestors was never slaves. If I had $1 for every agent they sent my way, then I'd have enough money to send a rocket to space. And get some of that head gel them NASA hoes be using to have some pretty nice waves. Yeah, I cut my phone off and I lay low. Cause most these truther pages on a payroll. I'm not your leader, so don't follow me. Follow your own mind and your own mythology. Cause if your mind ain't your own, it's somebody else's property. So why they mocking me? Hey, you should
An area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being.
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity too. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say does it so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. No. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Goes down and make a fly like Earth. And that's all I got, man. How do you like it?
Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it?
Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it.
Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Globers! Globers! Hey, you like that, man?
Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
An area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being.
Since late 2014, one of the biggest things I've heard, the earth is flat. Why don't you find the edge and fall off? Why don't you make up an expedition and gather people and go find the edge and take a picture of the edge? Well, my response is, can you fall off the edge of a lake, a pond, an ocean? Let's see if you have any imagination left in that brain of yours. And pretend this is all the water in the world. This is the 71% covered earth-filled pond. All the water of the world. So let's just say this is trillions upon trillions upon trillions of gallons. You've got the continents, the islands in the middle. In the center where all compasses point, you can circumnavigate, circle the lake or the pond left or right. But as you venture outwards towards the banks, towards outer space, what happens? Once you pass that 60th degree parallel and you hit the ice wall, the ice cliff of Antarctica, what happens? Do you fall off the edge? Is there an edge here? Because we know the physics of water is to find and maintain level if you've been paying attention. And also, water must be contained. It is contained. We climb up the banks and we keep going outward, southward. What happens to their control when millions of people travel
beyond the 60th parallel?
They knew this was going to get out. They knew people were going to wake up. What if Star Wars is true? What if this extraterrestrial, these extra terrains, they're telling us the truth, minus the vacuum of space, because they got to put a Hollywood spin on it, don't they? Star Wars, Star Trek. What if you Globers can have your Star Wars and your Star Trek at the same time? Isn't that awesome? How does that make you feel?
The timeline goes as follows. So in 1955, Operation Deep Freeze starts. And when Admiral Richard Byrd gets back, he comes on live television and tells us he found more land the size of North America. They quickly start NASA. President Eisenhower calls over the Nazi traitors in Operation Paperclip to start the upper space mind control program. Don't look out there. Look up here. Look, everybody. We're going to the moon. Then, in 1959, 12 nations started the Antarctic Treaty, followed by 42 more nations where they have decided you or I cannot travel or explore any part of Antarctica south or past the 60th parallel without military clearance, without the aid of a guided tour. Do you really think that this is just a coincidence?
More. Imagine they find more land. Imagine there is more land out there. More to explore, more to reside, more resources. You think they tell you and I about it?
In this video, I want to talk about the second law of thermodynamics as it relates to heat energy and entropy. So let's say if we have a metal rod placed between a hot object and a cold object. Heat will naturally flow from hot to cold. That's a simple natural process. It's spontaneous. It occurs on its own. Heat doesn't naturally flow from cold to hot. It just doesn't happen. The only way for you to make it happen is if you were to pump energy into the system. So, for example, a refrigerator will take out heat energy from inside the fridge and pump it outside of it. And that's how a refrigerator can cool the stuff on the inside. But it takes energy to do that. It doesn't happen naturally. A good way to illustrate this is, imagine if, let's say if you have a ball on top of the hill. The ball will naturally flow in a downward direction, the same way as heat flows from hot to cold. Heat flows from a high temperature naturally to a low temperature. And this ball is going to flow from a high position to a low position. Now, if you place the ball at a low position, it won't naturally go towards a high position. It just doesn't happen. The only way for you to make it happen is you got to put energy into it to get it over that hill. And the same is true for heat. Heat doesn't flow naturally from cold to hot. Now, you could make it happen. You can pump heat to warm up a certain environment. Heat pumps do that. However, it costs energy to do so. Now, as heat flows from hot to cold, this is a spontaneous process. And for a spontaneous process, the entropy increases. It's going to be greater than zero. And that's another statement of the second law of thermodynamics. For natural processes, the change in entropy will be greater than zero. Now, if you have an ideal reversible process, at best, the entropy can be equal to zero. However, most systems do not behave perfectly, so a natural spontaneous process will tend to lead to higher disorder. So for natural processes, the change in entropy is positive. It's greater than zero. And so that's the basic idea behind the second law of thermodynamics as it relates to entropy. Natural systems tend to go towards disorder. So for example, let's say if you take your room, it takes energy and effort to clean your room. Naturally, your room will tend to get messy and dirty and things like that. But it takes effort to clean it. Even if you were to leave it alone, things will get old, houses worn down. Let's say if you leave your car out in the open for 10 years, it's not going to become newer, it just gets worse. And so natural systems, they tend to go towards a state of disorder rather than a state of order. For example, let's say if you drop a glass cup, it's going to break into pieces. Now, those broken pieces are not going to naturally just fix themselves together. It doesn't happen. So it's very difficult to take something in a disorderly state and turn it into an orderly state. It takes energy to do that. Naturally, things tend to go towards a disorderly state. And so for a natural spontaneous process, the entropy of a system tends to increase. And that's the general idea behind the second law of thermodynamics.
Hello. I'm going to do a super fast presentation on how curve calculators work. So to start off, this is not how they work. There is not a curve path. They're not calculating this curve path of light around the globe. No, they're not. What they're doing is they're expanding this globe, flattening it, and then calculating as if there's straight rays of light. And I'm going to demonstrate this real easy. So I'm going to use this example, the example of the world long distance photograph. It is 443 kilometers from Peak Finisterre to Peak Gaspard. The viewer height is 2,880 meters. So if you notice here, this says effective radius. What does this mean? This effective radius means they multiply this value, so-called actual radius, begging the question, radius, because this is the thing they're trying to prove. They assume what they're trying to prove and say it's proven. Anyhow, so they take this actual radius, multiply it by 76R, this made up value, literally made up, because in the literature the value is actually, this is 0.66 if you turn it to decimal. The actual value quoted in the literature is 0.13. So this is even wrong, and even the 0.13 is wrong. That's for another video. So multiply this 6371 times 76 and they get this value, 7,432. That's what Nick West used, the exact number. So I made a geometric construction to bear this out, that they're simply blowing it up and using straight rays. Okay, so here we have this enlarged radius Earth. Right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to compare, I'm going to use the identical numbers as this. I'm going to use straight rays, and then I'm going to compare these values, this hidden, in this horizon. I mean, if I wanted, I could also do these, but there's no point because it will just come out the same. It's redundant. So 2.88 over here, 2.880. This distance, 443 kilometers, 443 kilometers. All right, so what we'll do is find where the horizon is. Horizon is going to be this point of intersection of this tangent line. Okay? And then this line continues on, and then once it reaches the distance, this 443 distance, it measures where this tangent line intersects the 443 line, and it measures this distance. But we're going to start with the horizon. So this is my tangent line. And click here. This is a point of intersection 206. Check out the number 206. Right. That's right so far. It's straight. Using a straight line. Let's go here. Still a straight line. So C and B is the distance from C to B. 3.7. Let's look at the curve calculator. Wow, 3.7. Just so everybody knows, the way the curve calculator works is to take their so-called radius and flatten the Earth to get whatever value they want. You see something that's way over here, they'll just say there's super refraction and the Earth is even flatter. They will just increase the sphere and make what is called a post-diction. They're not making predictions, they're making post-dictions.
And it's really cool. One thing that he found in here, which is an absolute burn on the Himwari, you know, people try to use the Himwari as, oh, that's our evidence, you know, we've got these live feeds all the time. And one thing that he found right in here was the site description text. And this is great. So it says, all images in the GOES archive are processed in the McIDIS using GOES Channel 1, visible, and GOES Channel 4 infrared data. The underlying colored land image is from the NASA Blue Marble Next Generation dataset. Now, he also has, this is the same for both Himwari and GOES. They're admitting straight up that that these images that they're putting out here and people are claiming is live are composites. I mean, here it is, right in their own FTP site. So again, Jaron, that was a great find that you found on this, and Archer Sage just took it further. He did several videos on this, so if you haven't seen it, guys, yet, check out Archer Sage's channel and check this out. So were you aware of this, Jaron? Had you seen this yet?
Yeah, awesome job. That's why I put stuff like that out. And Bob, can you share the your screen again? I'm not seeing
my screen. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot to share. I'm sorry. Bad. Whoopsie.
You're fired.
I'm fired. I'm sitting here pushing the wrong button.
I'm just going to suspend it for 6 days. We'll see you next Sunday.
All right, so there, you guys should have it now. Are you seeing me now?
Perfect.
Okay, cool. All right, so sorry about that. All right, so yeah, Archer.
Hello guys, hope everyone is doing alright today. We're here to talk about these 7 impossible commercial flights that prove Earth is not a globe. Once we go through all these 7, you're going to understand and see that Earth cannot possibly be a globe. They can make it some of the flights if they use some of these aircrafts, which are known as ER, Extended Range Aircrafts, where they add extra fuel tanks to make these aircrafts to have a greater autonomy. It's known that several aircrafts in the world, especially presidential aircrafts, one LATAM mechanic from South America said that it's possible that this technology is used on the flight Sydney to Santiago, where the aircrafts are equipped extra fuel tanks. Let's go ahead and get started with our countdown, starting from number 7. Number 7. Commercial flights from Argentina to India flying over Africa with a stopover anywhere below the equator. Now, one thing that you will never see is one flight from Buenos Aires or anywhere in South America, Montevideo, São Paulo, towards New Delhi in India with a stopover in Africa. Especially if it's below the equator. You're never gonna see anything like that, or even in north of Africa, you're not gonna see. What you will find are flights like this one, where from Argentina you have to stop in Europe. So a flight from Argentina to India can only happen with a stopover in Europe. Why not anywhere in Africa? You won't see any flights stopping there from South America because it's not possible. The only way that you can fly from Argentina to India is through Europe. You will find stopover in Amsterdam, and just like is explained here on the flat Earth map, this is the way that you fly from Argentina, South America to India. You can only stop in Europe. There's no way you can understand, looking at the flat Earth map, that this flight cannot really stop in Africa. Let's go to the next one. Direct commercial flights from Wellington, New Zealand to Johannesburg in South Africa. If you look at the globe, in theory, the distance between Wellington and Johannesburg is 7,305 miles, much less than the distance from Sydney to Los Angeles. But when you look at the flat Earth map, you can understand why this flight cannot happen on the globe, because the distance is much greater. I have found this one from Wellington, stops in Brisbane, Australia, and then Doha in the Middle East, and then to Johannesburg. You can also find stopover in Hong Kong and one via Dubai. If you look at the flat Earth map, you can understand why they offer these stopovers either in Dubai, Doha, or Hong Kong from Wellington, because Earth is flat. There's no other way on the globe. Looking back here, you see how the flight would have to go up above the equator and then down again to South Africa. But if you look at the flat Earth map, you can easily understand why this flight will cross the equator 2 times, because it's going from a farther distance from Wellington to Johannesburg. Let's go to the next one. Direct commercial flights between Sydney, Australia to Lima, Peru. Now this is one flight that I really would like to see. The distance between the two cities, 7,948 miles in theory, but if you look at the flights, the Qantas flies from Sydney to Houston, it's much closer. Since there were many Australians stuck in Peru amid COVID-19 outbreak, and it shows that there are many people willing to travel to Peru from Australia. Then you think there are many people who travel there actually, and there should be a flight from Sydney to Lima, Peru, but since Earth is not a globe, it's not possible because the distance is much greater. Just look here on the globe. This flight from Sydney has to stop in Los Angeles and then go to Lima, Peru. And why not a straight flight from Sydney to Lima, since the distance is about the same from Sydney to Los Angeles, but it's impossible because Earth is not a globe. And this is how this flight really works. From Sydney, it has to stop in Los Angeles because Earth is flat. There's no other way. Crosses the equator to Los Angeles and then crosses again to Lima, Peru. Earth is flat, and here's one more proof. Let's go to the next one. Direct commercial flights between Auckland, New Zealand to Lima, Peru. So if you think the distance between Sydney to Lima is too big, so why not fly from Auckland to Lima, Peru? Why not a direct flight, since the distance is only 6,687 miles in theory? Machu Picchu in Peru is one of the new 7 wonders of the world. There would be plenty of people from Auckland, from New Zealand, or coming from Sydney, Australia, with a stopover in Auckland to catch this flight to Machu Picchu. 6,687 miles. That would take it 13 hours, 12 hours, and it would be an easy flight on the globe if that was possible. Let's now compare here on the globe one more time. This is how it would look like on the globe, but since Earth is not a globe, there's no way these flights can take place. These flights can only happen on a flat Earth. From Auckland, they would have to work like this, from Auckland through Los Angeles and then Lima, Peru. That's how they fly now, because it's not possible to fly a straight flight from Auckland to Peru. The distance much bigger than the theory of 6,687 miles. Let's go to the next one. Direct commercial flights between Wellington, New Zealand to Lima, Peru. For those who think that Auckland to Lima is still a big of a distance, why not Wellington, which from Wellington to Lima, Peru, in theory, it's only 6,577 miles. Aussies could fly over, stop over in Wellington, and catch the flight to Lima, to Peru. So here, on the image, you can see how this flight would look like on the globe. But since Earth is not a globe and it's impossible to fly straight from Wellington to Lima, Peru, the only option is fly a stopover in Los Angeles. And looking at the flat Earth map, you can understand why the distance between Wellington to Lima, Peru is much greater than 6,577 miles. It's an impossible flight, and it can only happen with a stopover in Los Angeles because Earth is flat. Earth is not a spinning ball. Let's go to the next one. Direct commercial flights between Montevideo in Uruguay to Perth in Australia. The distance 7,784 miles in theory, much less than the distance between Sydney and Houston. They do fly. Qantas has a flight to Houston or Dallas, which is over 8,000 miles. So this flight should be possible if Earth were a spinning ball. Just like the flights from Buenos Aires to Perth, that should be possible if Earth was a ball. But since Earth is not a ball, these flights can only happen either through Europe or with a stopover in Houston and Los Angeles and Sydney and then to Perth. So if you look at the comparing both the globe and the flat Earth, you can understand why a flight from Montevideo to Perth takes 38 hours, because it's not possible to fly on the bottom of a spinning ball because the Earth is not a ball. Look at the flat Earth map, you can easily understand why these flights cannot happen and does not happen and would never happen because Earth is not a globe. It can only happen on the flat Earth map with the stops in Los Angeles and Sydney and then finally to Perth. And let's move to our last one. Direct commercial flights between Auckland, New Zealand to Mexico City. The distance in theory is only 6,803 miles in theory. Mexico has a lot of things to offer. It's one top tourist destination in the world. Many people from all over travel to Mexico to visit the ruins, the Aztec ruins, all the ancient cultures there. And Australians have to fly to Los Angeles as well as the Kiwis. They also have to fly to Los Angeles and then go to Mexico. Why not a direct flight from New Zealand to Mexico City? Well, the answer is simple. Earth is not a ball. So there's no way one can fly from Auckland straight to Mexico City. Even though the distance would be just over 6,000 miles on the globe, it never happens. It won't happen ever because Earth is not a globe. Quick look here on the flat Earth map. You can understand why a flight, people from Auckland, people from New Zealand, Australia, and they all have to fly to Los Angeles and then go to Mexico City. So here are 7 impossible commercial flights that prove Earth is not a globe. It's in your face. The evidences are out there. If you don't want to see it, you can close your eyes, but Earth is flat, and denying it, I mean, you don't benefit anything to that. Why would you just trust these people who are trying to kill you right now? So guys, this is all for today. Thank you for watching. I hope I'll see you next time. I don't know, things are getting crazy day by day, but take care. See you next time. Bye bye.
Antarctic terrorist Jarl Andøy. Tromsø, Oslo, Norway. The Dagbladet. Polar explorer and television celebrity Jarl Andøy, 38, sits in the dock, the Nord-Troms District Court, accused of having carried out his third voyage south of the 60th parallel in Antarctica without permission from the Norwegian authorities.
Or what are we doing?
He is also accused of having sailed without insurance, so the provisions of the Antarctic Treaty requires. The expedition took place a year ago, where, among others, comedian Anne-Kat Herland, 43, and rock guitarist Peter Barley, 50, was on the journey. The voyage constitutes television program Berserk in Pioneer Waters, which premieres on TV Norge tonight. There's an advanced sentence. Andøy believes the charges against him are baseless. He points out that the sailboat is registered in Russia and claims to have acquired permission from the Argentine authorities before the expedition started. He never sought permission in Norway because he believes an application by him will never be merited by the Norwegian authorities. He felt prejudged by the Polar Institute of Foreign Affairs. Ever since 2011, I have been treated as terrorist in Antarctica by the Foreign Ministry and the Norwegian Polar Institute. They've stolen equipment, withheld information, and tried to stop my expeditions, says Andøy. He believes everything started 5 years ago when he went on an expedition aboard Antarctic yacht Berserk with a crew of 4. The aim was to celebrate the 100-year anniversary of Roald Amundsen's trip to the South Pole. The expedition ended dramatically when the sailboat disappeared during a storm in the Ross Sea. Andøy was even on land, along with 18-year-old Samuel Massey at the time. Comrades Robert PCP, who is 34, Tom Gizel Bellica, 36, and South African Leonard J. Banks, 32, were never found. Andøy was fined 25,000 kroners after the expedition. He endorsed this writ. In 2012, he returned to Antarctica to find out what had happened to his friends. Again, Andøy was fined for having traveled to Antarctica without licenses and insurance. Foreign Affairs and the Norwegian Polar Institute have opposed and tried to stop me. They still do. The entire input on this matter was that I had permission to sail, something I had said, Andøy said, adding, "It will be exciting to see where they are now. This is a tragedy for me and other relatives who have lost shipmates and sons in Antarctica. The essential question is if there was an accident that was just swept under the carpet." Foreign Ministry rejects accusations of the Arctic explorer. Andøy's claims fall on absurdity. Beyond this, we do not want from the ministry's side to comment on an ongoing trial, says Pressevakt at UD Astrid Sail to Dagbladet, the newspaper. The head of section at the Norwegian Polar Institute, Birgit Njastad, testified in the criminal case against Andøy. She told Dagbladet that she did not want to comment beyond what was said in court. The documents showing Andøy alleged authorization of Argentine authorities for permission to conduct the voyage was sent over to the prosecutor late Tuesday night. The papers were written in Spanish. They were assessed whether grounds for the examination. The reason is Andøy complained that the dismissal was a violation of protection zone determination, believed they died unnecessarily, and would like to shed further light on the circumstances of the accident. He believes, therefore, that these matters have not been resolved, and he believes that all parties will benefit from what exists, says the lawyer Nora Bardal to Dagbladet. 3 crew members, Robert and 32, Tom, 34, and Leonard, 36, Antarctica on the Bezelschmitter and Horseshoe Bay, McMurdo Sound, before the Berserker disappeared. Andøy got a text from the crew that read, "Everything is good, atmosphere is good in Horseshoe Bay. Contact us." Expedition participant Manuel Hernandez has gone through these documents today. Prosecutors reject Andøy's written permission. It is not issued by authorities who handle Antarctica regulations, say prosecutors Trude Kvanli in this procedure, risking jail time. Anne-Kat Herland was summoned as a witness in Nord-Troms District Court Wednesday. "I know that it was working to try to get a permit. I know that there was no Norwegian license, but I also know that Jarl would not have received any permit in Norway if he asked for it," says Herland. The prosecutor asked today about the 30-day suspended sentence and fined 45,000 kroners for Jarl Andøy. "I do not wonder if I will be convicted. I am going to appeal all the way. I do not give up, says Andahoy. The verdict will be pronounced in about a week. So they're calling him a terrorist for going to the Antarctic. Jarl Andahoy was eventually acquitted. I think that this is only the correct one. I guess he's saying this is the only correct decision, or he agrees with it. Unusual attorney Lars' assessment of the events is not a police matter, says the ASBN or ABSN. The director of the shipping department confirms it received a case. It's unusual that police would be sending a case like this to us, also a special case. We previously decided to investigate this. Now we'll reconsider this information for us to choose. These accidents basically happen and we perform an investigation. We prioritize the safety on board vessels, particularly the HGV. We do not prioritize accidents of pleasure craft in the same way. Inset. The day before the Berserk disappeared, Andahoy got a text message from the crew which read, "There is a good atmosphere and all is well. We leave Horseshoe Bay. Contact us when you can. Want answers." Jarl Andahoy wants to know what exactly happened before the Berserk wrecked. Unanswered questions. It has emerged as a mystery for Andahoy. Now Andahoy wants answers. Troms and Finnmark, the public prosecutor, has forwarded the case to the Accident Investigation Board with instructions to assess whether there are grounds for further examinations. The reason that as Andahoy complained that a dismissal of violation of protection zone determination occurred when the Berserk went to Horseshoe Bay. Andahoy believes action was solely due to necessity. Its purpose of the complaint was to shed light on the circumstances prior to the accident. There are things in here in this matter that are still not resolved, and documentation that we still have not obtained, but that exists. All parties will benefit from that there are no secret issues prior to the event, says Andahoy's lawyer, or Nils Jorgen Vardal, told Dagbladet. Attorney Lars Faust's assessment meant that further investigation of the events is not a police matter, and that the cause, therefore, was sent to AIDN. Director Morten Kven in AIBN Shipping Department confirms that it has received the case. It is a bit unusual that the police have sending a case like this to us. It is also a special case. We have previously taken a decision not to investigate. We shall now consider this again, but there must be new information for us to choose to do it, says Kveim. Accidents of this type are basically not a priority of the Accident Investigation Board, the AIB. That we should prioritize the safety on board vessels, particularly HGV. We tend not to prioritize accidents with pleasure craft, says Kveim, which states that a full decision will be published in the next few weeks. On January 19th, it is planned to have a premiere of TV Norg's Berserk series. It was today the press viewing where the media got to see episode 1, half the episode 8 and episode 9. The last episode is an epilogue, and more documentary than the rest of the series. Here we see how the one before the crew parted in Antarctica took place, and it repeated calls about the risks of the mission. Several of the families wanted to stop the series. Today wrote VG that the mother of Tom Gizzle Bellica and parents of Charles Banks has chosen to summon TV Norge for the series. A temporary injunction was filed yesterday to stop the series, but hopefully their stance may be changed under certain conditions. There is the documentation for this. We believe, however, that we are on safe legal ground, says TV Norge boss Harold Strom Dagbladet.
Flat Earth has long been denigrated, derided, and disparaged as being the most crackpot of all conspiracy theories, marginalized, mocked, and ridiculed for centuries as being an ignorant, ancient, unscientific worldview. But the facts of the matter are far from what you have been told. When thoroughly examined and diligently researched with an open mind, any skeptical, critical thinker will find it is actually the tilting, wobbling, spinning spaceball Earth promoted by NASA and taught in schools that is truly ridiculous and unscientific. The following are 20 ways anyone can prove for themselves that Earth is a level, stationary plane. 1. Common sense. It cannot be overstated or overemphasized. The most important thing to realize and most obvious way to know you are not spinning on a ball is your own common sense and lived experience. You have always and will always experience yourself as living right side up on a motionless earth, with the sun, moon, and stars revolving over and around you. This is common sense, and what everyone in the world personally experiences every day of their lives. We are taught to believe otherwise, however, many things completely contrary to our own common sense and experience from a very early age. We are told that people living down under the spinning ball earth in Australia are actually living upside down relative to those residing in the northern hemisphere, while an invisible force, strong enough to hold people, buildings, and oceans stuck to the underside of a rapidly rotating ball, but weak enough to allow birds, bugs, and planes to take off and fly with ease, keeps Earth's atmosphere spinning in perfect balance and holds everyone firmly to the surface without crushing us. We can clearly see that the horizon is horizontal, but we are told it curves. We can feel that the earth under our feet is motionless, but we are told it moves. We can observe the luminaries revolving around us, but we are told it is us that revolves. It is obvious that stars are stars, but we are told that stars are suns. We can see the sun is bigger than the stars, but we are told stars are bigger than the sun. We can see the sun and moon are the same size, but we are told the sun is 400 times larger. It is obvious that up is up and down is down, but we are told there is no such thing. As stated by flat earth author David Wardlaw Scott, with the modern astronomer there is theoretically neither up nor down, though his experience belies his assertion every time he looks up to the heavens or down to the ground. Such aberration of intellect is really to be pitied. The 3rd century philosopher Lactantius was similarly perturbed about the idea, stating, "A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground? The ancient wonder of the hanging gardens of Babylon dwindle into nothing in comparison to the fields, seas, towns, and mountains that pagan philosophers believe to be hanging from the earth without support. Truly, the idea that people are standing, ships are sailing, and planes are flying upside down on certain parts of earth, while others are tilted at 90 degrees and all other impossible angles, is utter absurdity and an affront to common sense. In fact, common sense is the first casualty of globe belief. No child or unindoctrinated man would ever conclude or even conceive, if given to their own devices, based on their own personal observations, that Earth was a spinning ball revolving around the sun. When children are indoctrinated from a very early age to abandon their common sense and lived experience of a geocentric plain Earth in favor of this nonsensical, heliocentric globe model taught in schools, a schism occurs in their psyche. No longer can they trust their own senses and experience, and instead must trust information completely contrary to it, taught by supposed experts and authority figures who insist their version of reality is correct. When children see that every adult around them believes wholeheartedly in the spinning globe, and hear that only our ignorant, unscientific ancestors believed otherwise, they readily abandon the empirical evidence of their senses and adopt the prevailing nonsensical model. As stated by flat earth author E. Eschini, the one thing the fable of the revolving earth has done, it has shown the terrible power of a lie. A lie has the power to make a man a mental slave, so that he dares not back the evidence of his own senses, to deny the plain and obvious movement of the sun he sees before him. When he feels himself standing on an earth utterly devoid of motion, at the suggestion of someone else, he is prepared to accept that he is spinning furiously round. When he sees a bird flying and gaining over the ground, he is prepared to believe that the ground is really traveling a great number of times faster than the bird. And finally, in order to uphold the imagination of a madman, he is prepared to accuse his maker of forming him a sensiferous lie. 2. Fake photographs. One of the main reasons the average person believes the world is a globe is because of the globular Earth images and video footage provided by NASA and other space agencies. Hundreds of such pictures and thousands of videos featuring a globe Earth are freely available on the internet, yet most people never critically examine them with a skeptical eye. From the earliest photographs to the latest live streams, NASA and the world's other space agencies continue to be exposed for their Hollywood-style trickery. When conscientiously compared, contrasted, and investigated for inconsistencies, it turns out every single image and video showing a globular Earth has been manipulated in some way. All globe videos, for example, are achieved using either a fisheye lens to curve the horizon or created completely through CGI technology. One clear instance of the latter is NASA's 1990 time-lapse video of Earth supposedly filmed by their Galileo space telescope from 1.3 million miles away. This video features the Earth globe spinning in space uncut for 25 hours and shows the exact same clouds present without ever dissipating, changing shape or location the entire time. In reality, if you watch clouds in the sky for several minutes, three things will inevitably happen. The clouds will all move, some will morph, gradually changing shape, and others will dissipate and disappear completely. In NASA's official footage of the spinning ball Earth, however, the entire world's cloud cover doesn't dissipate, morph, or move for 25 hours, which is, of course, impossible, and proof of fakery. A good example of fisheye lens fakery is the famous 2012 GoPro Red Bull jump, where skydiver Felix Baumgartner was lifted to a record-breaking 128,000 feet in a stratospheric balloon, then jumped back to Earth. 7 GoPro cameras on the outside of the craft and strapped to Felix himself recorded the entire ascent and descent. Astute observers will notice that from ground level all the way up to the 24-mile apex, the horizon is significantly curved and remains equally so for the entire ascent. This is because the curve is artificial and being caused by the GoPro camera's standard-issue fisheye lens. Once Felix reaches his peak altitude and the door of his craft opens, an inside camera mounted behind him without a fisheye lens reveals the truth, showing a perfectly flat horizon still at eye level, 128,000 feet high. As for the hundreds of supposed photographs available of the globe, NASA readily admits that these are composite images and not actual photographs. They claim the composites are made by taking strips of data sent from satellites, spliced together in Photoshop, and colorized for the final creation. NASA's senior program analyst and lead data visualizer, Robert Simon, admitted in an interview that they are photoshopped because they have to be. When compared side by side and viewed with a discerning eye, the inconsistencies become obvious. The coloration of the land and oceans and relative size of the continents drastically changes between images, and they often feature far too little land mass for 50% of a globe. Several of NASA's blue marble Earth images have repeat instances of exact cloud patterns clearly copied and pasted into place. Computer enhancements done on Earth images taken during the Apollo missions also show similar photo trickery. When hues are removed from the black backgrounds and brightness enhanced, distinct rectangular artifacts appear around the globe where they were pasted in, again proving them to be doctored composites. Furthermore, when NASA's Earth pictures are compared with those from the Russians, Chinese, and other space agencies, the differences become evident, and the fact that they are all simply Photoshop images becomes obvious. If NASA and the world's space agencies could provide real, legitimate photographs and videos of a globe, they most certainly would. So the fact that they continue producing and pumping out nothing but fisheye fakery and CGI cartoons is strong evidence that Earth is not what they claim. 3. Water. The natural physics of water are that once contained and undisturbed, the surface will always remain horizontal. This fundamental physical property of water is why it has been used as a leveling tool by builders and engineers for millennia. Whether in a bucket, bathtub, pond, lake, or an ocean, the surface of water at rest always remains flat and doesn't have the ability to show convexity or any shape whatsoever upon its surface. This fact is easily demonstrable and empirically verifiable, but completely at odds with what we are told about the globe. For Earth to be globular and over 70% covered in water, the oceans must be somehow curving around and sticking to all sides of a rapidly spinning ball suspended in space. It is simply impossible to make water behave this way. As anyone can experiment for themselves, bodies of water will not stick to the underside of a ball and cannot show convexity or any other shape upon their surface. Globe defenders will often point to water droplets, meniscus, surface tension, or adhesion, claiming these are examples of water bending or sticking to a surface, which is nothing but a fallacy of false equivalency, as these only happen at a very small scale, the size of a coffee cup. The claim is entire oceans wrapping around and sticking to the underside of a spinning ball, not a water droplet or the meniscus in a glass filled to the brim. NASA has also recently taken to faking CGI water balls using augmented virtual reality technology in an attempt to convince the public that water can behave this way. This kind of demonstration, done in a reference frame inaccessible to 99.99% of the population, however, is unrepeatable by the world's scientists and skeptics, and is therefore not scientific or permissible as proof of anything. First, they claim only massive objects the size of Earth have this attractive property. Then, as evidence, they show a phenomenon allegedly outside of our earthly reference frame. In other words, they are claiming bodies of water can bend around, stick to a ball, and show curvature upon their surface, but only at a scale too big for the public to recreate. Then they are claiming water can ball up and float suspended in air, but only in a reference frame too far for the public to recreate. As for water level, globe defenders have actually attempted to completely redefine the term level just to fit with their dogma. The true definition of level is a flat horizontal plane with no deviation in elevation along its surface. Water always reliably seeks and maintains its own level, and that is why it has been used in spirit levels and construction projects from time immemorial to create perfectly horizontal structures, no matter their size. Globe zealots, however, unsatisfied with this obvious truth and clear definition, have attempted to redefine level to instead mean curved. Their globe-friendly version of level means equal heights around a ball when measured from a central point. The fact of the matter is, however, that nobody has ever reached this hypothetical center point of the hypothetical Earth globe, so their redefined term cannot be tested or falsified. Until that day, rest assured there is good reason we call it sea level and not sea curve. 4. The horizon. The horizon is always perfectly horizontal, 360 degrees around the observer, regardless of altitude. If Earth was actually a globe, no matter how large, as an observer ascended, the horizon would remain fixed in position and fall below the observer the higher climbed. In reality, all amateur balloon, rocket, plane, and drone footage filmed without a fisheye lens at maximum altitudes of over 20 miles high show a completely flat horizon still rising to eye level. Only in NASA and other space agency footage does the horizon ever curve or appear below the observer's eye level. In the heliocentric model, the horizon is claimed to be the physical curvature of their globe, and the reason boats receding from a shore-bound observer disappear from view. This was actually one of the original alleged globe Earth proofs presented by Aristotle and still parroted by believers today. But by using modern zoom technology, we now know that the horizon is not the physical curvature of a globe, and those boats can be zoomed back into full view. This is because the horizon is not an objective physical phenomenon at all, but rather a subjective optical phenomenon based on an individual observer's perspective. If the horizon was actually the objective physical curvature of a globe, then objects receding beyond it could not be zoomed back into view, and it would remain fixed as an observer ascended. In reality, however, the horizon rises along with the observer no matter how high, and modern zoom technology can bring objects receding beyond it back into full view. This proves the horizon line is not some objective point of curvature on a convex Earth, but rather the subjective vanishing line of perspective from a given observer's point of view. Quoting Earth Not a Globe by Dr. Samuel Robotham, on the shore near Waterloo, a few miles to the north of Liverpool, a good telescope was fixed at an elevation of 6 feet above the water. It was directed to a large steamer, just leaving the River Mersey and sailing out to Dublin. Gradually the masthead of the receding vessel came nearer to the horizon, until, at length, after more than 4 hours had elapsed, it disappeared. The ordinary rate of sailing of the Dublin steamers was fully 8 miles an hour, so that the vessel would be at least 32 miles distant when the masthead came to the horizon. The 6 feet of elevation of the telescope would require 3 miles to be deducted for convexity, which would leave 29 miles, the square of which, multiplied by 8 inches, gives 560 feet, deducting 80 feet for the height of the main mast, and we find that, according to the doctrine of rotundity, the masthead of the outward-bound steamer should have been 480 feet below the horizon. Many other experiments of this kind have been made upon sea-going steamers, and always with the results entirely incompatible with the theory that the Earth is a globe. 5. Gyroscopes. Gyroscopes are precision instruments consisting of a wheel mounted inside 2 or 3 gimbals which provide pivoting support and allow the wheel to rotate about a single axis. As the entire contraption moves and shifts angles, the gimbals move and shift accordingly, but the inner wheel never changes its angle with respect to its initial reference frame. This unique property is called rigidity in space, meaning the inner wheel maintains its orientation and axis of rotation in relation to space and not to the surface of the Earth. This means that the base of a gyroscope set in motion with its axis in a vertical position, then placed on a table for 6 hours, should rotate 90 degrees with the spinning globe Earth. As the globe turns under the gyroscope for 6 hours, the axis should slowly turn from vertical to horizontal. This experiment has been tested many times with several full-length videos available online, and never does the gyroscope's vertical axis shift whatsoever. If the heliocentric model were true, not only would the gyroscope detect the alleged 1,000-mile-per-hour spin of the globe, but also the 67,000-mile-per-hour revolution around the Sun, the entire solar system's 500,000-mile-per-hour spiral around the Milky Way galaxy, and the entire galaxy's multi-million-mile-per-hour journey through the universe. Since these hypothetical motions never register on precision gyroscopes, it is clear that they, just like the spinning ball Earth they're based on, do not exist. Gyroscopes are also the technology behind inertial guidance systems and airplane artificial horizon indicators. When military jets are performing loops, barrel rolls, and other dogfighting maneuvers, the artificial horizon allows pilots to easily see their exact orientation relative to Earth without having to rely on looking out the window. If Earth was truly a sphere, by simply flying level, airplane artificial horizon indicators should show a steady decline unless pilots constantly correct their altitudes downwards so as not to fly straight off into so-called outer space. For example, a pilot traveling 500 miles per hour over a globe Earth 24,900 miles in circumference would have to descend an average of 2,777 feet, or over half a mile per minute. Otherwise, in 1 hour's time, the plane would be 31.5 miles higher than desired. In fact, if Earth was really a ball, there should be no reason to use rockets for flying into outer space, because simply flying an airplane straight at any altitude for long enough would already inevitably send you there. 6. Compasses. The mariner's compass is another precision instrument which can only work on a level plane Earth, and is an impossible and nonsensical tool for use on a globe. It simultaneously points north and south over a flat surface, and must be held flat to work, yet claims to be pinpointing two constantly moving geomagnetic poles at opposite ends of a spinning sphere originating from a hypothetical molten metal core. If compass needles were actually drawn to the North Pole of a globe, the opposing south needle would actually be pointing up and off into outer space. Likewise, observers holding a compass in Antarctica would be at the bottom of the ball, so to show north, the needle would have to point down at their feet. If the so-called South Pole in Antarctica were truly the southern pole of a magnet, observers would be able to walk in a circle with their backs to the South Pole and have their compass needles show north being in front of them in every direction. This feat has never and will never be achieved because the so-called South Pole is simply an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice marked with a red and white barbershop pole and topped with a little metal ball earth. The actual type of magnetism present on Earth is similar to a ring magnet found in loudspeakers, which have a central North Pole, with the opposite South Pole being all points along the outer circumference. This perfectly describes the magnetism of our flat Earth, whereas the alleged source of magnetism in the globe model is emitted from a hypothetical molten magnetic core in the center of the ball, which they claim conveniently causes both poles to constantly move and thus forever evade independent verification at their two ceremonial poles. 7. Plain sailing. Ship captains in navigating great distances at sea never need to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their calculations. Both plain sailing and great circle sailing, the most popular navigation methods, use plane, not spherical trigonometry, making all mathematical calculations on the assumption that the Earth is perfectly flat. If the Earth were in fact a sphere, such an errant assumption would lead to constantly glaring inaccuracies. Plain sailing has worked perfectly fine in both theory and practice for thousands of years, and plane trigonometry has time and again proven more accurate than spherical trigonometry in determining distances across the oceans. It is so commonly used at sea, Navigation in Theory and Practice states that, in practice, scarcely any other rules are used but those derived from plain sailing. The great and serious objection to plain sailing is that longitude cannot be found by it accurately, although in practice it is more frequently found by it than any other method. So both latitude and longitude are found most often and most accurately by assuming Earth to be flat, more accurately even than assuming the Earth to be spherical. Quoting 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe by William Carpenter, "If the Earth were a globe, a small model globe would be the very best, because the truest, thing for the navigator to take to sea with him. But such a thing as that is not known. With such a toy as a guide, the mariner would wreck his ship of a certainty. This is a proof that Earth is not a globe." 8. Construction. Surveyors, engineers, architects, and builders are never required to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their projects. Plumb bobs are used to establish plumb vertical datums, with spirit levels then used to establish horizontal datums and lay flat foundations across great expanses. If Earth was actually a globe of given proportions, builders would find themselves constantly deviating from both their established vertical and horizontal datum lines. But in reality, canals, railways, bridges, tunnels, and other large projects are always cut and laid horizontally, often over hundreds of miles, without any allowance for curvature, and no deviation from established datums. As stated by surveyor T. Westwood in Earth Review magazine, quote, "In leveling, I work from ordnance marks, or canal levels, to get the height above sea level. The puzzle to me used to be that over several miles, each level was and is treated throughout its whole length as the same level from end to end, not the least allowance being made for curvature." The Suez Canal which connects the Mediterranean Sea with the Gulf of Suez on the Red Sea, is one clear proof of both the Earth's and water's non-convexity. The canal is 100 miles long and without any locks, so the water within is an uninterrupted continuation of the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea. When it was constructed, the Earth's supposed curvature was not taken into account. It was dug along a horizontal datum line 26 feet below sea level, passing through several lakes from one sea to the other, with the datum line and the water's surface running perfectly parallel over the 100 miles. Another good example is the Dunyang Kunshan Bridge, the longest bridge in the world, just over 102 miles long, which runs parallel to the Yangtze River and connects the Shanghai and Nanjing provinces. This bridge is approximately the same length as the Suez Canal, and was also built without factoring the alleged curvature of the Earth. If Earth was actually a globe 24,900 miles in circumference, spherical trigonometry dictates that the center of both the Suez Canal and the Dunyang Kunshan Bridge would bulge over 1,666 feet higher than either end. Engineer W. Winkler was published in the Earth Review regarding the Earth's supposed curvature, stating, "As an engineer of many years' standing, I saw that this absurd allowance is only permitted in school books. No engineer would dream of allowing anything of the kind. I have projected many miles of railways and many more of canals, and the allowance has not even been thought of, much less allowed for. This allowance for curvature means this, that it is 8 inches for the first mile of a canal, and increasing at the ratio by the square of the distance in miles. Thus a small navigable canal for boats, say 30 miles long, will have, by the above rule, an allowance for curvature of 600 feet. Think of that, and then please credit engineers as not being quite such fools. Nothing of the sort is allowed. We no more think of allowing 600 feet for a line of 30 miles of railway or canal than of wasting our time trying to square the circle. Railroads are another example of large-scale construction projects spanning hundreds or even thousands of miles, working from an established datum line and without deviating for the entire length. The Manchester Ship Canal Company, in an official statement published in Earth Review magazine, confirmed, quote, "It is customary in railway and canal constructions for all levels to be referred to a datum which is nominally horizontal, and is so shown on all sections. It is not the practice in laying out public works to make allowances for the curvature of the earth." As an example, the London and North Western Railway forms a straight line 180 miles long between London and Liverpool. The railroad's highest point, midway at Birmingham Station, is only 240 feet above sea level. But if Earth was actually a globe of given proportions, the 180-mile stretch of rail would form an arc with its center point at Birmingham raising over a mile, a full 5,400 feet above London and Liverpool. A surveyor and engineer of 30 years, published in the Birmingham Weekly Mercury, stated, "I am thoroughly acquainted with the theory and practice of civil engineering. However bigoted some of our professors may be in the theory of surveying according to the prescribed rules, yet it is well known amongst us that such theoretical measurements are incapable of any practical illustration. All our locomotives are designed to run on what may be regarded as true levels or flats. There are, of course, partial inclines or gradients here and there, but they are always accurately defined and must be carefully traversed. But anything approaching to 8 inches in the mile, increasing as the square of the distance, could not be worked by any engine that was ever yet constructed. Taking one station with another all over England and Scotland, it may be stated that all the platforms are on the same relative level. The distance between eastern and western coasts of England may be set down as 300 miles. If the prescribed curvature was indeed as represented, the central stations at Rugby or Warwick ought to be close upon 3 miles higher than a cord drawn from the two extremities. If such was the case, there is not a driver or stoker within the kingdom that would be found to take charge of the train. We can only laugh at those of your readers who seriously give us credit for such venturesome exploits as running trains round spherical curves. Horizontal curves on levels are dangerous enough. vertical curves would be 1,000 times worse, and with our rolling stock constructed as at present, physically impossible. 9. Long-distance photography. We are consistently able to observe objects at incredibly long distances, far beyond what would be possible if Earth was actually a globe of given proportions. By inputting the observer height and distance viewed into an Earth curvature calculator, it is easy to check how much a target should be obstructed on a globe Earth. For example, it is often possible to see the Chicago skyline from sea level 60 miles away across Lake Michigan. In 2015, after photographer Joshua Nowicki photographed this phenomenon, several news channels quickly claimed his picture to be a superior mirage, an atmospheric anomaly caused by temperature inversion. While these certainly do occur, the skyline in question was facing right side up and clearly seen, unlike a hazy, illusory mirage, and on a ball Earth 24,900 miles in circumference should be a full 2,400 feet below the horizon. In Genoa, Italy, from only 70 feet above sea level, on clear days it is possible to see the distant islands of Elba, Gorgona, Caprea, and Corsica, which are 81, 99, 102, and 125 miles away. If Earth was truly a globe of given proportions, all 4 islands could never be visible for such an observer, and would be hidden behind 3,300, 5,200, 5,600, and 8,700 feet of curved water. From Anchorage, Alaska, at an elevation of 102 feet, on clear days, both Mount Foraker and Mount McKinley can be seen in their entirety, standing straight from base to summit with the naked eye from 120 and 130 miles away, respectively. If Earth was really a ball of given circumference, both mountains should be leaning back away from the observer, with the lower half of each mountain completely obstructed from view. Based on verifiable curvature calculations, 7,719 feet of Mount Foraker's 17,400-foot summit and 9,220 feet of Mount McKinley's 20,320-foot summit should be hidden behind a giant bulge of curved globular Earth. The current record-breaking longest-distance zoom photograph recently captured Pic Gaspard from Pic de Finestrelles, a whopping 275 miles away, with an observer height of approximately 9,000 feet, from which, based on correct curvature calculations, the entire 12,740-foot mountain should be invisible behind nearly 6 miles of curved Earth. Even more recently, flat earthers like J. Tolan Media have been filming using infrared zoom cameras at high altitudes to capture lakes, mountains, and other landmarks up to an incredible 1,000 miles away. If Earth was really a globe the size we are told, many of the landmarks photographed would be hidden behind upwards of 70 miles of curved Earth. 10. Lighthouses. The distance from which various lighthouse lights around the world are visible at sea also far exceeds what could be found on a globe of given proportions. For example, the Dunkirk light in southern France, at an altitude of 194 feet, is visible from a boat 10 feet above sea level, 28 miles away. Spherical trigonometry dictates that if Earth was a globe with the given curvature rate, this light should be hidden 190 feet below the horizon. The Port Nicholson light in New Zealand is 420 feet above sea level and visible from 35 miles away, where it should be 220 feet below the horizon. The Agero light in Norway is 154 feet above high water and visible from 28 statute miles, where it should be 230 feet below the horizon. The light at Madras on the Esplanade is 132 feet high and visible from 28 miles away, where it should be 250 feet below the line of sight. The Cordonin light on the west coast of France is 207 feet high and visible from 31 miles away, where it should be 280 feet below the line of sight. The light at Cape Bonavista, Newfoundland, is 150 feet above sea level and visible at 35 miles, where it should be 491 feet below the horizon. The lighthouse steeple of St. Botolph's Parish Church in Boston is 290 feet tall and visible from over 40 miles away, where it should be hidden a full 800 feet below the horizon. The Isle of Wight Lighthouse in England is 180 feet high and can be seen up to 42 miles away, a distance at which modern astronomers say the light should fall 996 feet below the line of sight. The Cape Legolas Lighthouse in South Africa is 33 feet high, 238 feet above sea level, and can be seen for over 50 miles. If the world was a globe, this light would fall 1,400 feet below an observer's line of sight. And finally, the lighthouse at Port Said, Egypt, at an elevation of only 60 feet, has been seen an astonishing 58 miles away, where according to modern astronomy, it should be 2,182 feet below the line of sight. 11. Impossible atmosphere. If Earth was truly a globe, constantly spinning eastwards at over 1,000 miles per hour, it stands to reason that helicopters and hot air balloons should be able to simply hover over the surface of the Earth and wait for their destinations to come to them. For example, during the Red Bull Stratosphere dive, Felix Baumgartner, spending 3 hours ascending over New Mexico, should have landed 2,500 miles west into the Pacific Ocean, but instead actually landed a few dozen miles east of the takeoff point. Likewise, vertically fired cannonballs and other projectiles should fall significantly due west on an eastward spinning ball. In actual fact, however, whenever this has been tested, vertically fired cannonballs shoot upwards an average of 14 seconds ascending, 14 seconds descending, and fall back to the ground no more than 2 feet away from the cannon, sometimes directly back into the muzzle. To account for this problem, globe defenders claim that gravity somehow magically and inexplicably drags the entire lower atmosphere of the Earth in perfect synchronization up to some undetermined height, where this progressively faster and faster spinning atmosphere gives way to the non-spinning, non-gravitized, non-atmosphere of supposed infinite vacuum space. NASA refuses to answer at what altitude this impossible feat allegedly happens, but the effect such a transition would have on a craft traversing it would be disastrous. It is also scientifically refuted by the simple fact that vacuums cannot exist connected to non-vacuums while maintaining the properties of a vacuum. As anyone who has punctured an aerosol can knows, two adjacent pressure systems, not separated by some kind of barrier or membrane, will equilibrate. If gravity magically dragged the atmosphere along with the spinning ball Earth, that would mean the atmosphere at the poles would be spinning at 0 miles per hour, while over the mid-latitudes it would be spinning around 500 miles per hour, and gradually faster until reaching the equator, where Earth and the atmosphere would be spinning together at over 1,000 miles per hour. Not only would this gravitized atmosphere increase speed from poles to the equator, but would also necessarily progressively increase speed the higher the altitude. In reality, however, the atmosphere at every point on Earth is equally unaffected by this alleged force, as it has never been measured and is proven non-existent by the ability of airplanes to fly unabated in any direction without experiencing any such atmospheric changes. Landing airplanes on such fast-moving runways, facing all manner of directions, north, south, east, west, and otherwise, would also be practically impossible. Not to mention rain, fireworks, birds, bugs, clouds, smoke, balloons, and projectiles would all behave very differently if the Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning. Tests were conducted in the 19th century with cannons facing each of the cardinal directions, which proved Earth and its atmosphere are not spinning. If they were, then north and south-facing cannons would establish a control, while east-firing cannonballs should fall significantly farther than all others, while west-firing cannonballs should fall significantly closer. In actual fact, however, regardless of which direction cannons are fired, the distance covered is always the same. Common sense tells us if Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour, this should somewhere, somehow, be seen, heard, felt, or measured by someone yet no one in history has ever experienced this alleged eastward motion. Meanwhile, however, we can hear, feel, and experimentally measure even the slightest westward breeze. Furthermore, clouds, wind, and weather patterns casually and unpredictably meander every which way, with clouds often traveling in opposing directions at varying altitudes simultaneously. This is altogether incompatible with the theory of a rapidly rotating Earth and atmosphere. 12. Flight times. If Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, then the average commercial airliner, traveling 500 miles per hour, should never be able to reach its eastward destinations before they come speeding up from behind. Likewise, westward destinations should be arrived at thrice the speed, but this is not the case. In reality, the differences between eastbound and westbound flight durations usually amount to a matter of minutes, and nothing near what would occur on a spinning globe. As Gabrielle Henriette stated in her book Heaven and Earth, if flying had been invented at the time of Copernicus, there is no doubt that he would have soon realized that his contention regarding the rotation of the Earth was wrong, on account of the relation existing between the speed of an aircraft and that of the Earth's rotation. If the Earth rotates, as it is said, at 1,000 miles an hour, and a plane flies in the same direction at only 500 miles, it is obvious that its place of destination will be farther removed every minute. On the other hand, if flying took place in the direction opposite to that of the rotation, a distance of 1,500 miles would be covered in 1 hour, instead of 500, since the speed of the rotation is to be added to that of the plane. It could also be pointed out that such a flying speed of 1,000 miles an hour, which is supposed to be that of the Earth's rotation, has recently been achieved, so that an aircraft flying at this rate in the same direction as that of the rotation could not cover any ground at all. It would remain suspended in mid-air over the spot from which it took off, since both speeds are equal. The spinning globe model dictates that Earth and its atmosphere would be moving together 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, and progressively slower, approaching zero closer to the poles. The following examples all take place at the mid-latitudes, where the globe model claims that Earth and its atmosphere should be moving together at approximately 500 miles per hour, the same as the average flight speed of a commercial airliner. Flights from Los Angeles to New York City, traveling east with the alleged rotation of the Earth, take an average of 5.5 hours, for instance, so the return flight west should only take 2 3/4 hours. But in fact, the average New York City to LA flight actually takes upward of 6 hours, a time totally inconsistent with the spinning globe model. Flights eastward with the alleged spin of the Earth from Tokyo to Los Angeles take an average of 10.5 hours. Therefore, return flights westward against the alleged spin should take an average of 5.25 hours, but in actual fact take an average of 11.5 hours, another flight duration totally inconsistent with the globe model. Eastbound flights from New York to London take an average of 7 hours. Therefore, the westbound flights against the alleged spin should take an average of 3.5 hours, but in reality, they take an average of 7.5 hours. Eastward flights from Chicago to Boston with the alleged spin of the Earth take an average of 2.25 hours. Therefore, the return flights westward against the alleged spin should take an average of just over an hour, but in reality, they take an average of 2.75 hours. Flights eastward from Paris to Rome take an average of 2 hours. Therefore, the return flights westward against the alleged spin should take only 1 hour, but in actual fact have an average flight duration of 2 hours and 10 minutes. All of these flight times are impossible on a 1,000-mile-per-hour eastward spinning ball, but are consistent with what would be expected over a stationary Earth. 13. Flight paths. If Earth was truly a ball, then there are several flights in the southern hemisphere which would have their quickest, straightest path over the Antarctic continent, such as Santiago, Chile, to Sydney, Australia. Instead of taking the shortest, quickest route in a straight line over Antarctica, however, all such flights detour all manner of directions away from Antarctica instead claiming the temperatures are too cold for airplane travel. Considering the fact that there are plenty of flights to, from, and over Antarctica, and NASA claims to have technology keeping them in conditions far colder and far hotter than any experienced on Earth, such an excuse is clearly just an excuse, and these flights aren't made because they are impossible. If Earth was a ball and Antarctica was too cold to fly over, the only logical way to fly from Sydney to Santiago would be a straight shot over the Pacific, staying in the southern hemisphere the entire way. Refueling could be done in New Zealand or other southern hemisphere destinations along the way, if absolutely necessary. But in reality, Santiago to Sydney flights go into the northern hemisphere, making stopovers at LAX and other North American airports before continuing back down to the southern hemisphere. Such ridiculously wayward detours make no sense on the globe, but make perfect sense and form nearly straight lines when shown on a flat Earth map. On a globe, Johannesburg, South Africa to Perth, Australia should be a straight shot over the Indian Ocean, with convenient refueling possibilities on Mauritius or Madagascar. In actual practice, however, most Johannesburg to Perth flights curiously stop over either in Dubai, Hong Kong, or Malaysia, all of which make no sense on the ball model, but are completely understandable when mapped on a flat Earth. On a globe, Cape Town, South Africa to Buenos Aires, Argentina should be a straight shot over the Atlantic, following the same line of latitude across. But instead, every flight goes to connecting locations in the northern hemisphere first, stopping over anywhere from London to Turkey to Dubai. Once again, these make absolutely no sense on the ball model, but are completely understandable options when mapped on a flat Earth. On a globe, Santiago, Chile to Johannesburg, South Africa should be an easy flight, all taking place below the Tropic of Capricorn in the southern hemisphere. Yet every listed flight makes a curious refueling stop in Senegal near the Tropic of Cancer in the north hemisphere first. When mapped on a flat Earth, the reason why is clear to see, because Senegal is actually directly in a straight line path halfway between the two. On a globe, Johannesburg, South Africa to Sao Paulo, Brazil should be a quick straight shot along the 25th southern latitude, but instead, nearly every flight makes a refueling stop at the 50th degree north latitude in London first. The only reason such ridiculous stopovers work in reality is because the Earth is not a spinning ball. 14. Latitude and longitude. If Earth was truly a globe, then every line of latitude south of the equator would have to measure a gradually smaller and smaller circumference the farther south traveled. If Earth is an extended plane, however, then every line of latitude south of the equator should measure a gradually larger and larger circumference the farther south traveled. Practical distance measurements taken from the Australian Handbook, Almanac Shippers and Importers Directory state that the straight line distance between Sydney and Nelson is 1,550 statute miles with a given difference in longitude of 22 degrees, 2 minutes, and 14 seconds. Therefore, if 22 degrees, 2 minutes, and 14 seconds out of 360 degrees is 1,550 miles, the entirety would measure 25,182 miles, which is not only larger than the globe is said to be at the equator, but a whole 4,262 miles greater than it would be at Sydney's southern latitude on a globe of given proportions. From near Cape Horn, Chile, to Port Phillip in Melbourne, Australia, the distance is 10,500 miles, or 143 degrees of longitude away. Factoring the remaining degrees to 360 makes for a total distance of 26,430 miles around this particular latitude, which is over 1,500 miles wider than Earth is supposed to be at the equator, and many more thousands of miles wider than it is supposed to be at such southern latitudes. Similar calculations made from the Cape of Good Hope, South Africa, to Melbourne, Australia, at an average latitude of 35.5 degrees south, have given an approximate figure of over 25,000 miles, which is again greater than the Earth's supposed circumference at the equator. Meanwhile, calculations from Sydney, Australia, to Wellington, New Zealand, at an average of 37.5 degrees south, have given an approximate circumference of 25,500 miles, greater still. According to the globe model, the circumference of Earth at 37.5 degrees south latitude should be only 19,757 statute miles, almost 6,000 miles less than such practical measurements. The fact that many captains navigating south of the equator, assuming the globular theory, have found themselves drastically out of reckoning, more so the farther south traveled, also testifies to the fact that the Earth is not a ball. For example, during Captain James Clark Ross's voyages around the Antarctic circumference, he often wrote in his journal, perplexed at how they routinely found themselves out of accordance with their charts, stating that they found themselves an average of 12 to 16 miles outside their reckoning every day. Later on, farther south, as much as 29 miles. Lieutenant Charles Wilkes commanded a United States Navy exploration expedition to the Antarctic from 1838 to 1842, and in his journals also mentioned being consistently east of his reckoning, sometimes over 20 miles in less than 18 hours. Quoting Reverend Thomas Milner, "In the South Hemisphere, navigators to India have often fancied themselves east of the Cape when still west, and have been driven ashore on the African coast, which, according to their reckoning, lay behind them. This misfortune happened to a fine frigate, the Challenger, in 1845. How came Her Majesty's ship Conqueror to be lost? How have so many other noble vessels, perfectly sound, perfectly manned, perfectly navigated, been wrecked in calm weather, not only in dark night or in a fog, but in broad daylight and sunshine, in the former case upon the coasts, and in the latter upon sunken rocks, from being out of reckoning? The simple answer is that Earth is not a ball." In the globe model, Antarctica is an ice continent which covers the bottom of the ball from 78 degrees south latitude to 90, and is therefore not much more than 12,000 miles in circumference. Many early explorers, including Captain Cook and James Clark Ross, however, in attempting to circumnavigate Antarctica, took upwards of 3 to 4 years and clocked between 50,000 and 60,000 miles around. Captain George Nares, on his Challenger expedition, also made an indirect but complete circumnavigation of Antarctica, traversing 69,000 miles, which is entirely inconsistent with the globe model. Hervé Raboni, who circumnavigated the world during the 1993 Whitbread yacht race, has recently become a flat earther himself, and claims that the deception is done through the hoax of magnetic declination. Hervé insists that on our flat Earth, magnetic declination does not exist, and the addition of this globe-based chart and mathematics to navigation calculations is what keeps pilots and sailors on course. 15. Arctic versus Antarctic. If Earth was truly a globe, the Arctic and Antarctic polar regions and areas of comparable latitude north and south of the equator should share similar conditions and characteristics, such as comparable temperatures, seasonal changes, length of daylight, plant and animal life. In reality, however, the Arctic and Antarctic regions and areas of comparable latitude north and south of the equator differ greatly in many ways, entirely inconsistent with the globe model, but exactly as expected on a flat Earth. For example, Antarctica is by far the coldest place on Earth, with an average annual temperature of approximately -57 degrees Fahrenheit, and a record low of -135.8. The average annual temperature at the North Pole, however, is a comparatively warm 4 degrees. Throughout the year, temperatures in the Antarctic vary less than half the amount at comparable Arctic latitudes, and the northern Arctic region enjoys moderately warm summers and manageable winters, whereas the southern Antarctic region never even warms enough to melt the perpetual snow and ice. On a tilting, wobbling ball Earth spinning uniformly around the sun, Arctic and Antarctic temperatures and seasons should not vary so greatly. In the Arctic, there are 4 clearly distinguished seasons, warm summers, and an abundance of plant and animal life, none of which can be said of the Antarctic. The Eskimo also live as far north as the 79th parallel, whereas in the south, no native man is found beyond the 56th. Iceland, at 65 degrees north latitude, is home to 870 species of native plants and abundant various animal life. Compare this with the Isle of Georgia at just 54 degrees south latitude, where there are only 18 species of native plants, and animal life is almost non-existent. At the same latitude as Canada or England in the north, where dense forests of various tall trees abound, Captain Cook wrote of Georgia that he was unable to find a single shrub large enough to make a toothpick. Cook wrote, "Not a tree was to be seen. The lands which lie to the south are doomed by nature to perpetual frigidness, never to feel the warmth of the sun's rays, whose horrible and savage aspect I have not words to describe. Even marine life is sparse in certain tracts of vast extent, and the seabird is seldom observed flying over such lonely wastes. The contrasts between the limits of organic life in the Arctic and Antarctic zones is very remarkable and significant. At places of comparable latitude north and south, the sun also behaves very differently than it should on the globe model, but exactly as expected over a flat Earth. For example, in the north, dawn and dusk come slowly and last far longer than in the south, where they come and go very quickly. Certain places in the north, twilight can last for over an hour, while at comparable southern latitudes, within a few minutes the sunlight completely disappears. Also, the longest summer days north of the equator are much longer than those south of the equator, and the shortest winter days north of the equator are much shorter than the shortest south of the equator. These facts are inexplicable on a uniformly spinning, wobbling ball Earth, but make perfect sense on a flat Earth with a sun traveling faster, wider circles over the south and slower, narrower circles over the north. 16. The Midnight Sun. The midnight sun is an Arctic phenomenon occurring annually during the summer solstice, where for several days straight, observers north of the Arctic Circle can watch the sun traveling circles overhead, rising and falling throughout the day, but never fully setting for upwards of 72 plus hours. If the Earth was actually a spinning globe revolving around the sun, the only place such a phenomenon as the midnight sun could be observed would be at the poles. Any other vantage point, from 89 degrees latitude downwards, could never, regardless of any tilt or inclination, see the sun for over 24 hours straight. To do so on a spinning globe, at a point other than the poles, you would have to be looking through miles and miles of land and sea for part of the revolution. Some people claim there is a similar phenomenon in Antarctica, but they coincidentally don't have any uncut videos showing this. The few videos available online have been suspiciously edited or manipulated, and the Antarctic Treaty doesn't allow independent explorers to travel there during the winter solstice to verify or refute these claims. Conversely, there are dozens of uncut videos publicly available showing the Arctic midnight sun, and it has been verified beyond any shadow of a doubt, as anyone can travel and confirm for themselves. Furthermore, every year from the 71st degree south latitude onwards, the sun sets on May 17th, and is not seen above the horizon again until July 21st. This is totally at odds with the globe model, but easily explained on a flat Earth. The midnight sun is seen within the Arctic Circle during summer solstice because the sun, at its innermost cycle, is circling tightly enough around the polar center that it constantly remains visible above the horizon for someone at such a vantage point. Likewise, in extreme southern latitudes during that time, the sun completely disappears from view for over 2 months because they...
Hey, just want to say hello to Philip. Philip, are you there? Hello, Philip. Philip.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on, man?
I'm mostly here to seek truth.
Truth seeker. No, I was talking to Philip. He just joined. Philip, are you there?
Yo, what's good?
What's going on, man?
Wait, I need to close my door real quick.
Okay.
Can't let the parents know you're trying to find out the truth of your world now. Shit.
Oh, finally that video is over. That video was so annoying.
Down low. So what's up, man? What brings you to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, Philip?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me? Check 1, 1, 2. Philip, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, dude.
All right, can you hear what I just said? What brings you by the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
Some dude invited me.
Some dude wanted you?
Invited me.
Oh,
Yeah.
a friend of yours, huh?
Yeah.
So what?
Wait,
what brings
let me
you by
see.
the-
Let me see. 1 sec. He
Okay.
said, where's he at? Wait. Wait, never mind.
All right. So why'd you click the link to come in here?
What link?
Well, how did you get here, sir?
Because my friend invited me.
I know, but what did you do to get in here? You clicked the link, right?
Yeah.
You clicked it. You clicked join, right? What led you to say, okay, yeah, I'll join a flat Earth server,
Okay, Flow, please do not interrupt.
bro? Do you want to get kicked out right now, immediately?
Philip, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so what is your interest in the flat Earth discussion, or why did you join? Is it just to listen? Is it to participate?
Yeah, to listen.
Okay.
Look into
usually-
what?
Go ahead. Finish.
No. You finish.
All right. So we like for people to introduce themselves when they come in here and where they stand with their knowledge on like what they think the Earth is, right? Whether you think the Earth is a globe, whether you're kind of on the fence, you're not sure either way, or where you know the Earth is flat, either way, you tell us what you think the Earth is and why you think that. It's just for us to get to know you. It's like the topic of the server, so, and it's a great way for us to know like where you stand, so that we don't assume things, because we don't want to assume anything.
All right.
It's no right or wrong answer, Philip. Just you say whatever you.
All right. Earth is a globe.
Okay. Why do you think that?
Why I think that?
Yeah. Why do you think that?
Because that's what I've been learning in school.
Okay, so if me and you were on the street and you were going to tell me how the Earth is a globe, what would be the first evidence you would point me to, so that I can know that it's a globe?
All right. Wait. Let me think.
You can take your time if you want, like whatever. There's no right or wrong answer.
Yeah. Wait, let me get my friend real quick.
Okay. $5 says he ain't coming back. Anybody want to take me up on that?
He just had to phone a friend a bit, Miggy.
Yeah, he said he's gonna get a friend real quick. That's fine.
I think I actually know who invited him.
You invited him? Truth?
Well, maybe. We know each other.
Oh, I see. Was he trying to reach out to you, or because he left? You're right here.
I think Matthew learned.
Alrighty. Well, I mean, either way, he said he's gonna go get a friend, so maybe he meant you. I don't know.
He gets nervous sometimes.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, is he back? Yeah, he's back. Hang on, Philip.
All right.
All right. So I unmuted you.
All right, good. So my friend is banned for some reason.
Who's your friend?
His name is, let me see, Alejandro.
Why does that name ring a bell?
No, AH.
Oh, no.
AH3050. Hashtag 3050. If you wanna unban him.
Still not ringing a bell. Here, you can type DM to me his Discord number. That way I can.
Let me see. All right, got it. Control. Bro, this is complicated. What's your name?
Miggy.
Miggy. Alright, funny. Let me DM real quick.
As a matter of fact, let me just do this while we're talking right now. I'm gonna give you a VC verified, so you don't have to. Let's see. And I'm going to give you a link, image, embed, in case you want to post images. We're usually putting things up in the live stream voice text. That text channel is the one right above the one we're talking. So.
All right.
And did you send it to me already, so I can unban your friend?
Yeah, I did.
I didn't receive.
Miggy, did you participate in the election?
Truth, you're coming in and out, man. Like, I don't know if your mic sounds kind of something about election. That's all I heard. Election something.
Did you vote in the election?
And the midterms? No.
Oh.
Well, I'm busy doing stuff, so I didn't get around to it. But yeah, I didn't cast my ballot. Why did you?
No, sir, because I did not like the candidates.
Where you're at, or just yeah, it's cool.
Well, I voted for Ron DeSantis, but apparently my vote didn't count, so that's always fun to hear.
You still won. I mean, he's your governor. Hello, governor. All right, so Philip, you still hadn't DM me yet.
What?
You still haven't DM me yet. I have no DMs from you.
Wait, what? All right. There we go. Wait, what's fine?
I don't know who you're sending that to, man, but it's not me.
Isn't it?
Well,
I could type it in chat.
It don't matter.
Look in the live stream video, voice text.
Okay. I got it.
You got it? Alright, good. My fucking voice, dude.
You sound like, are you sick or what?
Yeah, a bit.
Give me a moment so I can go through the band list. He doesn't appear on the list. Let me see. Search for his number.
Did you find him?
No, he's not on the ban list, dude. He might be in CogDis, which is like another channel in this Discord. Like a timeout thing. Could be wrong. Yeah, but he's not on the ban list. That number and the name doesn't even come up. There he is.
Did he join?
Here now.
No shot. Alejandro.
Let's see. Alejandro.
Hello.
What's up, man?
Welcome.
What's good?
I just unmuted him. Let me give you guys VC verified.
Oh, thank you, man.
Yeah, and I'm giving you link embed privileges as well. If you're gonna post anything, I just told your friend Philip, do it in the live stream voice text.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's right above the one we're speaking on.
That's cool, man.
All right, so yeah, I was asking your buddy. We're getting to know like what you guys think right now as far as like the shape of the earth, because that's the conversation in here. So this forum is built around the conversation of the shape of the earth and the discussion about you know, what physical reality represents itself to us, you, me, and everyone.
Yeah.
So we're getting into it, right? If you guys got any buddies that are coming in, let me know so I can unmute them as well. But I want to hear like basically your perspective. I don't want to assume things. So the three options that I usually say is like you either think the Earth is a globe, you're on the fence where you don't know either way. It could be flat, it could be globe, or you can say that you know the Earth is flat. It doesn't matter. Yeah. But there's no right or wrong answer. I just want to know what you think and why you think that. So if you can tell us, what you think and why you think it, as far as the shape of the Earth.
I think it's a globe.
Okay. And
to be honest, because that's what I've been told, and I don't really care enough to look into it. But that's why I'm here now.
Well, yeah. But here's the thing: I wouldn't just put I wouldn't chisel that in stone, because you might hear something that could change your mind. So
yeah, that's why I'm here. Like, if it came out all of a sudden it was flat, I really wouldn't care. That's why I'm here. Okay. Trying to
right.
I think it's a globe also.
Well, Truth Seeker, I know where you stand, so they don't. Not that you don't have to say it, but I know where you're coming from already. But Philip and since you guys are brand new, I'm gonna go ahead and give you might as well just give you the globe Earth roll right now. That'll just let us kind of know where you stand. And then if it changes in the future, just let us know and be like, hey, I'm on the fence or whatever.
Can you unmute Fluxy? He's with me and Philip.
Oh, Fluxy.
Fluxy's in here as well.
Welcome, Fluxy.
He's a bit stupid, so I don't really listen to what he says.
Well, I know how friends are, so I don't know.
No
I don't think
stupid.
But he's very stupid.
Fluxy, you can unmute your mic now. I just gave you VC verified. If you want to jump in.
Fluxy.
Oh, he said wait. There you go.
Fluxy, you there?
I just had to switch VCs.
Cool. So I'm speaking to your friends here, and it sounds like both of them. Well, not that they don't care about the shape of the Earth, but they're not really having a stance on it. They're just like, that's what they've been taught. Now, for you, I would just say, because everybody's their own individual, right? What do you think the shape of the Earth is? You know it's a globe? Do you think it's a globe?
I think it's a globe, but like they said, that's what have you been taught. Like, it's kind of like religion. You get it from your parents. Okay. That's what you've been taught your childhood. That's what you think.
And from school too.
Well, just everybody, right? Like, I mean, everyone, even your friends.
Yeah, everyone is close to you. You want to be like, you want to,
All
right. So it's it's just like, it's like I said, there's no right or wrong answer. It's just a good place for us to know like what you think and why you think it and such. But, starting you off with this, like, and I'll ask all three of you because I think it's important since you guys are all here. Now, just because you're friends, you don't have to agree with each other. Hopefully you guys know that, right?
Oh, don't worry, we know that.
All right, so just like you don't have to all think the same thing. You're each individual, so you can speak for yourselves if you want. But thinking about like what you've been taught, what is the strongest evidence you guys think for like the globe side, like that you've heard of, like coming up? Everybody can say something different. It doesn't matter.
Trips to space.
So astronauts going to space, is that
astronauts?
Trips to space,
and the pictures from it. I think that's like the biggest proof we had.
Let's see. What do you think? Would you say that?
Nah, to be honest, lad, there isn't any like concrete because I've never been to space. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like the main thing that gets me suspicious of like the whole flat Earth thing is like, what would be the point in like, keeping it a secret for this long?
Okay, we'll get into that. Philip, are you there? What do you think? What's your like main reason why you think the Earth is a globe?
Wait 1 sec.
Okay. So right now we're working with people going to space, astronauts. Is like, well, that's not good enough for me because I haven't been.
Wait, I gotta go eat now, so I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure. Philip, you left your homies high and dry. He's like, my friends are coming in here, but I gotta go. So at any rate, now you guys can stick around, or are you guys all at the same house eating together? I don't know.
No, I'm good. Right. We're good.
So let's just go on that, right? So they've been for Fluxy, it seems like there's a bit of like evidence with the pictures and astronauts going there and things. And
Yeah, but you
AH
can't really confirm it. You can't really know if it's true.
right, and I think that's
like
what
AH
AH is
did.
talking about, right? You
Yeah.
can't really know. So what we say in here, right, is kind of what AH is talking about. Like, there's no way for us to verify something unless you can actually get
Yeah,
somewhere.
I
right?
definitely agree with that.
Or at least it has to be feasible. It can't be something that's outlandish where it's like, oh, you got to get in a rocket. Well, how can I get one of those? Well, you got to get money. You got to get permission. You got to get like all this other stuff before you get in that thing and then take off somewhere. But even then, I'm not sure if you guys know this, but I'll just direct your attention to a video that just came out like 5 days ago now. Dude Perfect. I don't know if you know him. He's on.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw
58 million subscribers. He's the guy that does trick shots and whatnot. But Jeff Bezos' company, the Blue Origin company, selected like 5 of them or something, a couple of them, with one astronaut that was going to go with them into space. And they got in that rocket and they went up. Well, as far as I know and I can tell from the image that they were showing, about 198,000 feet up. Now, whether they went past that or not, and just no one can say that too much, but they went at least that high, right? And just to tell you, I'm going to show you a little image on Livestream voice text, right? This is for you guys to kind of look at. Now, I talked to most of the Globe Earth people, and everyone gives me something different, right? And I looked it up, and I did some research when I was looking it up for myself. When I first started figuring things out. There's a place called the Kármán line, and the Kármán line is basically a dividing line, and it's not a real line, right? But it's a place where they can say where the atmosphere ends and the outer space begins. As you can see in that illustration that I gave you guys there to look at, that's what they're talking about, right? The Kármán line, where it is and where, let's say, space begins. Or, well, we can name it outer space, right? But the atmosphere consists of like the troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, and the thermosphere. And right in between the thermosphere, that's where you start getting like where space begins and so on. Then you got the exosphere and such. That's the rest is, the vacuum of space.
Very big jump.
Yeah, can you see like that's, and then of course it tells you how high each one, 20 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 85 kilometers, etc. But so Dude Perfect went 198,000 feet. Which is somewhere in the range of like 32 kilometers, I could say 37. You guys want to throw in a little bit of math there. It's not too hard to convert, but he didn't get near the Kármán line, which is obviously what space is, and yet they were claiming they went to space.
60 kilometers.
Yeah. So he didn't get nowhere near that that place where they say the Kármán line is, and so. There's like some ideas that and we always talk, what we've been doing is pointing out that the mainstream has been talking to the people about like what space is, where it begins, all kinds of stuff. And we're just showing them, look, there's a guy who's a science communicator. His name is Neil deGrasse Tyson. I don't know if you guys know.
Yeah, I know that guy, yeah.
But he has like these talks, right? And there's been many people that have done like edge of space jump from the Red Bull. They did like a guy who jumped out of a gondola, and he jumped. It was like 125,000 feet. I don't quote me on it too much, but in between that range, 125,000.
That guy with the really long name,
Felix Baumgartner. Yeah,
that's
you're right.
The one, yeah.
And then there was another one, an attempt at like commercial space flight with Richard Branson and his company Virgin Galactic. They recently did something like that too. But Neil deGrasse Tyson spoke on the issues of both of those guys. Everybody's talking about that they go to space, right? And so he's kind of like an authority figure within the paradigm. Like he's like the one that he's on like the program Star Talk. I don't know if you guys seen that. Like he's on there. He's kind of telling people he has things called like the master class where he teaches. So he's a pretty big guy like within the mainstream, understanding of like what heliocentrism and all that. So we try to tell people like what his take on it is that these guys weren't in space. Yet the rhetoric behind what they're saying, like Felix Baumgartner and Richard Branson, and I would even say, these guys with Blue Origin, they claim that they're in space, but he would say that they're not in space. And to that, I just want you guys. We have a small little clip, and the clip itself is what I wanted to play for you. It's only a minute long, so if you guys would indulge me, I'm just gonna play it just so you can hear that this isn't like what we're saying, right? Because I think the confusion sometimes is like flat earthers say this, and you know, I don't want it to be like where you see like we're the ones doing it. So give me a second.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah, hang on, Philip. I'm
like
gonna play
5 minutes.
Yeah, Philip, I'm gonna play a 1 minute clip. Okay.
All right.
Where are you playing it?
Yeah, I'm gonna play it right now. So just when it starts going, I want you to listen. It's only 1 minute, so here it goes.
And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, you know, I don't. It's fine. He wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. Okay. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
But just to be clear, he is somebody who thinks the Earth is a globe. So after that, I'm going to put it in context. He does say how high you have to be to actually see the curvature. So he's not advocating for flat Earth, but what he is saying is at that height, you don't see curvature. So, and that's Felix Baumgartner. If you take a look at the video, look at how much curvature it is. He's talking about the wide angle lens that's being used. So it's a lot of misdirection, misinformation from these guys who are saying they're going to space, which is the same with Dude Perfect, right? He didn't go nearly as high, and also would be in the same category as Felix Baumgartner, Richard Branson, and now Dude Perfect. So when they say they went to space, I think that's an issue. Now let's now that you heard him say that, now I'm gonna go ahead and play you a clip from. I have like a 1 minute clip from the Dude Perfect video. And it's specifically the clip that actually, when they land, it talks about like what he says when he lands. And so, like once again, like this isn't coming from us. This is just a clip from those.
Yeah, you're good.
So 1 second. Let me load it. All right, so it's only 1 minute. Just listen to what they have to say.
Yeah.
That was insane. Good job, team. We went to space! That was absolutely insane. And then all of a sudden, it really is. It's just black. Just this perfect circle, super bright layer of blue all the way around the Earth. Biggest of all time shout out, Moondell. Truly the experience of a lifetime from the bottom of my heart. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. For real. Holy cow.
Astronaut Cotton, it's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Pleasure.
Lifelong fan. Is the Earth flat?
Not flat. I can confirm it's round.
He's an astronaut in our midst.
One astronaut and a bunch of civilians.
Okay, that was the end of the clip.
I'm joking.
So just to point out, we heard Neil deGrasse Tyson, who is somebody really high up in academia, like somebody to be looked up to, denouncing people like Felix Baumgartner, Richard Branson, and now he hasn't talked to people in Blue Origin, but they only went 200,000 feet, 198,000, which is like nowhere near where he says you with that height you can't see the curvature of the Earth. These guys are then now saying they're seeing the curvature of the Earth. So they're lying.
I doubt that line. There's probably just the window's been made to curve it.
Well, it doesn't matter though. But whatever they're saying,
They
is
don't know
not
what
the
they're
truth.
talking about, do they? They're YouTubers.
Yeah, this is the point that we're saying though. But even if that is the case, they're deceiving the people who don't know, because there's people that don't really look into this, right? Let's say like, no, they're not really going to jump into Discord and challenge the idea.
Mickey,
that the Earth is
I have
globe,
a question.
Right? So real quick, just for you guys to know that when people put information out like this, it could deceive your mind to thinking that they're saying something that's true. They got in a rocket, they saw the Earth looking like a globe, and just like Neil deGrasse Tyson said, it's flat at that height. So you do with that with what you guys will on that, but
No, I'm not gonna really listen to what a YouTuber says. If they say it's round or flat, they're not really qualified to tell me what to say or to believe.
Someone had a question. Sorry.
I had a question.
What's up, man?
Do you believe in gravity?
What the fuck?
There's no need for a belief. I think if you know something, you know it. If you don't, you don't. So I would turn it around and say, do you know that gravity exists, Philip?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any way you could demonstrate?
Oh, shush.
Is there any way you could demonstrate that you know that it exists?
All right. Give me 2 minutes. I'm gonna find a video real quick.
Sure.
And I'll show you.
That man is such a retard.
Take your time. The thing is, it's important to really I want you guys to dig in, right, to figure out what you can do to get this answered.
Look, I'm not a geek, right? I'm not a nerd. I don't really know what I'm talking about. But all I've been told my whole life by everyone important, I've never been told otherwise, that it's round, right?
The Earth being a globe?
Earth's round. Why is that come about? Why am I being told it's round if we've always known it's flat?
So where the information started from to where you are today, it spread like the knowledge that somebody knows something, but they've never really challenged it. So
like religion.
So people from authority are giving them the information. So the person that you heard it from is telling you like it's true, but they've
heard it from someone else who's heard it from someone else.
And keep going back all the way.
Yeah, I know, but why did that lie start? Is what I'm saying. And what? Because you're telling me there's people in the world that know it's flat, right?
Yeah, everybody in here. Well, mostly everybody.
No, it's in like important people that know it's flat, but go around telling everyone it's round.
I wouldn't put words in their mouths, but I would say that they do have an understanding. People that work in like aerospace engineering and stuff, there's in their handbooks they're taught to use the Earth practically as it's flat and stationary, to assume that it is, not to to say that it is, but to assume that it's flat and stationary.
But
so
if there's no one that like challenges that, what's to stop some guy in a boat or going off sailing in one direction? Because like, what does the flat Earth look like? I've seen so many different pictures and so many different.
It looks like what it looks like when you go to the beach. So when you go, like, I'll say it this way.
Has anyone got like a picture of like the whole?
No. So like I would say it this way, right? Here's where you're gonna get not understanding about us from the flat Earth, right? The flat Earth is reality. When you go out to the beach and you see everything that's around you, that's the flat Earth. So when somebody presents something to you in here as a picture, that's a concept, and you shouldn't take that as that's what flat Earth is. I would say straight away, if anybody's putting like the AE map where it shows all the continents looking like it's all like a smushed globe, don't ever take that's flat Earth. That is not flat Earth. Flat Earth is when you go out into the beach and you see a flat horizon. Yeah. That's the Earth presenting itself to you as flat and stationary.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. But like, what if I had creative mode? Yeah, I just got up, flew a bit, and then just went in one direction. Mm-hmm. What would I see?
Which direction? Tell me which direction.
Any. If it's any direction, what would happen?
You can't. Okay, so realistically, I'd say I don't speak in hypotheticals, but realistically, if you wanted to go somewhere, you'd leave from a place of origin and you're going to your destination, which would probably be from one port to another port, whether it's by water or by air. So when you go, it has to be something realistic that you tell me so.
Yeah. Okay. So let's say I live in England. Yeah.
Sure.
Let's say I have my creative mode on, and I fly towards America. Yeah.
Okay.
And then I fly past America, and I keep going. What do I get to?
I'll be right back. My dog is eating a fucking pen.
Yeah, hang on. So it just depends where you're going. So you said you fly to America, so
Yeah.
you would have to land, refuel, and then where else-
creative mode. I've got creative mode. I don't
Well, I
have to
don't know.
land or
What is that?
refuel. It's just a hypothetical way of saying I keep going in that one direction.
Right. But we don't live in hypotheticals. We live in the real world. The real
Yeah, but
world.
there's got to
is-
be a physical thing there
What do you
to
mean,
keep
physical?
going. Say I had a solar panel plane that could just keep flying forever. What would
Well,
I?
It just like I said, the craft that you would be on has to be realistic. It has to be something that's already out there. In order for us to actually say that something could happen, it has to have already been planned to happen.
but
Like,
I'm just.
have to do something. I know what you're
thinking that
trying to do.
You
You're
can't
trying to
say
get-
there's a flat if
You're trying to
just
get
because.
listen, I know, but hear me out. You're trying to get to a thought experiment so that we can assume things, and we don't assume things here. So that's the reason why I want to ground you into thinking realistically. Because what happens when you're on this idea, this mode that you're on, you're gonna go into these hypotheticals that detach yourself from reality, and we can't do that. So
It's
I'm trying
not
to
that
ground
far
you.
of a detachment, though, is it?
It really is. When you say that you're
because
there's
solar
not a
panel planes exist, and people have
Yeah, that's true.
circumnavigated the world in a plane.
Yeah,
and
is
they've flown
there-
in one direction and ended up back
Right.
where they started.
Yeah, but show me an example of what you're talking about. So then we can talk about it. Show me the example. of
I
what you
guess
mean.
I can try find a video.
Sure, find a video.
Alondra, what's your mic
and,
so shit?
and,
Because of my
you know, once-
fucking
once
mic
you do-
broke, so I have to use my headset.
Yeah, once you do what I want you to do is when you're doing this, you got to remember we're dealing with reality. So we can't go outside of it. So when you say just walk somewhere and don't stop, it's unrealistic. You have to stay within the confines of reality. So and then you can talk about it like as in what if we do this? Then we can look into it. But it's got to be something you can actually do, not a hypothetical. Because maybe that's the way you were taught how to look at things, but when you're dealing with reality, you have to work within the confines of reality.
Yeah, I really do not. I know what you're saying, but at the end of the day, I know your logic is basically saying that just because it hasn't happened yet, it can't happen.
No,
But
that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, but there is a direction from England past America.
Sure,
there is something. There's
Yeah,
got to
there
be.
is. There is,
if
but
there's a
here's-
flat Earth, what is past that? Because people
Well,
have been
it
past
just-
that.
Yeah, so it just depends where your destination is going to be, where you take off. So you land in America and you take off again. Where is your destination? Now, here's the thing. If you're saying there isn't a destination, then where do you land and refuel? Like you have to have somewhere logically put to where you're taking off from and you're going to land. And this is real. This is reality. This is where you and I live. We don't live in like a place where that doesn't exist. So you just can't go somewhere and keep going. You have to be real about what mode of transportation you're using and how you're going to use the method to get there.
Can't
So
really
this-
screen share. I can't really screen share in this, but I was gonna try and like draw something.
Drop it in the live stream voice text. I know what you mean though.
No,
I
it's
know
it's
exactly
like
what you're
I'm
saying.
gonna like rub it out and redraw on it, if you know what I mean.
But either way, gentlemen, I really do have to get going. I'm already overstayed because I had to jet, so I'm a pun intended. But it's been real nice talking to you guys, and I hope that you do get passionate about it because I want you to. This is the part where I want you engaged. I like your passion, AH. You need that. But guys,
Again.
I'm gonna leave you these gentlemen. They're giving some good questions. Please.
Wait, are you
answer their
leaving?
questions. I gotta get to an interview, but like, listen,
All right.
you guys that are helping them, please help them out. Like, don't
Have fun, Miggy.
So just letting you know. All right, Clay.
Okay, no, that was
Have fun,
lovely.
brother.
Yo,
So
Seal.
I appreciate you guys.
Comment.
Yeah, just
Hey guys,
Your mic
It's
is
like-
low, dude.
Yeah, yeah.
My-
it's like,
my-
it's like my one.
Oh yeah.
my mic is low. So guys, have you ever looked at water?
Have you ever looked at?
Yeah.
Well, that's
No
good.
water.
Yeah, that's good, man.
I got some right next to me.
That's wonderful. Okay, so there's a specific property with water, right? And that's why we
Are you sure about that?
exactly that's why we use it in so-called levels, right? To like build straight walls, horizontal walls, right? So imagine that someone someday came up with a term to describe the horizon, and it actually is pretty similar to another word. Do you know that other word? It's called horizontal.
Another word?
Yeah, horizontal.
Yeah, because the horizon is always horizontal, right?
But to be fair, the time the word that was invented, we thought the world was flat.
Right, we always knew it's flat, and it is indeed flat.
At the time the word horizontal was invented and it was linked to the horizon, that's because it does look flat, not that it is.
It does not. It does look flat. It doesn't say that it is. That's funny, man. So if I show you a straight wall, you're just gonna claim, it is even though it's a straight wall, it doesn't need to be a straight wall. Or what is it?
I don't know why people keep spamming me. I'm genuinely not trying to prove there's a globe Earth. I'm just trying to question it. I have no idea what the world looks like.
It's pretty simple.
Flat Earth.
It's pretty simple. Listen. Water.
Stop spamming me.
Okay, I don't know who's spamming you. I'm not
show you something real quick.
But concentrate on my voice for a second, okay? This is very simple. Water and its properties will never change, which means water doesn't lie, globers do, okay? Because the very properties of water, when you look at when you fill your bathtub with water, the water will lay out flat. When you look at the sea, okay, or a small lake, the water will be flat. When you look at an ocean and its horizontal horizon, the water is definitely flat. Because you know what? The water will never change its properties. When unmanipulated, it will always lay out flat. And it's only possible on a surface which is contained and which is not a spinning, wobbling space testicle flying from every expanding universe while hurtling around other planets, okay? It's not what you observe in reality, it will never be your reality, and it's just a fairy tale that you have been taught since a little kid because you have then been not able to question anything. And many people have kept that persona of not being able to question things and not being able to research for themselves, and that's why they're just standing still on one point and will never figure out what the reality is that they're living in, even though they are seeing it with their own eyes every day, Can you? I'm very much chill, brother. I'm just trying to
get a bit
explain
heated. We're
water.
just trying to chill out.
Yeah. Sometimes the truth needs to hit someone right in their face, so they stumble and fall down and realize that their let's say imagination of reality has been always sitting on sinking sand. Okay, so you need a foundation which starts by analyzing the reality that you have always been seeing but have never questioned it critically, okay? That's why I'm doing this. I
know. Look, Clay. You've been kind of waffling for this past few minutes now, and you haven't really let me give the time to pretty much say that I have no knowledge about science at all. I'm just trying to say, all I've tried to say is, why don't they come out and say the truth? What's stopping them coming out and saying the truth? Why would they spend all this money lying about this?
Who's they trying to say the truth? Who are you talking about?
Anyone that knows the world is flat.
I'm here saying to you, look at water. Now I told you something about water which you can verify for yourself to be true.
Yeah, mate. And we're never going against you. We're not even going against you.
I know. Listen, I am chilled.
Well, maybe it's your German, but you're very aggressive sounding.
Okay, I'm sorry, my friend. I'm not.
No problem, dude. No problem. We got you, bro.
I'll be honest.
We got you, man. We're here.
I'm not a feeling.
Dude.
I'm not very good at making people feel good about certain topics. Okay, maybe that's why it sounds a bit harsh. Okay, but the thing is, what confuses me right now is that I taught you something about water, and now you're saying I'm not a scientist. And why actually, you divert from the water topic to asking me the question, why is them not coming out with explaining the whole world that the Earth is actually flat?
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I'm reading this paragraph.
See, and now I just said something as if I'm talking against the wall because
no, it's because this Donato guy sent me a whole rap in the voice chat, and I was.
Do you need to look at the rap, or can you listen to my voice and later on look at the rap?
I'll listen to your beautiful voice, man.
Can I get a mic check? Is there somebody here that can kind of play music for a second? Moderate. I'm driving, but this needs to be moderated. Y'all need to quit talking over each other and talk to each other instead of at each other. And if people are
Dave, you're roboting.
People are what?
I haven't really been able to get a word in.
DMs, man.
Let Alejandro speak, bro. Cover your tits, dude. Alright, Alejandro.
Dave, you're roboting. You're roboting.
Like, all I've done was agree with this guy, and he's still shouting at me that. Yeah, everything looks so fucking flat, man. You're so right that everything looks flat.
No.
It doesn't even look flat. It also measures flat.
Let me find a.
Same thing. But I don't know. I just trying to see. I don't understand why all these governments, all these important people hate each other so much, but not one of them has come out. Not one of these countries has come out.
Imagine a big chessboard, okay? Imagine a big chessboard, okay? So you know how you play chess, right? You know how you play chess, right?
Oh, I'm sick at chess.
There's a definite group of people who have always been in control, and for them, this place that you're living upon is like a big playground. And what they do is to keep themselves in control is divide people, okay, and make people unaware of who they actually are, on what place they live in, so they can control people, right? So if you get a generation raised up that has no knowledge about themselves, who they are, where they come from, and what they're actually living upon, you have a perfect slave mentality generation to do whatever you want them to be formed into, okay? It's like a piece of clay that you can form into whatever piece you want to have them as a tool. And that's how you keep yourself involved. It's very simple. It's very simple, brother.
This hypothetical control doesn't change our life in any way, though. There's better ways to control people. They already know they can.
Okay, what is a better way to control people?
Fuck's sake,
instead of telling them that there's a speck of dust in every expanding universe, that they have really, that there's really no quality to their lives, that there is no reason to be here to begin with. What better story you can tell someone or make someone believe as a religion? Tell me.
Even if it was flat, our life would still be as meaningless and still be as. Even though it is flat. Even though it is flat, I'll go with you. Listen, even though it is flat, the world's flat, our life is still fucking meaningless. There's still no reason for us to do anything. The fact, whether or not you believe it's round or flat or square or invisible or a triangle, your life doesn't mean shit.
You're saying that you're saying that
controlling me by lying to me.
Without.
They don't move my arms up and down when they want just by telling me I live on a ball.
Listen, without being rude towards your personality or whatever, but you yourself have already claimed to, I don't know, you don't know certain things. And the thing is, knowledge is a certain kind of power, and it does change your life and mind and state of being, okay? Because you are talking out of a place of ignorance, and that's not. I'm not trying to offend you or anything, okay? Because you have already told me you're a bit sensible, and I understand. Okay, that's just the generation we live upon, and these days people are very sensitive to certain topics.
I don't care.
But the thing is, you're talking out of a position of someone who has not yet discovered, okay, real understanding about the reality that you're living in. Which means that you think from your standpoint of life that regarding this or that topic or this or that knowledge, there's not going to be any change in my life. It's just going to be as meaningless as it is yet. And that's not true, because we have enough people here who can tell you otherwise, okay?
Yeah, but, you know what? I don't give a my life.
See, that's your problem. You don't give
I don't
shit
care
about certain things. Yeah, see, and that's ignorance. But that will hold you. That's like a chain that will hold you in that place of meaninglessness, because you basically keeping yourself there, by saying such things as I don't care. Actually, every human being has a certain amount of, willingness of discovering new things. It's just how things are being kept rolling our life, But especially as a kid, when you look at kids have that naturally. There's hunger towards new information and things. But since you have been going through all these filters of the so-called institution we have been talking about beforehand, which are created by the people who are openly or willingly trying to control certain things, they have changed your mind and perverted your mind in a way that you are now on the standpoint of saying, actually, I don't care about anything at all, and I don't want to move further, I just want to stay in this place, whatever it takes. So they have killed your childhood, they have killed many natural things you once had as a precious owner of it, okay? To be capable of, gaining new information, to be curious about the world, to be like a little child running around and saying, hey, what is this? How does this work? Blah, blah, blah. And they killed it. And now you're talking out of a place of, I'm never going to get out of it. Actually, I don't care. Let me alone and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, if you're going to keep yourself there, man, you're never going to understand what flat earth is. You're never going to understand what reality is. And you're never going to be happy about your life or move further on. And I'm not saying this because I hate you. I say this because I love you, because I once have been at the same place of not getting further on. Because I just thought, I don't care. I smoked weed and I said, I don't care. I don't care about God, whatever, blah, blah, blah.
Smoking weed.
I did things, man. I did this. I see myself in you. That's why I'm telling you these things, right?
But I don't really get what. If I was brought up my whole life being told the world was flat, I don't get how my life would feel any more meaningful to me.
Because you have not yet discovered understanding and knowledge about
I enjoy the fact that even if it's not true, I enjoy thinking that my life's meaningless because it means I can go and enjoy myself without having much regret. I'm going to go live my life, find something I enjoy. I'm going to live my whole life enjoying it. I'm going to try and have kids, find someone to spend my life with, have kids, and then die. And that's fine for me. I'll be so happy with that.
But
if you want more in your life and you want to pursue something to make yourself feel more important, that's fine. But for me, I'm so happy.
It's not what I said. It's not about making myself more important.
But you said you're angry at the fact that I don't see any.
No, I'm not angry at you, man. I actually love you. That's
you're angry at me. You're angry at the fact that I don't see importance in my life, and they're trying to make me feel my life's unimportant and slave mind and stuff. But at the end of the day, that's fine with me.
From what you said beforehand, where you just claim to say I don't care, and actually, what would it change? Yeah, I definitely saw that within you. But now you just gave new information towards me, which is actually something good. Yeah, having a family. Making children is one of the most important things as a man, because you have fulfilled the very thing why you're actually here, reproducing. But the thing is, what should I do when you should have given me that information first, right? Which just shows me, okay, there is still something in your life where you have a goal or something you're working for, which is good. I couldn't know that these things beforehand, right? And the thing is, I'm not saying this to make yourself someone better. I'm not better than any other human being. I'm not better than someone who. Nah, not at all. I'm the same as everyone else. I'm a sinner, okay? But that has nothing to do with flat earth. That is just my belief of human beings. I think there's no good in any one man's heart, and there's no man who is good or has done anything in the eyes of the Creator which makes us be pleased before Him. It doesn't exist. Every man has fallen short of the glory of the Most High, and the one who has created everything that you see and feel and touch and smell.
You know that's ridiculous as fuck. But anyway, back to flat Earth.
See, that's the thing. Not everyone agrees with these things, okay? But there's going to be a day where they need to bow down and understand that that's the truth. Like that. Because that's the last rabbit hole you want to fall into, understanding who the Creator is and for what reason you're actually here. But many people just don't want to fall into that rabbit hole. It's okay, but it's another topic. We're gonna keep it.
If I may.
Well,
I just kind of wanted to jump in, man, just because, Clay is something, he's saying something that's pretty...
You got to shout at me as well.
No, not at all.
Yeah, Clay, man.
He's making me cry.
What I'm trying to say is that Clay is basically explaining his own experience of how much it changed his life, right? As dramatic and as well said as that was, right? We start to get, in between the lines, but your original question was, what big deal does it make, right? And that's a good question. We all asked that ourselves too when we were once Globers as well. We were taught the same thing, man. And, what we're trying to say is, how can you know something that you've never even known yet? You know what I mean? Like, how would you know that would change your life? Because what we're saying is, like, we didn't know that either. And what it does is it starts to open your eyes to all the other lies. In fact, this is the easiest one to honestly understand, but it has the most propaganda behind it. It's the strongest one, right? It's taught when you're a little child, when you're subjective to everything, right? You don't have the ability to even form an argument against it, right? So you never question it. And they often teach you to obey authority, right? Which, has its pros and cons in a society, right? Pacemakers, if you will, for the emergent system. But at the end of the day, what we're saying is we woke up from this, right? We started to question that very model. And, what if we could tell you that we don't see curvature, right? We see too far. The globe model and the globe math that is given to us doesn't work. Does it really matter that, why they lied or the fact that they did? Anyway, just wanted to throw that in there.
Yeah, that's sick, man.
Because you're asking good questions. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Why would they lie? Control,
I
money,
think,
maybe the
I think
62
if I was
million they
Russia,
get.
let's say this is the Cold War, yeah. That my name's Stalin, or whoever
Going
was
back in time.
Yeah, let's say this is the Cold War. America's just gone. Supposedly, yeah. We all here know that was fake, don't we? Supposedly, they're claiming they've gone to the moon. We know that's not true. I know that the world is flat as Mr. Stalin, and America's making all this money from space. They beat us. We lost. Why don't I just say and prove that it's flat? That would turn all American people against the government. That would cause so much riots and stir in America. I would be on top.
No, man, you think so, but listen, how it works is people want to go along to get along. So nobody wants a lot of that kind of drama. They want the same shit every day. So they crave the comfort of certainty.
Your
right?
mic's really rough. Wait, let me turn you up.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I sort of get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
I can tell you why. If you're in the same club, okay, as the president of the United States, it doesn't matter what you're saying. It's just different parties creating a false picture of options you can choose as an individual in that system that you're living in, even if it's communism or democracy or socialism or whatnot. They just all at the end have a meeting together in the same lodge, which you don't know exists, which you don't know that they have it, and it doesn't matter. They just it's just a game for these people. They give you something so you feel like something. Okay, you're part of this team or that team. It's just, it doesn't matter what you choose. At the end, it's all in the same hand. If that makes sense.
It's like pro wrestling.
Yeah. And yes, it even goes before World War One.
This Donato
even further down to ancient times.
Donato.
This Donato guy. If you were married to a woman 50 years ago and during all that time you were very happy, if you found out that she'd always cheated on you, what would you do? But that's not really the same, because if all of a sudden right now they come out and say it's flat, the world's flat. Personally, I don't think I'd care. Maybe that's just me, but I couldn't really care less. For me, the world's the world. There's a tree over there. There's a window right there. That wouldn't change anything physically.
But what if there was money involved? What if you actually got all that money back? Sorry, Glad.
Listen, the problem is that they play off of that. They say, what difference does it make in the first place? So, but the implications of of the lie itself. It's the group of lies that it actually extends into many parts of our culture, specifically Western culture. You know, the countries that support space exploration and such.
Flap Flobe, you're roboting.
I'm so sorry.
I can hear. I can listen to it. So it's okay.
In and out. I'll be back.
Sounds like he's in a car or something. The phone's really far away.
He's fine. Was that Truth Seeker again? What
Do
is
I
your
get it
problem
now,
with Flap Flobe
AH?
today?
Get what? If the game of in the game of politics played by cults, nothing is accidental. If something happens, it was planned to happen. What?
Exactly.
I don't really understand that. If you didn't care what shape the Earth was, you wouldn't claim it was a globe. No, I'm saying it was a globe because that's what I've been told in my whole life. I'm not gonna go around forcing everyone to believe it's a globe because I don't care enough for that.
Earth is a globe, dude.
I never claimed it's a globe. I said I think it's a globe because that's what I've been told. If you hear when I joined the call, that's
you don't
exactly what I
think
said.
it is. 100%.
Well, if I ever go to space and see for myself, then I'll be able to say for sure. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if it's so unimportant to you, then why are you here?
Because I'm curious, and we're not allowed to be curious.
Yeah, dude.
For God's sake, man.
We got invited.
Yeah, the whole point of this server is to persuade people that it's flat. So why are you coming at me for coming here, man?
No, it's not.
It is, dude.
No, you're wrong about that. We aren't a religion. We're not trying to convert people to some ideology.
That's a cool fucking hat, but I don't really think that's historic.
We also don't.
I don't really think that proves the flat Earth, to be honest.
We also don't care if you don't want to deconvert from your current religion. Doesn't matter. To us.
Bro, you don't talk, bro. You're a weirdo. I've been studying some weird ass shit in the chat.
It's a globe. Give the audience your best profile.
Yeah,
Do you want
go
proof?
ahead.
This is the most accurate proof I've ever seen, really. Like, there's literally no way you can disprove this. 100% facts. I took that picture myself.
So you're just making a joke of the globe. Is the globe a joke?
Yeah.
Everything's a joke if you make it one. Gandhi said that.
Alright, let me find a picture of the flat.
Yeah, see, Tim's convinced.
I'm convinced.
Good man, Tim.
Well, I think we can just mute this retard.
Whoa.
Shit.
That's not nice.
Did you really just say the mute word?
Bro,
I went ahead with
wait, who muted him, bro?
Yeah, it was well deserved.
Well deserved.
Yeah, he's just wasting our time.
Yeah,
dude.
Because we'd like to engage in like an intellectual, serious discussion. Like a joke here and there's okay, but you know, we're not just here to mess around, man.
Flexi, tell him.
What?
They muted Alejandro.
Oh, El Bozo. I just got by Philip. You know, my dog ate a pen.
What?
And he ate the ink and all.
Ah, that's not nice.
Yeah.
Wait, they're trying to ban people now? Yo, here. Why you banning him?
Who's next up? It's not a ban, bro.
Yo, you banned him.
His globe proof didn't make the cut. Let's see if yours does.
Ah, dude. Wait, what did he say? Hashtag free Alejandro. Wait, did you? No, he's not banned.
Philip, show us your best evidence for the globe.
My best evidence? Alright, I got you.
Very best. If anyone didn't know and you had to convince them with one thing, what would you show them?
Alright, let me get something real quick.
Take your time.
Take my time? Alright, I got you. Fluxy, you helping me?
2 brains is better than 1.
Alright,
no one can say no one can prove.
Alright, okay. First of
theirs
all,
is actually
we have
that or a
gravity.
globe like yourself.
Just look at this.
Okay, we don't need cartoons. We need observable reality.
That's not cartoon.
Next cartoon equals ban. Okay, just
equals
make
ban. Oh shit! Alright.
Yeah, make a valid argument.
What's the problem with gravity in the flat Earth? Maybe there's something in the core.
By the way, this is a cartoon.
That pulls
Wait,
everything down.
Flat Earth.
Are you arguing that things can only fall down on a ball?
This is
okay. That's the next cartoon. I guess he's done.
Bro. Alright, I'm done, boys.
Yeah, you don't need posting perms if that's all you're going to do. Is the globe just a cartoon to you, by the way? Because that's all you've posted. I mean, you're kind of doing our work for us, you know.
No, not the cartoon.
It's funny, eh? It is kind of a joke, I agree. Yeah, I mean, I don't even have to do anything. Everything that you brought forth was a cartoon.
Yeah, rip the cartoon.
So, I mean, that kind of speaks for itself when that's all you have to show for this belief system of yours. Like, what do I need to come back?
Can you like unmute Alejandro?
No.
Or the AH guy, please?
No,
Why not?
someone else wants to, but I don't.
What did he do? What did he do? Tell me what it did.
Okay, concern trolling. I'll just put you on mute.
Bro, you're so cruel.
Who's next?
I want to ask, how can you prove that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, go measure it. It's flat. It doesn't curve. Simple as that.
But if I'll go measure it, won't I fall at some point? I
don't really follow your logic. I don't really follow your logic there.
Yeah, we're not talking about measuring, the entirety. We're just talking about measuring the quality of the surface. So it's purported to be curving at a specific rate, particularly over water.
I would like to say I think we've been too harsh on the Globers today.
Careful, Sasha 2.0.
Yeah, you can just measure it directly for curve if it has any. If it's a globe, it will have some.
Yeah, the globe comes with set dimensions. When you apply those dimensions to real life observations with landmarks and stuff like that, these dimensions just isn't there. It's that simple.
Alright, so why isn't it proved? Why from the picture we see from space, is the Earth round, globe?
They show pictures.
Why will they lie? Why will
they show
lie?
pictures? Yeah, that's irrelevant. Why they would do it? First, you have to establish whether there is a lie before you even start asking a question like that. But they can show pictures from space in a movie, right?
Yeah.
Right. So you can produce an image like that. It doesn't have to be reality.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why, if the Earth is flat, let's say it's flat, why does it's like half the people in the world think it's a globe? Where did it came from?
That's what they've been taught. That's what they've been told. It's culture. It's tradition at this point. Doesn't mean it's reality.
Yeah, but if you said about measuring the Earth, if that's true, so it's a very easy way to prove that the Earth is indeed flat.
It is easy. That's what's so crazy about
it. Why do people still believe that it's a globe?
Well, ask yourself.
We're up against hundreds of years of indoctrination and billions of people indoctrinated. Right? They're not just going to let go of this fantasy just like that. It's very dug in. They've sunk deep, and it takes a real want to know the truth. And to accept that possibly what you've come to learn wasn't true, especially one at this level. It's so fundamental, right? It's monumental.
Yeah,
and it's incredulity, people's personal incredulity. They can't understand. Well, how could I have been deceived? Why would they lie to me? Right? All this. People like governments and agencies and religions, like people in authority have been exploiting the masses' beliefs for centuries. It is nothing new, and it's no secret. You know, a CEO, a corporation CEO will say, tell the public that this product does X. And then an employee will say, does it do X? the CEO is going to say, I don't give a shit, just make it sound convincing and make us some money.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I still don't understand how saying there it is a globe benefits to the governments and the companies.
What about the 70 million taxpayer dollars for NASA every day, and that's just one space agency? How much does that industry make as a whole? And that's just money, which is probably the least of the motivators, because if you have exclusive knowledge about what reality is, what this place is, you're hoarding that from everybody else, gives you quite the advantage, don't you think?
Yeah, I guess I agree with that.
I think so. Maybe it's 62 million per day for NASA. I'm not sure. Somewhere around there. Doesn't matter.
It's a lot of dough.
Yeah.
Who knows? You know, it's got tactical implications for like controlling people, limiting their desire to travel and explore. Yeah.
I mean, there is also the entire scarcity scam, where everything is limited and not self rejuvenating and stuff like that. So they can control prices on things and keep a really tight line on the people.
Exactly, and that ties in with consumerism.
Yeah, I mean, we can see it. We can see it on a really extreme scale right now. What minor events can do to plus this scarcity thing, because there is a conflict between Russia and Ukraine right now, and this is impacting the entire world in terms of gas prices, food prices, and all this kind of stuff. And this is because the idea is that because there is this conflict, there is less traffic of important basic goods like gas and oil, and even also like Ukraine itself is like the fourth or third largest production center for corn. So yeah, just small events like that, plus people thinking everything is limited, yeah, can affect a lot of things. That's my point.
Right. People don't understand that a system has been built, and it lies on foundations. And if you take those foundations away, the system will no longer be able to stand. It will no longer be able to operate efficiently and consistently the way it does. It relies on people's beliefs in things.
Yeah. But if people were in the belief that, or in the knowing that that the earth was plentiful, I mean, maybe they didn't want to work 50 or 40 hours every single week. There's a lot of these small tools that is in play here. It's not just one big tool. There is a lot of small factions of this.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not just NASA profiting. It's not just the space agencies profiting or governments profiting from the whole idea that we're on a spinning spaceship Earth, in a void. It's like Hollywood. It's on coffee cups. It's in magazines. It's everywhere. It's in the media everywhere. In school books and there's whole careers based on the idea of space and all that. Like, people profit. They make money. It's a career. They earn money from it. Not that it benefits anybody.
Keeps people distracted.
I have nothing to say. All your arguments sound very good. I have nothing. I didn't even learn about this, so I don't really know if what you're saying is true. I have no clue.
See, to people like you asked, what proof is there of flat Earth, right? Well, and that's natural for people to want to ask that because of the indoctrination of the conditioning that we've received from birth. Right? So it's natural because we just naturally think that the globe Earth is a given. It's a given. When you hear of flat Earth, no, globe Earth is a given. It's straight out fact, right? In your mind. Right? So then you demand proof that it's not. Right? But did you ever get any proof that it was actually a globe? In your experience, your personal experience of reality is that it's flat and motionless. You go to a beach and look at the horizon; it's flat, right? And you don't experience, you don't feel like you're spinning and twirling through this endless void in the universe. Nobody does. So we forget that we actually experience Earth as flat and stationary. And then we forget that we should be asking for evidence of the opposite. If someone claims, well, it seems flat and stationary, but it's actually curved and spinning and moving, then why wouldn't you ask for evidence of that?
Wait, so you also believe we're not in space then?
Right, yeah.
All right. You believe that space isn't real, right?
Well, it's not that I don't have to believe or disbelieve it. I want evidence that that's what the sky is. I want proof.
All right.
I was told a story about it, and I was shown images and things which they claim to be taken from that place. But how do I personally verify that for myself?
Check.
Yes, coming in clear. The claim of outer space, you have to take it on faith if you want to believe in it. You have to trust that you're being told the truth, which is no difference to going to like a priest or a pastor at a church and saying, I don't understand what's written in this Bible. Can you explain it to me? And then they tell you, and you just trust them. You trust them on their word that what they're telling you is the truth. It's comparable to a religion.
Yeah, that's what I'm comparing it to. People used to believe in God all the time. Everybody believed in God. And now a lot of people are starting to not believe in God and be an atheist. I am an atheist myself, so
Yeah, as far as the education system goes, like there is things within physics, practical physics, right, that we use practically. It helps us. Engineers use it, and it works. But as far as what's behind it, how it's working, why it's working, what's causing things, right? Then they things that they can't know for sure, right? That goes into the category of theoretical physics. And theoretical physics doesn't have any evidence behind what they're proposing, how these things work, why these things work, what's causing these things to work. We just know we can base equations on observations, things that repeat, things that happen in all instances, and then to ask the question why, some things you can't test them. You can't put it through the scientific method. And it ends up being just a theory. They call it theoretical physics, and it's not even a theory in a scientific way. It's colloquial, but they've hijacked that and they've tried to put it under the guise of being scientific, because they sound all fancy and cool, and it sounds like it's that they're figuring stuff out. But when you look deep into it, they just keep building more assumptions on top of more assumptions. And then they find a problem with that. They continually find problems with what they've theorized, and then they have to build on top of that even more with more assumptions, so that it keeps the story that they've told sound valid. Like they got to the point where they had to say, well, if our theories are correct, then there's not enough matter that we see out in the universe, to make our ideas of gravity correct. So it's a spanner in our works. What are we going to do? Oh, we're going to invent something. We're going to invent dark matter, right? That must explain why what we see isn't matching our equations. Something else, yet again, that is unproven, that you can't prove, you can't test it. It's just an idea. And it all comes back to the idea of the Earth being this spinning ball in a vacuum.
Oh, hello. Can I ask a question? If the Earth is flat and there's like a depth of the ocean and it goes like very deep down, wouldn't it be a cylinder instead of like just flat?
Sorry, you were a bit low there. I couldn't quite hear you.
Oh yeah, so basically like if the Earth is flat and there's a huge like depth below the oceans, wouldn't it be a cylinder in a way, because it would be like more three-dimensional like that? If you get what I mean.
Timbo, did you understand that question, bro?
That was Rob talking, but
oh, it's T1. Okay. Yeah. I didn't understand. Maybe somebody else did, but I didn't understand your question, brother.
Yeah, I'll try to phrase. So, you know how the like ocean goes deep down, and if the Earth is flat, wouldn't that mean like the Earth is like not so flat, but instead is a cylinder, because it's going in like all three directions?
So, I'm not sure what you think of when you hear the term flat Earth, right? But obviously, there's topography, there's terrain. So we have undulation, hills and valleys, and then ocean basins. And we're not claiming a shape, we're not claiming to even think that it's possible to know the extent of the plane that we live on, or the exact shape it is. It could be symmetrical, like a definable shape, but it might not. It might be some sort of weird shape. It might not even have ends that we could ever know about, right? Who knows? Right? That's we're unable to explore to that extent as yet. And you're talking about oceans, right? Oceans, they water is contained, right? So we see a cup of water contained, right? A bathtub contained, a lake contained, and once we get to lake size, on Earth we have bodies of water. Well, they're contained by a shoreline, aren't they? Lakes. And when you stand at the beach, next to an ocean, you're standing on a shoreline.
Interesting.
I would like to ask something.
Yeah, go for it.
So I was thinking about it. Like how in Norway and I think like Switzerland, the sun or the Earth is like in a position where the sun, like there's like more daylight than there is like the moon. If that makes sense, like there's more day than night. How would that work if the Earth was flat?
Right. So we observe, things in the sky, the sun, the moon, stars. But we observe them moving. And while I don't claim to know exactly in what manner they're moving, what path they're taking, I can only assume that they are following a path which matches what we see, right? So what we observe.
I don't really quite get like what do you mean?
So the sun is over me, like it's not over the top of me directly at the moment, but I can see it, and it's providing light to the area that I live in. But while at another place on Earth, it's not providing that light. It's too far away.
Yeah, but like in like I think it's Norway. Like it's like more day, than it is like night, and I think that's so. Like the explanation of it is that the Earth or the sun is in a position where at that time the sun rotates at that position, which the light reflects more to like Europe and like the center of the Earth, and if that makes sense, like the or like sorry, the upper part. So that there's like more light than there is of night, and like I think people go crazy for it. Like some people have like suicide over that. I'm pretty sure. I did some like research on it.
Right. So yeah, the northern area where they have long, extended periods of day and light, and sun. and then in another season they're having long extended periods of night or less light, right? It's like 2.5 months of night, and like 4 months of barely seeing the sun. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that one. Where it's basically that the Earth is. I mean, the explanation of it is that it's rotating on a tilted axis, which is, I think, relative to the sun. And that I'm just reading off Google. It says that, and during the summer months, the North Pole is angled towards the star, towards our star. Yeah. It's like, how would that be the case on a flat Earth? The sun would always be, like, it will always like emit the same amount of light, right?
Yeah, there's proposals as to how that would work, that could work, right? There's concepts that people have come up with, explanations, so to speak, right? But it's just an explanation. It's not something that is, can be, positively confirmed. But it would seem so that what kind of lends credence to the idea that that the sun takes a concentric path above Earth is that people can go and witness in the north, witness a 24-hour sun.
So you're saying that there's no evidence there's no evidence, like there's things proposed for it being with the logic that the Earth is round and for that the Earth is like flat. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. So do you know an explanation that? No, tell me.
No, go on.
Do you know an explanation that gives something about it being about the Earth being like flat and that thing happening?
Right. Well, as I explained, right, if you're to view the North Pole as being the center on a flat plane of an unknown area, right, of a total area, right, but the North being in the center, right, and the sun doing concentric paths around the center, right? So during the North's summer, the concentric circle that the sun's path is taking is closer to that center and doing a smaller circle, and then as the year progresses and the sun's concentric path starts to increase and get bigger, and its path deviates further out towards the south. So then it's not as close to the north anymore. It's closer to the south, and it's casting more light towards the south than it is the north. That's one concept.
Okay.
Can I prove that? No, I can't. It's an explanation.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tricky for us. We've been looking into it for a small amount of time, a handful of years, and we haven't had an infinite budget to figure a model out. There's no model because we can't explore the whole thing, and I don't believe you could actually see the entire Earth. This is an extremely complex, dynamic system that once you start looking into it, you realise, wow, it's just amazing. So you don't even know where to start with some people. Somebody asked me this when I went out the other week, and she'd heard through a mutual friend that, oh, I've heard you and your brother think about this, the Earth in this manner. And what I wish I'd have said was, do you really want to speak about this? Do you want to talk about this? Because the first thing out of my mouth was, because she said, how do you know the Earth's flat? And I said, because we've measured the ground. But I even realised now, looking back, that even that, I know it sounds very simple, but you just don't know where to start with people, do you? Because it's just
You mean about this situation? About this phenomenon or whatever, like about the sun being in an angle where it's giving more like daylight than nighttime.
Well, I don't even know what the sun is. Is my point.
There are some explanations.
Do you know what it is?
No. There's some explanations of it, I guess. The same way there are explanations for like.
The honest answer should be whatever you experience. Hey, what's up, Harry? Yeah, the honest answer, the way we should approach it is what you experience, we experience. We experience the same thing. So when you see the sky,
exactly.
And so explanations are the globe Earth way of like trying to get you to believe that you're in a cosmic paradigm that they're telling you you're in. That's it. When we don't have an explanation, I think that's the best place to be because no one knows outside of that cosmic explanation paradigm from the globe. And that is even something that's given to you to explain something they don't know. So it's basically a story, right? And so they're telling you a story, and so some people try to replace it with another story, and it doesn't work. So that's why it should be the honest answer is we experience what you experience. So it works exactly how you've always known it to work. And outside of that, yeah, go ahead. What'd you say, Harry?
Yeah, but they, but they're giving an explanation to, something that, as you said, is seen by everyone. And like following their logic in a way, like also follows the other thing they said about the Earth being round. So
yeah, but one hand doesn't wash the other. So they're saying, well, the reason this happens is because the Earth is spinning, right? That's why you get the sunset and all that. And then you have to start looking into, okay, they're saying the Earth is moving. How can I verify that? Well, they take your mind outside of the place that you're standing on and say, you have to go outside of the perspective of where you can see the Earth from a position where you can stand outside of the Earth and see it move. It's like otherwise on the Earth, you're not going to be able to get there ever. Does that make sense? So when they say the Earth is moving, that's why we have sunsets. That's the explanation, right? But when are you ever going to be in a position to experience that? Never. So I'm trying to put it so where you can see it logically. It's like no one on Earth can tell you that the Earth is moving because you have to be outside of Earth in order to see it move from a different perspective. Because if you're on Earth, you just look at the sun, the moon, and the stars, and they're all moving east to west.
I think being like but I mean, even if like you're, as you said, like outside the Earth in a way to see moving, it still wouldn't, because it's so big. I think you still wouldn't see like physically like moving. No. I mean,
yeah, I know what you mean, but like
it's gonna be like very slow and gradual in a way.
Yeah, I can get where you're going with that, but their explanation is once you're outside of the Earth, like away from it, then you can get to see it moving. Like if you're on the moon or something, you could see it doing something else. And I'm trying to show you guys is that anybody who has this idea and they're like, well, how does it work for the flat Earth? Well, it works the same for the way you perceive it. So this is kind of like what's important for you. Everybody who's asking questions about like, how does this work on a flat Earth? We experience the same Earth you are experiencing. So there's nothing different from what you're seeing than what we see. The only thing is we're taking the cosmic paradigm story out of the equation. So whereas you would have to say like, well, the only reason we see the sun moving across the sky is because the Earth is spinning. And then it leads to another thing. Like I said, one hand washes the other, but it doesn't work because when you start investigating how did they measure the Earth was actually spinning on its axis, they can't prove that to you, and you can't prove that to yourself. Like, there's no way. They didn't find that out. The only ideas that they have is they're assuming that it's doing something, and assumptions aren't a way to logically render the information that you want to get to. So that's why I'm always. You have to be a critical thinker to get to a place where you can question things. Okay, if they say that something's happening because of a globe, well, how do we get there if there isn't a globe? Let's just say, for example, because everything leads to one. It's like a domino effect, right? If the Earth is a globe, then it spins. Then the sunsets and sunrises are working because the Earth is moving. But if the Earth isn't a globe, then it's not working like they said it is. It's something else. Does that make sense?
Does he know that Einstein himself even said there is absolutely no way to prove the Earth is moving? And if anybody would know how to do that, you would think Einstein would know how. And he said it cannot be done. Cannot prove that it moves.
I'm not sure if that's what he said, because in his theory,
Exactly what he said.
yeah, but in one of his theories, like which is the famous theory that he has like a book about it. I think it's called of relativity. Yeah, relativity.
Yeah.
Doesn't that involve like also? Like I say this, but when I said something else, doesn't that involve the Earth spinning in a way? But anyways, but how do you like? How do you guys like? Yeah, it does. It does, right? See, so he never even if he said, which I'm pretty sure he didn't say that the Earth isn't. There's no proof. There's no way to prove that the Earth is spinning. Even if he did, his whole theory involves the Earth spinning and how it's relative to. I mean, from what I've known.
If I pulled up the quote right from Einstein and showed you that he said that, would that be enough evidence for you?
No, it wouldn't, because it doesn't make sense for him to write a book which makes in his book of his theory about relativity. He talks about
it's a theoretical theory. You know the difference between a theoretical theory and a scientific theory?
Yeah, right. Scientific theory have.
Yeah, somebody can put up the quote. If somebody can put up a quote and put it in live stream voice text, if you have the quote, just so the gentleman can see it. Whether he believes that that's what he said or not, it's irrelevant. It's a quote that he said that we can cite, and just cite it and show it to him, and he can do with the information. What he
Look,
wants.
anyways, 1 sec. Wait, Elijah, 1 sec before you say. I don't. Okay, let's ignore the.
I was first. I don't understand what's wrong with people. Dude, no, I was first. Relax.
Elijah, your voice is very low. We can't really hear you.
Talking about the rotation of the Earth at all. What's general relativity have to do with the rotation of the Earth? Can you cite that?
Someone said that Einstein never said that. We can't prove that
about movement around the sun or everything around us. Einstein is saying, well, there's really no way to tell the difference. That has nothing to do with the Earth's rotation on its axis, which is what we're talking about.
Thank you. Relativity is an explanation as to why it can't be proven. That's what I was going to say.
Rotational motion is relative. It's the theory of relativity. I'm just searching it up right now. It's because I'm pretty sure I've seen it. It says that we perceive as.
When you get it, just post it in the chat, because I'm telling you, no. So just cite what you think is the case.
Yeah.
Because you're actually not addressing what's being said to you because it's minor detail.
Okay,
just cite it, Harry. That's before you go further, because it helps. It helps everyone. We can all see that you're saying something that is. So if you don't,
I'll send some things. I find, but I don't think the one thing that, because I don't have a lot of time. The one thing that I want to know like more is like when you, so you guys have the theory of like, you guys have your own theories, your own beliefs, but when you guys think of like the Earth being flat, how do you like, what shape does it come to mind? Like, is it like a a circle that has no a two-dimensional circle? Is it a very like? Is it a way of a? Someone else said a cylinder. I think. I don't know how that makes sense, but like, I mean,
we don't.
I think that's more important to me, like, because. What do you mean?
We don't imagine. You can't imagine something you've never experienced. Can you think of anything that you can imagine that you haven't experienced? Not even an illustration or a model. Like you would have to. There's nothing in existence that you can imagine.
So you're seeing.
Quit interrupting him.
Is that...
Stop over talking. Please.
Okay, sure. I listen.
Yeah, don't ask me a question. Just answer what I ask. Because we're already off of the last point you made, which was false.
Okay, what is this? Okay, sure. Tell me. Finish your point.
Tell me.
I'm listening.
It wasn't a point, it was a question.
What?
He needs you to ask it again. Now, this time, listen, please.
What can you imagine without having experienced it first? And that includes digitally.
Yeah, no, there's nothing you can imagine without. I mean, there are some things, but I mean.
So why are you asking us to imagine something we've never experienced, not even digitally?
Look, but imagining something means that you take information you've already seen, experienced, and then you try to apply that information.
Did you not just agree with me? You just said that if you haven't experienced something, it's like it's not. You can't imagine something that you've not experienced. So what are you talking about? Imagining for. None of us have experienced seeing the earth. We wouldn't have to imagine it then either, would we? Because we would have seen it.
Okay, so what's your point? That we can.
It's a malformed question.
You asked what the earth looks like. Can you imagine it? And then I said no, because you can't imagine anything you've never experienced.
Right.
The end.
It's a malformed question.
You could come up with any kind of imagination, but then how do you apply it to reality? That's the problem. I mean, it's all it is something you made up in your head, and it doesn't apply to reality.
It's not useful.
It's not real.
Does that make sense, Harry?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't make sense?
Okay, can you imagine a new color and explain it to me?
I'll tell you.
Listen. Stop saying non sequitur things to the points that I'm making to you or the questions that I'm asking you, because that's annoying. It's like not having a conversation. Like when you're talking to someone and they're not addressing anything you're saying, like that would make anyone annoyed.
I'm addressing what you're saying, and I'm saying that it doesn't make sense to me.
Break up in relationships, right? So you're asking us to imagine something that we've never experienced, and you think that that's a logical question. So by that same logic, I can ask you to imagine a new color that none of us has ever experienced, and then describe it to us. That's exactly what you asked us. If you just concede that it's impossible, we can move forward instead of acting silly.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. You can't imagine something, as you said, a new color we've never experienced. But how can you, believe that it's flat, because you haven't, because as you say, you can't imagine something without actually experiencing it. So how can you say and believe that it's flat without experiencing it? Does that make sense?
We do experience it.
Do you know what line of sight is?
What?
Line of sight.
Do you know what?
I don't. I'm not familiar with it. I might know if you tell me, but
If you see something, it's in your field of view or in your line of sight.
Mm-hmm.
We already experience the Earth is what it is. It doesn't look like a ball, does it?
No, it doesn't. From like your line of sight, yeah, sure.
So we have something called horizontal. We use this to measure things, right? Because horizontal is an aspect of our reality. When you want to get a picture perfectly horizontal, you might use a level, right? Like that's just an aspect of reality. Now, I don't have to believe anything at that point, but there are those that would want me to believe that on a greater scale, things are curving, and that level is actually equidistant from the center of the sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. That being the case, then I shouldn't have a line of sight to majority of the things that I see when I take long distance observations. Therefore, I can just accept my reality as what it is instead of the added belief that beyond what I can experience is something different. Has nothing to do with belief. The only thing I used to believe was that my experience is opposite of what the world actually is, because that's what I was told. Now I don't have belief. See the difference?
Okay, sure. Yeah. Makes sense.
It's the simplest answer, Harry, it's the simplest answer to the question that people usually have. But the way he explained it is it takes belief out of the equation for the people that are just viewing it just like the way you are. So everything that you would say, we experience the Earth the same way that you do. The only thing is the added story about what it is outside of what you perceive it to be. That's the added story. The belief part comes from the people that believe the Earth is a globe. That's what he just
okay. Yeah. So you basically mean that even the people that say the Earth is round or is a globe, they've seen it, but they haven't actually experienced it. So how can you believe in it? Is that what you meant?
They didn't see it. They didn't see it. They didn't experience it. It's more of a belief outside of your real world experience. So what you experience is the same thing we experience. So when we say we see the Earth appearing to us as a flat and stationary plane, right? And I don't mean like a piece of paper. I mean, obviously, if you're a logical human being, you know what I mean. But when we view the Earth that way, there's nothing different than the way you're seeing it. So for somebody to say they actually see the Earth, viewing as a curved, globe Earth, then it becomes like, how did you see something that was something you can't even perceive, right? Then they start using fishy words like, well, the curvature is there, but we can't see the curve. You can only have evidence of the curve. They say dumb things like that, and they have people believe that stuff. That's why you have to believe what they're saying, that things that you can't perceive. So when you start believing the lie, then you start defending the lie. And that's really bad for people everywhere. And we're trying to tell people this is something that should be logically consistent with your worldview when you go out into the world and you see the world for what it is. It doesn't represent itself to you as a globe spinning. It does not do that. You have to believe it religiously and defend it in order for you to actually think that it is.
Yeah, it's a philosophy, quite simply. And the fact that many people smarter than me actually have falsified this globe, the burden of proof suddenly doesn't fall on us to tell you exactly what everything is. Then, oh, this doesn't work like the sun's the thing. Oh, then you're all idiots. That's not how it works.
Yeah, the reason why we get many questions, it's really simple. It's because the people that have been indoctrinated with the religious belief of the globe, they're coming at us saying, how is it possible doing what you say it's doing? Or, how does it work on a flat earth? Because you can't, your perception has been warped by these people who have made you believe something that it's not. And when you and we both go to the beach, we see the same horizon. We see the same thing. There isn't anything different. The only thing is you have a story attached to what you see outside of your perspective. Like outside of that, you'll start adding a story. You're like, dude, where'd you get that? If we both seen a flat horizon, and then you'll tell me, well, I learned it at school or whatever.
And don't forget, when you see that sunset, supposedly, that you're supposed in your paradigm, you have to believe that you're falling backwards faster than the speed of sound.
It gets crazier and crazier every time you hear like them explain it to you. But the whole world has been deceived with this lie. And there isn't, like I've been saying, that there isn't any buffer except for people who actually stand up for the truth. And the truth is your senses tell you what the earth actually is when you're viewing it. And it's
trust your eyes and your ears, because your ears, what's those things in your ears? They're called those tubes that detect any kind of motion. Like that's how you know when you're moving. If the earth was moving, there you go. Your ears would be telling you constantly, you're moving, but it doesn't happen. So, I mean, it's pretty obvious we're not moving. You'd feel it, you'd know it. At 1,000 miles an hour, come on, I mean, if you just try to put that into any context, you're actually moving 1,000 miles an hour on this big ball. There'd be no way that you wouldn't know that. I mean, you would be like hanging on for dear life, bro. There wouldn't be a tree standing. It's like sticking your hand out of the window going down the freeway. What happens? The wind rips your hand back. If the earth were spinning 1,000 miles an hour, dude, there wouldn't be a building or a tree standing anywhere.
It's worse than that, though, because it's many different vectors, and it speeds up and slows down.
Right, and it's going in the elliptical around the sun, which means you'd feel it like warping, you'd be going tighter and then wider and tighter and wider around the sun. You just can't not notice those things, period.
It's crazy. It really is.
Right. I mean, thank you for the conversation. I don't have any more time, but
I appreciate you, Harry. Thanks for stopping by. Come back anytime. Ask more questions if you want. If something comes up and you think about it, you're welcome to come back here.
For sure.
Absolutely.
All right. Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
Can I ask a question?
Does anybody object to me unmuting Truth Seeker?
Oh, hello?
Hey, what's up?
I want to ask, you guys believe the moon landing is fake, right?
Do we believe the moon landing is fake?
Yeah.
Of course. It's not real.
So, there was a lot of people involved in the moon landing.
Uh-huh.
And usually speaking, a lie can only last so long. There's been like over 100,000 people involved with the moon landing. So how do
you know that information right there? Because the challenge begins right now. The challenge begins right now. You just made a claim. How do you know that?
I heard from someone that I know of.
So you just believe that So you just believe there's 100,000 people that worked on it?
Okay. Do you believe those?
Yeah. Let's not get around what I just said. It's important for your critical thinking mind. You have to apply your critical thinking mind to everything you're about to say. Because you're going to start defending a claim. You're going to start defending a claim right now that you don't know anything about. So I'm going to point it out to you step by step how you don't know what you're saying. But for now, let's address the fact that you
How many
sir, just one moment.
Okay.
I'm just addressing one thing at a time. So the first thing we're going to address, and you can afterwards agree or disagree, but you just made a claim that there's 100,000 people that were working on this. So how do you know that? Either I know or I don't know. And then if you know, tell me why you know. But if you don't know, we can go to the next.
Like I said, I haven't personally done the research, but I have a
So
guy.
you don't know. So you don't know.
Oh, listen to me. It's
right.
like
You either know or you don't know. That's the two options here.
I
And it's pretty
haven't
simple.
done the research myself.
That's fine. I'm
I
agreeing
have
with
a
you.
friend-
I'm agreeing with
I
you.
have a friend that is very good at that sort of stuff, and I trust him when it comes to information like that. That's what he knows. Just like you trust your friend, or when it comes to something else. So he told me there was, if I recall correctly, around 150,000 people
Okay.
involved in the moon landing.
Okay, so you like once again, but you don't know. You just trust somebody about it, right?
Yeah. I
No,
trust
I'm
him. He's
agreeing
my
with you.
friend.
I'm agreeing with you.
He's
You
my
don't
friend
know, but
and
you just trust somebody.
Yes.
Okay,
Being
you don't know,
honest.
but you trust somebody. Okay, please continue. Go ahead.
Basically,
Please
what he said is that the fastest, easiest way to prove the moon landing is real is by statistics. It's basically impossible to keep a lie like that with this amount of people without it being exposed.
Well, it has been exposed.
It has been exposed, exactly.
That's different. Okay. So I know he told me that if I talk to people like you make rational claims, like how the flag doesn't move, how the flag moves like there's
We're not even
wind or
talking.
something.
Yeah, you're. Hang on one second, sir. I think what's happening here is you're starting to divine our thoughts. You're already putting words in our mouths we didn't even say. So let's address the.
I was
first
just
of all.
quoting
Yeah,
him.
1 second, sir. 1 second. Well, what we're addressing at the moment is that we're getting to the bit where you're just trusting a friend. This information that you're telling us about the moon landing has nothing to deal with you actually researching for yourself and finding out any information that you can cite to us and let us know about. So it's interesting for everybody listening that you're just saying, my friend is trustworthy and whatever he says is like gold. It is the absolute knowledge. He's the arbiter of knowledge, and I'm taking everything he's saying for absolute truth. That's what you're telling
That's
us.
not what I'm saying.
Yes, you are. You're saying that your friend said this, so it must be true. It must be true.
No.
Yes, sir. You're saying that it's impossible for this lie to be kept, as you were saying about the moon landing, because your friend told you this. Isn't that not what you said?
It's like.
But
like
agree
when you-
or disagree with my point, please. Agree or disagree,
not
because
what I
you just
said.
finished telling us that your friend.
What I said.
Okay, so
What
your
I
friend
said
didn't
is-
tell you. Your friend didn't
No.
tell you about that.
No, listen.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, likely my friend knows what he's talking about, and it's to the point where I trust him. Just when it comes to this specific information, just like it comes to when I ask my doctor for medical advice, he probably knows better than me.
So is your
Can-
friend, does he work at NASA, or like what does he do? Because he sounds like somebody that's like a doctor that knows information that you possibly couldn't know. Is he some sort of engineer? Like what does he do that you trust him with this much trust?
Historian. That's what like he's
What?
That's
He's
what he
what?
does. Like he's very good with history. I mean, like
Okay.
that's his thing.
Okay, so this trustworthy friend of yours is where you're coming up with this knowledge. It's not coming from you, right? It's just solely your friend's information.
No, it is possible that he is wrong about this. Yes, that's possible. I'm just saying, like,
Oh, it is. Okay.
I'm just saying that.
So why do you have such a hard stance on it if it's possible that he could be wrong?
It's likely that he's right.
Yeah, but why do you? My question to you, sir, My question, God Rockin', you got a hot mic.
Oh, I was just quoting him.
Hang on, Amor. Hang
okay,
on. God Rockin',
wait,
you got a hot
wait.
mic. Hang on. No, I'm trying to. Hang on. I just muted God. God Rockin', when you come back, let us know because you were hot micing. Continue, Amor.
What I was saying is, I was quoting what he said. He said his claim was that it's impossible to fake the moon landing because there were so many people involved with it, and the lie wouldn't last the way it lasted as in our reality.
Okay.
I can see what you're saying.
I didn't say. I didn't
Check
say.
it out. Check it out, right? Listen. Check it out. That's not a logic-based argument because there's no information. Okay? Now, this is just something that people say. Sure, it might be harder to contain information with people who can't keep a secret. However, the talking point that you're using is also a talking point that the CIA has used. Like, literally can pull up documents for you. And these talking points are used for topics just like this, where they don't really want the information to get out. So they start formulating these fallacious, reason-based answers for people to stop digging into it. Clearly, the Earth is flat. We've measured it not being a globe. So that being the case, whatever your friend thinks he knows, based off the back of a CIA talking point, needs another look.
And to add to that, Amor, you need to ask your friend to come in here because why are you defending what he's saying? Why doesn't he come in here and say it? Like, do you have any original thoughts of your own? Like, are you coming here and saying, hey, I don't think that they landed on the moon, or I think they landed on the moon from your perspective, not his? Because it sounds like he has an idea in his head of what's going on, but you don't. See what I'm saying? Like, there's no thoughts coming from you. They're basically what he said. Why are you speaking for that guy when that guy can come in here himself and tell us? And we'll have a conversation with him. But I think for you, what have you done to actually, because like really your friend has his own ideas and thoughts. But when you hang on every word that he says, well, you could be wrong because he's wrong. Just like Elijah pointed out to you right now. What if he's wrong and you're following along? So you need to have your own critical thinking mind applied to this and not base your worldview on what he thinks. Does that make sense?
I have a question. It does make sense.
Amor, does that make sense?
I said it does make sense, but it doesn't. I want to. Like, why is it significant? Why does it matter to the average person?
Why does what matter?
Because Earth is a close. Because Earth is a close.
Stop. Why does what matter? Be specific.
The discussion about the shape.
Well, we don't believe in a shape. There's only one people that claim it is a shape. So why does what matter exactly? Thinking it's a shape that other people have told us. And in other words,
no, I'm saying what does the reason, like, why is this?
That's what I'm trying to get.
Like,
that's what I'm trying to get to. Listen. That's like it's the questions you're asking. Like, and trust that I have your best interest, just like you trust that this information is true. But for the sake of this conversation, give me a little trust that when I push back, it's for a reason. That's not a good question. Neither is any of the questions that people come in here and ask us, because the onus should have never been on us, just regular individuals in the first place. So you're asking, what does it matter? That's akin to, like, let's just say, for example, I found out I was
I'm just
adopted.
trying to figure out if it's wrong.
I'm trying to help you, bro. I was in the middle of giving you an example, and you literally bowled right through me. So why the fuck shouldn't I just kick you the hell out? You either want to know or you don't. I don't get that. Like, it's a privilege to be here, bro. You can go Google it and get the fuck out of here if that's the case. I need a little bit of an adjustment on your attitude, and then I'll adjust mine. Affirmative?
You cut me off when I talked and said, listen, like 2 minutes ago. So I don't get why you're so mad about it. But I was just correcting what you were saying. I'm basically trying to figure out. I'm not talking about this in general. I'm talking about me personally, in my case. Why is it worth for me, the individual that I am, the normal person, to figure out, invest my time to figure out if this is true or false? Why is it an important discussion?
If you don't know, then you shouldn't be looking. Honestly, if something, do you usually waste time looking into things that don't matter to you?
More, can you please
Why
respond?
do you refuse to answer my question?
Can you respond to him? He's asking you a question. Just respond to him. I want to hear that too. I'm anxious to hear what you got to say.
Me too.
I try not to do so, but I mainly joined the server to practice my speaking in English because it's not my native English and my native language, which is the reason why. That's how I justify my time investment here. I try to be an efficient person, but I do tend to waste time sometimes.
Well, this isn't the place for that.
You came here to Sorry.
This isn't the place for that, buddy. But maybe join like
But I
a
got
philosophy.
interested. Sure, but I got interested.
You can't
Okay,
be
man.
interested if you're not listening. When I'm interested in something, I do less talking and more listening. This is what I know about myself as a person who gets interested in things. I'm not interested in something and then finding reasons as to why this thing is illegitimate that I'm interested in. That's not something that is a natural behavior. But anyway,
that's a really good point. Really good point, Elijah.
Yeah,
It's a great point.
By giving you an example or a scenario, like I was trying to give you before. At the age of 18, my parents throw me this huge party. I'm getting ready to go off to college, okay? And they asked me to get something out of the drawer in their room. I do. What do I find? I find out some documents that state that they're not my parents. So I go to them and I say, hey, contrary to what I believed my entire life, I have come across some information that says that you're not actually my parent. Now, at that point, my parents could say, what does it matter to you? That we've given you a lie that was totally unnecessary. Like, what would it matter to you? Life is going to go on. Engineers are going to engineer. Entertainers are going to entertain. People are going to fall in love and get divorced. Babies are going to be born. People are still going to die. But what the fuck does it matter if people lie to you, right? Especially the ones closest to you. What does it matter? So the point that I'm trying to make is we have a lot of love and adoration for our respective countries, okay, which I think is misplaced. But that's what it is. Even me, I mean, I still root for my country. as hypocritical as that is for me. And the bottom line is, they've lied to me. And when I say they, I'm talking about the people whom I don't know that has handed down my teachers the curriculum that they specifically told me my teachers could not stray away from. They have to stick to a curriculum, which means we have to learn the information that they've been forced to teach us. So it's not on them either. So the point is, whomever is lording over this system, telling people what to say, when they can say it, what to learn, how they have to learn it, they've specifically lied to me because a fundamental bit of information that I got from them, I've found to be false. Why wouldn't that matter? Why wouldn't someone lying to you, putting propaganda, false propaganda, in your favorite cartoon shows, on your news, in your entertainment media, on your loved one's lips, everything that they talk about when it comes to dying, where are they going to go? Are they going to go to the stars? Why the fuck would I care about someone lying about something like that? Is that your question? This is what I mean. Like, I don't think you guys, y'all come here. I don't think you really thought about the questions that you've asked. That's all I'm saying. It's a dumb question. I took a roundabout way of saying that's a very thoughtless question. Clearly, it matters.
Yeah, if I can just go back to your first question, Amor, that the moon thing it's a good. Yeah, I get that. This is a big word. Compartmentalization. It just means need to know. That's all. A need to know basis, like a pyramid structure, if you will. People at the top, they know. People at the bottom, they don't know anything. They just know what they need to know. And as to your second question, well, does it matter what's underneath your feet? What you're walking on? What you build your house on? Yeah, that's pretty important, dude.
Okay. So what you're saying is, what if this is false, something so basic, what else are they hiding and why? That's your answer to your question. That's the answer to the question.
That's a really good question. Yeah, I mean, me personally, I don't really watch the news anymore. I haven't since 2015. But the thing is, even before that, I tended to hear what was being said in the mainstream and then reversed it, put it completely on its head, and that was closer to the truth. I found usually.
Yeah, it's a loaded. Sorry,
was
Sasha.
that a good?
Moro, it's also a loaded question too, because there's many different topics that we can speak on, but it would take all day for you to understand the full implications of like what types of things that it also involves. So that's a loaded question. But I'm gonna
summing up what he was saying. Excuse me. I was just I was just asking if that's what the answer to the question that I asked was.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. My answer to your question was, of course it matters when people lie to you. Especially on a grand scale such as cosmology. What do you mean? You said what does it matter? What does it matter?
Yeah, but I was saying that basically what I got from that, summarized up, is that if they're hiding this and this is false, what else are they hiding? And why?
Well, that's your conclusion, bro, based on the information
Yeah,
I
I
just
was
gave
just I
you.
was just making sure I got that. Maybe I missed some stuff, but that's
No, 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 no,
that's
no,
how I
no. That's
rational.
your
Okay.
no. That's your conclusion based off of me telling you that it matters when someone lies to you. All I said was when someone lies to you, it matters. You've concluded, well, if they're lying about this, by golly, by G, what about all the other stuff? Are they lying about that too? Well, that's a natural question that you came up with. Okay, you gotta understand that.
Saying that it matters when someone lies to you is not an answer to why does it matter that someone lies to you. That's not answering the question. You said a bunch of
Because I
stuff.
can't. That's because I can't. That's because I can't tell you why it matters to you. I know why someone lying to me matters to me. How the fuck am I supposed to tell you that? That's why I said it's a bad question. Why would you be asking someone else that?
Only you know what matters to you, Amor. Does that make sense? How could
Yeah, but
Elijah
that was
tell you what
just-
matters? How could he tell you what matters to you if you were the only one that knows that? Do you get it?
Because I believe
if people not lying to you, if people lying to you doesn't matter, then it doesn't matter. I can't tell you what that is.
that was my personal. That was my personal opinion. I was just asking to ask because I feel like it's a question that a lot of people have, and instead of answering the question respectfully, you decided to attack me, saying it's a dumb question. And
I'm more relaxed, dude. Don't play the victim. Not.
If someone asks a dumb question and someone says that's a dumb question, it's an attack. Are you serious? Are you
no,
for real?
you said I don't. Basically, I have behavior of someone that is not a truth seeker.
No, I didn't.
Said,
Can
you
you?
said that if
Do I have to put? Do I have to?
I
Do I have to put
genuinely-
you?
Amor, stop lying.
Do I
He
have
did not
to-
say that. He did not say
He
that.
said if I. He didn't say
Listen, do I
that.
have
He
to-
didn't say
Let me give
those
you an-
words.
let me give you an opportunity.
You see, he's cutting me off. He's cutting me off, and then complaining
Lying.
about.
You're lying about what he said. I would be cutting you off
and he-
too.
Okay, man.
Oh, it's funny. It's a game, is it? When you lie
It's
about
not a
what somebody
game.
says?
It's not a game. He was saying, I
It
don't.
doesn't matter when you lie to someone,
want to
and it
listen.
doesn't matter when you get lied to either.
He
It's
said,
crazy.
if I said,
Only-
he said,
only
if I
liars
don't listen to people, if I don't listen to people, he said I cut people off all of the time, which I did once to him only, and he did that to me before that. He said, I cut people off and I don't listen to what they say, which I clearly do. I was quiet while he said, when he said that,
Let me tell you something. I'm about to go get my phone, and I'm about to put you on mute. Like I'm trying not to do that. I can cut you off. Number one, because I'm a moderator and you're in this place, trying to garner information from us. I don't give a fuck how you feel, because you don't walk into a job interview or a school and act this way, because they just kick you the fuck out. I don't understand what people like this. I'm not disrespecting you. I'm not talking about your person. Okay, I'm just talking about the conversations that we have here. You've asked dumb questions. I'm trying to show you why they're dumb, giving you examples, and you're mad that I'm cutting you off. Well, I'm sorry, that's the way it's gonna work. Especially if you're gonna be putting words in my mouth and then backtracking. No, that's not gonna happen. You can do that at a politics server, or go enjoy a Globe Earth server, an astronomy server, any of these, a Bigfoot server. Go enjoy one of those. This is serious. This has to do with our children's future. It has to do with me, and it has to do with you. The thing that bothers me the most is people like you don't know how much I care about you. Because you think this is a game and you don't know how to listen. That upsets me.
Oh,
Sorry.
I don't know how to listen.
That's clearly
what did I say? So what did I say to you? What did I say to you 10 minutes ago about the lie? If you listen.
Yeah, I'm not gonna play this game, man.
It's not a game, he said. This isn't a game, Amor. It's a privilege to be here asking questions. Because we could be just like, we're not
If
going
I
to talk
ask
to
a
you.
question, if I ask a question and you think it's a dumb question, then give me
Well,
something
here's
I
your
can
chance to do your. Here's a chance to practice your conversational skills.
Okay, man.
But I didn't just say it was a dumb question. What else did I say? I said it's a dumb question because what? Because what?
I don't remember. I don't.
I know you don't. Because what? Why did I say it was a dumb question?
Listen to my point, okay? Instead of saying, talking about conversation skills, instead of saying it's a dumb question.
I didn't just say it was a dumb question.
wait,
I'm cutting you off again because I didn't just say, it wasn't even the first thing I said.
Maybe if you let me finish what I'm trying to say, you're gonna see I'm gonna add more words to my sentence. So you like, then you talk about me not listening.
Go ahead.
I'm
Go
done
ahead.
with this shit, man.
Get rid of this fucking lane.
Goodbye. I mean, there does have to be a standard. I mean, somebody's got to do it.
Absolutely. When they start acting like that and acting like they're being picked on, and when you're actually just trying to explain something to them, yeah, get rid of them. It was a train wreck of a conversation all of a sudden because of his attitude. It just
maybe somebody would cringe because they're like, oh, see, maybe that's not why I can invite my mom into the server. Maybe it's well, if your mom acts that way, don't invite her. Okay?
Agreed. I agree with you.
Me too.
I don't know. This world is insane, where you can't say certain things about certain ideas, but you can go places and say whatever you want about ideas you think other people hold. Like, it's the most hypocritical. We were in a conversation the other day from a person who wanted to talk about, politics. And we were trying to point out to him that we wanted to rebut what he was saying. It's just that if we tried to, the YouTube would be censored because of what we were saying. But he could say his narrative pertaining to the same subject. We just can't say it's not true and why. Isn't that, that in itself is telling. Well, we're here trying to protect a rational, logical, unfallacious framework here. But that's what we're trying to hold for people to come in and actually get information. So when someone asks questions that don't really, like, this is a flat earth service. Why someone else would lie has nothing to do with any of the knowledge that we have. We don't have that kind of knowledge. What's underneath? We don't have that kind of knowledge. Give me another cosmology. We can't give you knowledge.
Right.
We can only tell you what you've been taught and how it's not that. I'm sorry. There's nothing left. There's nothing else.
That's what I've been saying, man. But there's always like this extra. Effie's certainly getting away from that, Elijah. As we roll forward with this, there's no more talking about concepts anymore. There's like people are getting away from that because it used to be replacement theology. You know, okay, well, if you look at the Earth, the sun's doing this around the flat Earth. It's like you can't replace the thing that you, and then after that caveat and say, well, that's just a concept. Don't take it for what I've said. It is like, well, then don't say it. You know, like you're getting yourself in a pickle. Just the same one that Globe Earth was doing to them. They experience the same thing you do. Everything you see, they see. So just go with that, and without any other added story that's attached to it. You know, especially like these new guys, they don't need that extra stuff. And if they feel like that's lacking because they like the explanations, then stick with the story by all means. Like, I don't know. I see how Effie's getting away from that because it's better for us to not give them some kind of, you know, ambiguous idea of what we think in our concept, but so they can have something to chew on. And it's still, any way you slice it, it's replacing the thing that you just took away with that concept.
Nigga, I wish that were true, but it's something I learned in sales called overcoming objections. And when you overcome an objection, it's to bring the customer or the person you want to be a customer or client back to the product. There's always a central point that you're bringing them back to. In this conversation, it's getting further and further away from that. Because when you have an objection to overcome, the Glover will just go in a circle and ask you again. But the second time, the flat earther gives a different answer because he thinks, well, the first one didn't work. It was inadequate. Listen, the truth is the truth. There is no, it didn't work, it's inadequate. If you have the answer and that's the truth, that's where you stop. Because you trying to give them, look, you can come up with a million answers to a Glover. They're going to tell you no to all of them anyway. You know that, right? Like I hope that the most seasoned of us understand that you can literally spend weeks on end talking to a Glover that's going to deny literally every point that you make. But the problem is your mind gets poisoned in the way that you begin to think, well, it might be legitimate for me to have to replace the vacuum that inevitably comes in a person's mind when you undo their paradigm. All of a sudden, when they keep asking you, well, how does this work? How does that work? We begin feeling the need to explain to them and replace for them the reality of this world. I don't know why anyone feels the need to do that. Only reason I talk about the sun is not because I'm trying to replace shit. I have observations, and sometimes I talk about, look at what it looks like. It's really nothing more to it. I'm not trying to make shit up. I'm not trying to, I'm not claiming to have esoteric information that only I and a handful of people know like that. No, we're just here to bring more new people into the awareness that the system is a joke so that we can move forward together and raise our children into this new age. And once we're gone, they're not going to have our experiences or our foreparents' experiences. If we don't take this shit serious, and we pass on, our children and their children are going to have to repeat this shit, refine the information, and then refine the information all over again. So I don't know.
No, that's why I say that this sacred ground that we're on right now for the mind is so important. Like the next generation of critical thinkers are going to come from like these kinds of chats. You know, that they're going to take the information, they're going to really think about it. They're gonna apply it to their everyday life, and then it's gonna be like they're teaching their kids and so on and so forth. But if there isn't a standard, or if there isn't a way that we're gonna divide ourselves from like the ones who are just trolling, or the ones who don't want to actually listen, and we're just gonna have it's just gonna be a crazy place here for somebody to be like actually learning something, because that guy, he was not ready, and whatever it was in his mind, he was not ready for this at the moment, at this time. Maybe later on he can come back, but he was not ready for it right now. Yeah, but shoot, man, we've been doing all right as far as like people coming in here. We do get the occasional staunch Glober that comes in here, but like yesterday, I don't know if you were here with Contact Binary Ball. He was in here. 2-year undergrad.
Just so people know.
Yeah.
Just so people just think about it for a moment. On one hand, because I understand that there are a lot of high EQ people, and they might have found my tone with the guy unsettling. I get that. I apologize for that. But understand that he only asked two things. Ultimately, why would someone lying to me matter? Which I tried to express to him. That's a foolish question. Second of all, I wouldn't know why someone lying to him would matter to him. And the other thing that I forgot, that I also gave more of an answer than it's stupid. I like, he didn't ask, why are you guys here? He didn't ask, what information have you come across to make you determine that the earth is flat? What does flat earth mean to you? He didn't ask any of these questions.
Right.
So, what? Anyway.
Hey, Miggy.
Self ladder.
That video that I posted yesterday, you don't have to watch the whole video. All you have to watch is like the first 3 minutes, bro. That Glober, did you see him speak? He's supposed to give a 6-minute opening introduction. He talks for about 1 minute and 10 seconds.
I didn't get to see it, Flatter.
It's the most, like what you guys were just talking about, like Glober's the thing they say to this, like this is like way, way, way on a whole other spectrum though. I've never seen nothing like it, bro. It's just I didn't even know what to say. I was like, is this dude trolling? Is he serious? I really, really believe he was really serious, bro.
Yeah, I don't mind the Duggins. Usually talking to them is I used to look forward to it, like back in those days when I was just in here looking for that. But today, I just they're really just whatever. Like they don't interest me anymore. I don't care.
Nah,
like those guys.
It's searching interest.
But maybe the audience got out of that conversation with you and that gentleman like something interesting. Who knows? Like.
Well, we don't even really have a conversation. He was opening introduction. It was so bizarre. He didn't say anything during the whole thing. Like he spoke like 2 times. Right? Each spoon was for like 1 minute, and each time he goes, "I like to tell my friends that we are like small ants in a giant spake."
A giant
so big. He's like first he goes, "You just gotta see, dude. The way he starts off, dude, you're just like, what?" Oh my god! And he's talking about the stick experiment that he thinks took place in Asia or in Egypt. Measuring shadows. You just gotta see it. It's only like 2 minutes long, and then you just turn it off. But yeah, I've never seen anything quite like that, bro. Strictly for entertainment purposes only.
Yeah, sorry, Sasha. I know you got run over there when you were trying to get in, but that guy is. I don't think he would have been great for you. You would have probably, knowing you would have got frustrated with that guy anyway.
No, even not. I only wanted to understand his last question. He said something like, if they are lying, what other things they are lying? He asked something like that. Like, you will ask people who are find out one lie, and now you will ask that people to find out what are liars lying and why they are lying.
No, the interesting thing is he was asking Elijah specifically, why should I care about this? It's like,
hell,
what the hell you expect for Elijah to tell you? Like, it's your life. What matters to you? You know, like, if this doesn't matter to you, it's not like he's gonna give you an example of something that can matter to you. But like, oh wow, like I can get into that, like, because he doesn't know you, man. Like, only
like
you know you.
For example, Miggy, I was in a shop and you robbed me and you make and I buy some stuff and it costed me £10 more and you took more money. You know, you lied to me about prices. You know, now I can say I don't care about that. You know, but I cannot say I don't care because Earth is not a globe. You know, that the fuck is not the same thing. You know, you can lie me about some small things, you know, and I can say, okay, I don't care about this. He lied to me and he profit about that. Okay, great. But man, Earth, you know how much people are involved in that? Oh, fuck, all population.
Everyone's involved. Yeah.
I just want, that's the thing that, like, flat Earth is. They've been trying to answer questions that they shouldn't be answering. That question right there should always be met with a, are you serious? Like, because listen, this is why, look, all of the questions, listen, the questions that your family and friends are asking, they're not genuine questions. They're questions birthed from the mind control that we've all been through. They're not saying anything new. I can Google the question the kid asked, man. Because that's where they get it from. It's just like politics. And God damn it. Because look, you know, when I paid attention to politics, I saw that it was a spectrum of many people who pretended that they knew about politics, but they only followed the mainstream sources. But they didn't actually utilize the mainstream to look at those sources. Like the pundit says something about a particular article, and then some people don't go as far as actually reading the article. Then there are people who go to the article, read it, they look at the source and go, well, how credible is this source? How credible is their information? Can I verify this information? There's a whole spectrum of competency when we're talking about gathering information. So I know that people with the lowest level of information, at the lowest rung, these people say, I don't care about politics. But they'll share a sentiment, a title, a headline from the media. I thought you didn't care about politics. Here you are, swept up in a political whirlwind, given to you by the people. I assure you, you wouldn't be talking about Kyrie Irving if you didn't have a TV or a phone. I guarantee it. Really, what does that matter to you? What the fuck does all of the false information that enters your mind, Matt, what does that matter to you? What does information that you can't validate or verify matter to you? That's a good question. Why would somebody lying to you matter? That's a retarded question. Is that really that hard to grasp? So they're asking retarded questions because, again, the media has preempted our family and our loved ones. That's why they're asking these questions. So you don't justify it. You don't what's the word? You don't give them the privilege, well, you don't reward them with any answer other than, let me tell you why. That's a dumb question, and it's not a question you really thought about. It's just like, do you believe the shape of the earth is round or flat? How many people recognize that both flat and round aren't shaped? So then the question becomes, who the fuck taught you to formulate this question in this way?
Right.
Anybody thinking about that? Anyway,
we got some new people that just joined. Fakes, you can open your mic if you want. I just unmuted you. And also Some Rayman, you also have your mic unmuted if you want to speak. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We want to have a conversation with you, and so that you can introduce yourselves to us. I've unmuted you, so you guys have the opportunity to speak to us, ask us some questions, us get to know you better. But nevertheless, Fakes and Sam Rams, your mics are unmuted right now if you want to join the conversation.
Yeah, I just want to listen in.
Hey, that's no worry, man.
Yeah, just
well,
listen in.
I'm gonna go.
Thank you.
What's that, Sam? Say again.
Just listening to the conversation.
All right, it's no worries. You can do that. But real quick, I want to actually give you guys VC verified, which will allow you to hop back in anytime you want and unmute your mics. But before I do that, just real quick, I just want to know like what you think about the shape of the Earth and why. These questions are. I'm just asking you right now. There's no right or wrong answer. So just what do you think about the shape of the conversation? Do you actually think it's a globe? Are you on the fence, or do you know it's flat? And also, why do you think that? So, we can start with you, and then just tell us, and then you can go back to mute if you want. I just wanted to get to know like where you're coming from, but just so you can say that, and then you can mute yourself again.
Hi everyone, I am from Arabic country. I don't very good in English, but I can speak little. I think it is flat because I am Muslim and the Quran says it is flat. That's why I am believing it's a flat earth. Thank
How long have you?
For 3 years.
You don't have to answer this, but assuming that you've grown up Muslim, and I'm not. If I'm wrong, you can definitely correct me and cut me off to correct me. But assuming that you've been Muslim your whole life, are you saying that because you're well versed with the Quran,
your mic is not clean enough to understand you? Sorry.
Is it something that you've always known because of the Quran, or is it something that when the conversation about flat Earth popped up because of the Quran, you were able to accept it? I don't know if that was clear, but
yeah, it's clear. Yeah, I believe it's because the Quran said it's a flat. That's it.
I mean, it's cool. I mean, that's if that's how you came to know flat Earth. Well, welcome. But anyway, and be a part of the server anytime you want. I give you VC verified, so you can join anytime you'd like. Yeah, you're most welcome here to come in here and have a chat with us and so forth. So, and unmute your mic and ask questions if you feel like it. But I'm going to talk with everybody else in here, so you can just sit there and just be listening if you want.
Thank you.
We do have Fakes. Fakes, you did answer the same with you. Just
yeah,
so that
sure,
give
okay.
you.
I'm from Canada.
Yep.
Yeah, I know there's no curvature from all of the information I've seen.
Okay.
Yeah.
No curvature. Yeah, and what brought you to that conclusion? Like, what did you start researching?
Just like years of just like scouring the internet and just everything I've seen, like all the information, like my own like critical like thinking. Like.
Okay. I'm going to give you VC verified, and then you can pop it anytime you want. What I would say is just establish yourself here with this community. It's a pretty awesome community. And then later on, if somebody's going to tag you like either globe or flat earth, depending on how you are in here, we'll give you the like different roles and stuff so that people identify you, so they won't have to be asking, are you globe earth, are you flat earth, all that kind of stuff. But I appreciate you coming on the mic, and just if you want to hang out, listen, you can do so. All right. All right, so that's that. Anybody else in here? Let's see. No, I think that's it. So real quick, we have 35 people watching on the YouTube live stream. Make sure that if you guys do want to have a conversation with us, the link that Nightbot has on the YouTube live stream text chat is there. All you got to do is click that thing. Come on in here and talk to us. We definitely want to have a conversation with you. Bring your critical thinking and bring your evidence as well, because we will challenge you on the topic of the shape of the earth. That means that if you think the earth is a globe, we're definitely going to put it to the task. So we want to know if you think the earth is a globe, you're on the fence, or you know the earth is flat. This is an open forum, good enough so that you can ask good questions. But please, I would advise you, don't waste our time. If you think this is a joke or a beam, yeah, it's better that you just listen to us on YouTube and not come in here, spin our wheels, because, you know, that's not good.
Yeah, at some point, we got to accept responsibility for being the new leaders of this movement. And someday, it'll be someone else. But I just listen. I ain't even gonna say his name because I don't know how everybody feels about it. But based on this fiery speech that someone gave, he was talking to our generation, this generation, anywhere between 81 and 96. It's not a game. We're not young spring chickens anymore. You know, like we're at that point. Like we keep looking at the people of old that have been, you know, these pillars of hope. It's time. It's time for us to be that pillar of hope for the younger generation. There's no time left. We've come into that age where we got that grown man strength now. You know, we can't be cool anymore. We got to do what's right. We got to do what's boring. We got to do what's just.
It's a labor of love, Elijah. Nothing brings me more joy than seeing the next generation of critical thinkers actually engaging in great conversation. That to me, like, as you know, seeing the years roll by, as you say, you know, you get into of a certain age, men of a certain age, you know, you're just like, you want to see, that's the hope and the glimmer in your eye when you see that people are using their critical mind to, like, the future looks bright when, even if like one person is speaking boldly and standing on 10 toes and saying the truth the way it's supposed to be spoken, and it fills you up, man. You're just like, man, that's it. If I'd done nothing in this world but leave a mark where people are actually carrying that forward, that's it. That's all that ever matters, you know. So I don't know. My perspective, anyways. Like, because I mean, what else is there, you know? Like, 'cause you leave nothing behind but a legacy of things that you've done in life, and you just hope that carries on, you know.
especially if you're talking about our kids, because you don't want to let them get brainwashed like they did to us.
Yeah, most definitely, Menorah. It's hard. I'm telling you, because of the day and age that we're in. But like I was saying, it's a labor of love. So if you do care and you do love people, then you're not going to stop fighting for what's good, you know?
You know, my kids watching every kind of videos, and I tell her all the time, if you see something new, come tell me, because sometimes the videos don't tell the truth. I'll tell you the truth, and you know, they just take this space, the outer space, and the whole rotation around the sun, and they stuff it in those videos all the time.
Just look at the music and the imagery. Yes, the 90s was wild. Yeah, 70s, Clarence Thomas was nasty too. But it still looks like a regression for me. Like it's a serious regression. You know, I didn't like bullies coming up, but now you can't even speak on what's right and wrong for fear that someone will be offended. That's a little more scary. Not being able to think what you want. There's a mental block because you know there are things that you start to think about and then you stop thinking about because in your mind you're like, that's not right. I can't think about that. So, well, I don't know what kind of moral compass you have, but mine is that strong that nobody has to be around for it to actually be engaged because it's in my mind to my heart. I don't know what that's like for the upcoming generation. I really don't. Instead of bullies, you got a whole bunch of people that are willing to imagine the old ways of the bully. Stealing your lunch money, cracking jokes on you, giving you a swirly wedgie. Terrible stuff. Trust me. Terrible stuff. Now, our children live in a world where if you say something that others don't like, the majority doesn't like it, the persona that you built online, because that's the only that's the only place you grew up, they can take that away from you. Take your account away from you. Take your speech away from you. I don't even know what that feels like.
Hey, Eli.
Yo.
Yeah, I wanted to add something to the the comment that you were saying about the children and how they're being raised now and the challenges. And in some ways, it's also easier in some ways, and then it's more challenging in others. What I find is that it's an interplay or a dance between yourself and your circumstances or your environment and what you're capable of. So when we talk about the bully picking on the small kid at school, the bully gets things easily because he can take it. But once he enters the real world, it's not so easy. And normally you'll see that same bully driving a beat up dump truck or something, or doing some menial job in society because things came too easy when he was young. And the child who's picked on and has more challenges tends to become more problem solving and then becomes more wealthy. And often the nerd at school becomes your boss or has multiple degrees. So it's such an interesting dynamic that the hardship when you're young generally leads to a stronger, more well-rounded individual later on in life. But yet, I've also seen a trend that most parents are trying to shield their children from any hardship, even the idea of hardship. They're trying to shield the children from, and buying them everything their hearts desire. And later on in life, they'll realize that that doesn't continue. And then they'll feel like everything is not good enough, or they're not appreciated for how special they truly are. So I 100% agree with you that, you know, these children building up their online persona can have that online persona removed or banished or completely destroyed through incessant attacks, and it can make them feel weak, that their character is attached to that. But I find that hardship breeds character. So as long as they don't self-destruct, I think there's going to be some really interesting, strong individuals on the other side of this. Or we'll move away from the tech persona.
Man, that is some wise insight. I appreciate that, man. Sola.
Head towards the challenge.
I feel like that's the beauty of
whatever you feel in your life right now is like that really difficult thing. Head straight towards it. Lock your target on it and head towards it, because it's going to teach you character.
Yeah.
I speak about this from experience because I'm presently doing it with my own kids. Due to what I perceived as challenges as a child, led me to be more introspective and discover more things about myself than, say, other people. And when I look at most of the people who have like a really good level head on their shoulders, it didn't come easy. There's been challenges and you had to overcome things. And that's why you're level-headed. And I think it's part of why they've tried to make society so easy, or how they've tried to simplify things for us, make convenience of utmost importance, is to strip the character building byproduct of the everyday challenges. When you had to feed yourself, feed your family through cultivation of your own land or livestock, you had to really be responsible about what you were doing because other people's lives depended on it. And shifting that towards a career where you earn some paper, you take the paper and you just get the stuff, and that you can climb to the top of the ladder where you don't really have to do much work. You just have to make sure everybody else is doing their work. Then you can earn more paper and have more. And that also leads to some really characterless individuals in powerful places. Or should I say character flawed, character weak. would even extend that as far as to say, don't make your millions in your 20s. In your 20s, you should be struggling. In your 30s, you can make your millions. In your 40s. But if it comes too easy, what did you learn?
That is some really powerful insight, man. Really powerful insight.
But I'm not sure whether I will also classify digital hardship as real hardship. Because it's kind of like having a long distance relationship with a girlfriend. To me, I consider that your imaginary girlfriend. Because to have relations is physicality. So to be in a relationship with a woman is to be having some kind of physical relations with that individual. So it's an imaginary relationship. And I've watched people really implode at the loss of a long distance imaginary relationship. It's all in the mind. And I think that's why the digital attack that we see that the youth are receiving is an attack of the mind, because if the mind hasn't learned the hardship yet, or the character building blocks required or gained through hardship, if they haven't acquired that tool set yet, their minds are not equipped to handle the onslaught of an online persona attack. Which is 100% mental and imaginary. Kind of like having a YouTube channel. People leave you hate mail. And you watch people spiral based on some words on a portal somewhere. It's all in the head. But I talk about hardship as in where you've had a problem you've had to encounter, you've had to get off your ass and go do something. Solve something. Fix something. Discover something. Research something. It's that interaction of the mind and body that leads to the building blocks, I would say. But sorry, I completely derailed your point. You were talking about like a bully picking on a nerd, or the digital attack on the persona. Was there more you wanted to say, Eli? Well, then I'll continue. I don't know if anyone else is listening, but
Yeah, I'll be on the train for the next 30 minutes. So my sound and all of that is going to be kind of messed up.
I've learned so much from you guys in this place, especially my debate or my ability to have a disagreement politely, because I think that's sorely lacking in this world. Polite disagreement.
Dollar, about what you said about the kids, in today's world, they are so connected to their phones, the social media. And what we used to have in the past, that friends come over, we're going to see friends, go outside. You don't have this too much today. They're too connected to the screens, and once something a little bit goes off, and now the whole world is like if it's collapsed, and it's not supposed to be like that, like you said.
That's a great point. I'm also experiencing that at the moment, and to watch 16-year-olds that'll rather be on a group call, like a FaceTime call, with their 10 other friends, rather than being in the room with those 10 friends like we all did. And, I don't know if it was COVID that accelerated this training, but it's been the most peculiar thing to see. And exactly like you say, that they're not even fazed about it. When I was 16, I couldn't wait to get out the house. I just wanted to be anywhere that wasn't there or on someone else's territory. It's like, but we are what we do, and we are what we eat. It's like we are a byproduct. This is something that's always blown my mind. Like, you're a byproduct of everything you've done in your life. So your body right now is a living testament to every bad decision you've ever made. Whether you've eaten too much and you're carrying a bit of extra weight, whether you broke your ankle, whether you had a knee operation, like all those scars, everything. Your body is a picture of the past. But your mind is not bound by that past. Your mind goes, a week from now, you're planning something. A month from now, you're planning something else. 2 years from now, you're planning something else. 5 years from now, you're planning something else. But your body's a past version of yourself based on good or bad decisions. Maybe you've made many good decisions. You look like a model, then fantastic. You've been making good decisions. But you are a byproduct of, or who you are is a byproduct of your past. And if you start to change your future, you can start to change the body. So if you decide in your mind something, then your body's going to follow. And then your body's going to show that good or bad decision. And it's what's happening with the youth, is that they're choosing to be on their phone with their friend. They're learning to do that instead of being face to face. They can take, certain angles, and they can put different filters on, and so that they can make themselves look any which way they want and try and control the narrative about themselves in a way that I think in our generation, we were all nervous of what people thought, but not fixated on it. We weren't focused solely on that. But now it's the likes and the down likes, and this one hates this one, or this one loves this. And it's a fake existence. It's an imaginary girlfriend again. It's an imaginary friend. But yet, talking to you guys in this room has never felt more real. And I've never met any of you. So perhaps I'm a hypocrite there.
The thing is, I don't think that you can say that they choose this, because I don't think they really know what it means to be with friends, go to friends, and their friends coming over. They didn't have that feeling too much. The phone was already there. The social media was already there when they grew up, and that's what they know. That's what I know. That's how the world runs. So they didn't have the choice that, okay, I have this, and okay, I choose the screens. I don't think they had the choice.
Yeah, it's the definition of informed consent, that you should have both sides of the information, and then you can make an informed decision. It's kind of like flat Earth. People don't want the other side to be able to make an informed decision. And it's peculiar how in almost everything else people want both sides, but in this topic they don't want both sides. But it's that informed decision. The children don't know, they don't have that, like you say, that point of comparison to be able to compare this versus that and decide which one is better. But again, what is so strange is that they're always using some kind of entertainment to be able, so either they're playing a game together, or they're, watching a movie together, or they're using some form of entertainment, or even just calling, I guess. You're looking at a screen, you're talking to the screen, and it talks back to you. And if you think about etymology, the first root word for entertainment is enter. And then just ask yourself what you're allowing to enter in the entertainment that we consume. Because then the children are almost, I don't know another word for it, but it's called titillated. It's like excited, and they get almost like high pitch and screaming a lot and all excited because they're now online with their friend. There's something very exciting about it. And then they do that for the excitement. And then sooner or later, they'll be meeting other people for the excitement of meeting them online. But there's also excitement in the real world. But this entertainment is using all kinds of visual and auditory stimulation to almost get the brain into that mode, so that they want to, like now you say, go see your friend. And they say, no, well, I'll just log on. We'll log into this game. And then I'll see my friend instant. And I'm like, no, but go to your friend. No, but I can do it in a minute. I don't need to wait 10 minutes to get to their house.
That's the problem.
But yet I sometimes feel that excitement to get into one of these rooms. Just to meet someone who's never heard about the flat earth again, or never heard about it before. It's exhilarating to meet those type of people. So am I guilty of the same?
No, I don't think you are, because let's say there was a meeting every week, somewhere close to your location of the flat earthers. Would you rather to be on that meeting in your phone, or you come in person?
In person in a second.
Of course, because you know what it feels like. But like you said before, if it would take the example from the kid, he said, no, why go there? I can log in and be with everyone else.
It's a convenience.
There's a very good video. I forgot the guy who's done this. It's called "Welcome to the Internet." If you just type it in YouTube, it's "Welcome to the Internet," and the whole song is explaining how the whole idea was to get the phone out there for us to just have the whole world connected to our phones. Very good video. I very recommend it. Welcome to the Internet. I forgot the name of the guy who did this.
Yeah, and then I'll direct you to something called the dead internet theory. The dead internet theory, they've been going through all the links, every HTML link that was ever posted on the internet. And I think it was early 2000, there were already 50% of all links in the internet had been deliberately disabled due to censorship. And that was in 2004. And then now, in 2020, closer to 75%, 80%. That when you send a link to someone, the video's gone, sometimes the whole website's gone. There's all kinds of obstacles now placed that what we quote unquote call the internet is actually like a shell of what it could have been. And how they start to show this is if you type the word pizza, you think about how many hits you must get for the word pizza. And it'll say so many millions of hits. And then you start scrolling page 2. Look how many. Page 3, page 4, page 5. When you get to like page 27, you've maybe gone through 1,000 hits. Then it says, click here for more search results. So it said there were 2 million search results, but by page 29 at 1,000, it's now finished. So you click on those ones. It now brings up the rest of the list that you're allowed to look at. Then you can go up to page 49 or maybe page 69. It depends on whichever word you're searching. And then you'll see again, it says no more search results. I think you might be at like 3,000. Now, why would Google display that there's 2,000 links for that word? Because it's picked up that there's 2 million links. It's picked up that there's 2 million pages mentioning pizza. But the ones you're allowed to look at, there's maybe only 20,000 or 10,000 that's allowed. And pizza, we all know, is a trigger word for other elite misbehaviors. Yeah. So there's hundreds of things that are now suppressed linked to that word. And if you look at another word, you could see it in the American elections. When you hit Trump, everything was Donald Trump's an idiot. He's useless. Kind of like when you type flat Earth and everything's debunked flat Earth. No one can understand this crap. Blah blah blah. Every single post is completely the opposite of what you've searched. It's the negative of that. And that kind of manipulation, now they're talking about the Internet of Things, where they want to connect everything to the Internet. But they mean not the real Internet, it's this crippled version that they've created where there's a specific narrative, ideology weaponized. So the Internet is a very strange place. In the beginning, you had to know exactly the URL or whichever exact web address. It had to be precise. And back then, you could find all kinds of information. You could find people who just put blog pages on, someone who just wrote their thoughts down. Like there was freedom of information back then, and they saw this as a danger. And then they've been slowly manipulating it, making sure people don't see it change too quickly. To them, it's never changed. It's as free today as it was when it was invented. And trying to show them that it's not, you actually look like a conspiracy theorist. Even if you prove it to them, they still don't believe you and they think you're a conspiracy theorist. So it's such a mind trip. It's almost too perfect for a man to think about how they've done this manipulation of the mind. And if you watch the children today, they'll actually reject cash and ask for a digital token some way so that they can buy something in one of their games. And it's, instead of trying to tell adults to stop using cash, they figured out how to program our children to prefer a token. It's masterful, but it's It's the same sensational titillation that they've done to get the children to no longer gather together, to do things online, to prefer a digital token. They're all bought into the whole mask agenda situation, the thing we cannot talk about. It's like they managed to achieve so many things in almost one foul swoop. So it's been, like I say, it's almost above a simple man's mind to calculate how to corral 7 billion people. But it's been demonstrated.
Yeah, they have succeeded of the plan, unfortunately, because today, just everyone who wants to find out something is just going to Google and type what he wants, and so many few people just going to the second page, not alone to the rest of the results. So just Google everything they put on the first page. That's what people will say. Oh, here it is. Here's the answer, and nobody will doubt it. That's the answer of Google. That's it. Google knows everything. That's the one thing they achieved, which is very strong. People just, if you type on Google, that's it. The answer you get, that's it. That's the real answer. That's a problem.
Yeah, and if you type "can a man get pregnant" into Google, the answer is yes.
Yeah.
You know, how many genders are there? There's 27, I think, official genders at the moment. Maybe more. I don't know. I don't keep up with that shit. But it's like the idea that Google is truth. Ask it a few questions, then people say, nah, of course we know it's not 100%, you know? Come on. We all knew that. But a minute ago they were saying, no, just Google it, there's truth.
I mean,
but then we'll reject the next time you show them something false.
I think how many times people just clicked on the second page result? How many times? Almost none.
I think it's top 7 or top 6 leads on the first page are like 90-something% of the clicks. People often scroll down once and click. So it's like you say, not even ending the first page. Unless the first few links don't even go to your search, it's probably the only time that you'll go onto second page.
Yeah.
But you trust that they've sorted through the information and that they're presenting you with the most applicable, based on their search criteria, that they're giving you the most applicable information for what you've requested.
Yeah.
They never earned that trust. It was given to them mindlessly. And this show that where you can actually, if you type dead internet theory, you'll see there's like 3 parts to this video. And the dead internet theory shows you that if there's only 20,000 links available, then our search engines are overestimating what their capabilities are. Like, we can get a couple of coders together and put together a database that's got 20,000 links to pizza, and I'd be able to return that result in less than a second. It's not spectacular, but what they claim to be doing is searching the entire world, presenting you with the 80 billion search returns for exactly your term, which we all think, wow, it's amazing. Shit, let's invest in them. And then when you go and look, if they're only returning 20,000 results per search, they're probably smaller than some of the original search engines. So then their net worth is overinflated. It's kind of like the moon landing. There's just so much to this. But yet millions and billions are funneled in that direction. They're connected with governments. You know, we used to laugh at China and say, haha, Google in China is censored. Everyone was like, poor Chinese. Look at them. Their information is censored. How could they ever live like that? Then you go and look, and every country is censored according to what their government wants them to know. And that's been demonstrated since 2019. Probably more so than ever. And most people still can't see it. And you have to ask yourself, like, if someone can't see, how many times do you want to show them something? It's like if there was a meteor shower, and if you look up, the sky is covered, or from horizon to horizon, you can just see these sparkles of light shooting above your head. You keep telling the person next to you to look up. He doesn't want to look up. And you keep looking up, like occasionally, to see how incredible it is. And then you keep looking at your friend and telling him to look up. And he won't look up. He doesn't believe you. There's no way there's a meteor shower above his head. He keeps looking at the ground. And you keep looking up, and eventually you've got to like leave that oak and just stand there, look up at the sky, and marvel at what you can see that he can't. It's the same like going into a Gem Panda server, one of those. It's like you're pleading with them to just look up. They won't. Just out of principle, they won't. If you continue to do that, you're going to miss the meteor shower yourself.
Mic check.
Yeah. How's it?
Hey, Solar. Good to see you, brother.
You too, bud.
I've been listening. I was a few minutes behind, but because I had some phone calls. But talking about the loss, the internet being lost. Where
what it could have been.
Well, so much information's been lost, and that's what makes this place special. We're the guys and gals that are digging out new information and trying to share it. And like you said, if you type in the word pizza, you get 2 million returns. If you scroll through it, it's really only 2,000. Why do they have to do that? I don't get it. Sad. But they're doing it. They're scrubbing.
I think it's because they've calculated how few of us are actually going to go to that 39th page or 40th page. And then what that's going to tell you and how to disseminate anything else you ever read on Google from this day forward.
Exactly. And there was a young kid, I don't know, college student. This was about 10 years ago, where he wanted to open up all the information on the internet, and he got shut down. And he ended up killing himself. His name was Aaron something. Like I said, about 10 years ago. But yeah, he wanted access to all information, whether it was medical or science, everything. We could put it all here right now. We can do it. I can do it. I can do it. He was going to do it. He was doing it. Then they shut him down. And
this is why I hate the idea of paperless. You know, everything that we've been force-fed, you have to critically analyze the stuff. when you take ink off of paper and you put it digitally, it becomes this malleable thing that can be altered at any point. And I'm already seeing it in some of the industries that I've run businesses in, that when it comes down to warranty documents or terms and conditions and it's held online, the only way to see that there's been adjustments is to go on the Wayback Machine, and you can actually see when they've saved over that file. They've made adjustments to what that warranty said. So over the 10-year period that you thought your product was warranted, like perhaps on day one, it was warranted for that. But by year 7, they've changed that document. And you thought, no, it's online. Fine. When I need it, I'll just retrieve that document, which they issued me on the first day, of course. You know, it's got my signature on it. But now, when you see the versions have been changed, and for me, because to be a flat earther, you've got to have attention to detail. I've got the original copy where it showed the 10-year, and then the second copy, which now shows a 7-year, and then you've got to reapply for this other based on certain criteria. And that's been adjusted. So cumulatively, you can still have 10, but there's now an extra paragraph of requirement. And it's little things like that. If it's digital, they can manipulate it however the hell they like. But when it was paper-driven, you had that piece of paper. You could go back in 10 years and say, listen, this is what you said. And with this whole shift towards digitization, like we're all storing everything in the cloud. So how do we know that that's not manipulatable? And, that it's just, we've accepted this thing because, what, save the trees. My gosh, save the planet, like save the penguins in Antarctica, man. That's why we don't go down there. Stop cutting the trees down. Damn it, get off your paper. Like, we plant forests that we can harvest. They call them sustainable forests because for every tree cut down, one more is planted. And then there's a 20-year cycle. So by the time that first one was replanted, it's now harvestable. Right. So these sustainable forests, like we can make all the paper we like. And we're still only using a percentage of the land for that. Tiny percent. But no, we're paperless. We've got to go paperless. Like now, we've got to go cashless because think about the paper, how much paper we'd save, even though it's all a composite at this stage. No, but the paper and germs, germs, they love to live on paper.
Don't touch the money.
Heaps of businesses are trialing cashless now. Even in a small town where I live, it's a tiny little town, and there's a few businesses, they're about to trial, 6 months trial, no cash.
Yeah, I hate that, man. Cash is king.
But they're saving the trees, man. And I'm sure in Australia it's hard to grow trees because it's so hot, And the sun bakes so beautifully and the tree grows so quickly. Must go paperless.
Cashless, gasless, and paperless. Oh, boy.
We've got beautiful forests here.
Yeah, you do. No, it was a great conversation today. Some very good insights. I might have to go back and listen again. Take some notes. You hit some really good points, Solar. And then Elijah with that younger kid who wasn't ready. He wasn't ready to deal with reality, I don't think. And that's another point, man. It being all digital, and like you said, your friends, it's all digital. You get digital friends. And then there's nothing like, getting a hug from your friend or having a beer or having a laugh, or playing a game or something in person. and that's getting replaced. Like you said, it might have been because of the Coco thing, Coco.
But
And
it's, this is so sinister in terms of how they use generations to achieve their ends. Like how they're going for the youth now. Like I was saying, in terms of how you offer a kid cash and they're like, well, can you rather send it to me on Steam, or can you rather send it to me like this, because then I can use it in my game. And I want to buy this new package, or, it's like they're all already wanting to go cashless. So it shows me again that it's not a man sitting at the top pulling a string, because they don't care if it takes 100 years, 150 years. Right. There's an outcome, and we're just simply participating. And I often thought, how are they going to get like all of us woke individuals to jump over to this new system? But they don't need to. They just need to get our kids.
Yep.
And then their kids will automatically be in the system.
Yeah, they won't think twice about it. It just becomes natural. Just like we did, with the cash. It was a natural thing, even though the cash was paper and it was fiat currency. It wasn't even, it's all debt. They didn't teach us that in school. Forgot that part. So, no, it's good chat today. I was working and listening, and it was good to hear your voice, Solar. I had to jump in and say hi at least. Been a few weeks.
Yeah, I've missed you guys. Business has been good. Been working hard. So
good.
I just took my advice of the guy who's staring up at the stars. Like, I decided to look up and go on with what I'm doing. Like, to try and stand and convince someone to look up and they just refuse to is infuriating.
Yeah, it's frustrating. I like to just like if there's like a daytime moon or something, I'll stand outside and just look up at the daytime moon and go, wow, and then I start looking around and I see other people go, what the hell is he looking at? Yeah, who knows? It might wake them up. I don't know, or just look at the sun. Go, oh man, look at the sun. That's cool. Anyway, keep looking up, keep looking out, keep looking across, and I think we're doing a great job around here. Everybody's been bringing in some younger folks and talking to them and trying to get them to think a little bit for a minute. And we've had some really great people coming in here lately, some professors and teachers, and yeah, it's been good.
This is what I love as well from a marketing perspective, is you've just got to get about 10 to 15%, and then it's like self-perpetuating once you get that ball rolling, and to see the amount of new individuals who do arrive here just shows that ball's now rolling. I think I still wish that we could come together, everyone, and put funds towards a centralized campaign to make the real knowledge of this sort of mainstream, or not mainstream, but projected on their media platforms. So buying advertising slots and playing a message controlled the same way you do with a marketing campaign, with a certain objective, a certain outcome, and leading them towards a real source of information. But again, the ego strikes up and everyone wants to be the owner of that single source. And suddenly there's 20 sources and 40 sources and 140 and then 1,000 sources, which mean nothing because we're not unified. and it's
Yep.
how we could unify this message and everyone contribute like shit, man. $10 a month or $5 a month. You know, some of us $100, $1,000 a month, whatever. We all put towards this fund, and like, you know, put a couple million there. How many guys know about the flat Earth? You can part with $10. Of course, there's $10 million. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, if we just unified, we start to push back, we show how the numbers have power. Not the numbers all know they have power, but still stand individually because they want to be the single source of truth. And they the only one who knows the single source, and therefore their platform has to be most primary. And I think because we splintered like that in the beginning, we lost. It's like a mixed message. If you want to buy a BMW and the one thing says you can get like 200 miles and the other one says you can get 400, are you going to go buy the car? Probably not. This is a mixed message. You're going to go buy a car that on every document says 400. Okay, cool. I'm buying it.
Yeah.
It's like simple things like that, you know? And the same thing with an outcome. In marketing, words are selected. Your copy is well selected based on what type of emotion it's going to exhibit, what type of response you're going to get from the individual. And then you select it based on the audience. And you select, you take this down to like, all right, here's 100 million people that are exactly the target audience we're looking for that would respond to this sentence, and you drop it, boom. And you get like a 50% success rate. Then you pick a different audience and you tailor the message for them. One for the boomers, one for the millennial, one for the Gen X and Gen Y.
Right.
You know, like you can't, in any product, you don't sell to everyone with the same message. So why the fuck are we trying to do it? It's like little things, little small things. But if we could just unify, you know, I saw a video the other day where a Satanist was talking about Christians who hold hands. And he said, you know, when we're trying to send negative things toward them, when they hold hands, we can't even get close. And then you look in the Bible and it's like where 2 or 3 are gathered together in his name, what can happen? And it's like, if we just unified and held damn hands, like they wouldn't be able, at that point, people can run into the chain. But if you're holding hands, you're unified. You know, it's like simple things, man. Shit.
No, I think we're getting there. I think we've crossed over to a greater understanding, a better level, whatever you want to call it. And it's been recent this year, especially. I've seen some slight changes, nothing major, but certainly the way we deal with people who are still believe they're on a spinning ball has been refined so well to a degree of if they come in here, they're going to have no choice but to check themselves. Unless they're just joking around, like those kids today, they were just kind of they were not ready. But there was that one kid, man. He was hanging in there for a minute, but he kind of spiraled out at the end there. But I love the way it was handled.
They kind of talk themselves out of it. Like you can often hear it in their heads. They're like, "Oh shit, I'm actually agreeing with this guy. Holy shit, I must be a flat earth. Okay, no, I'm not. I'm not a flat earther. Fail.
Reboot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, man. But it's been just amazing here. I don't know if you've been listening to Miggy in the morning or whatever. It's just been fascinating the way viewership's up, people coming in here is up. It's been really a little bit of a change. I wouldn't call it a sea change, but it's been great.
Big ups to Miggy then, man.
Big ups.
You know, it's something that
I love the way.
it's a selfless thing.
Yeah.
But you know, you come in here and you gain nothing from this except servitude.
Right.
You have the ability to serve, and the same thing with mods. You know, there's a responsibility here, and you come here to serve here, and that's an incredible attribute. And big ups to him. You know? Take my hat
Big
off.
ups, man. I want to give some shout out to Rodrigo Nunez. He runs, I think it's In Fiction We Trust YouTube channel. He's a PhD anthropologist, flat earther. And yesterday he did a live stream, and he went on for about an hour about, why am I doing this? I might not be doing this anymore. I can't get any views. You know, I'm being shadow banned. It sucks, you know, and he's kind of given up in a lot of ways. And I get it, man. We're out here. We get 20, 30 people watching, but you don't know, man. One of those 30 might have 1 million subscribers on his gaming channel or something. You don't know that he'll come to the realization that, you know, this place is not what he was taught in school, and he might open up about it. But in a lot of cases, if you have a lot of subscribers, you can't bring up flat earth. You'll lose a lot of your, you know, at least it's suggested that you'll lose a lot of your audience. And I'm always the guy that said, we don't need a big audience.
Listen, truth's the truth. If he wants to be a baby about not having as many views as he'd like to have with the amount of work he's putting, I'm just saying, man, like, life goes on. Be a fucking big boy. I don't know. Like, I wouldn't give a fuck about my views. Listen, I'll put it to you this way. If I was trying to put out any kind of content, and currently I had over 3,000 subscribers, even if a couple hundred are only shown to watch my shit every now and again, that's great. I don't give a fuck. That's awesome. Like, the information's getting to somebody. You know,
That's right.
I don't know. That's my 2 cents, man.
You know, we got like 40 people watching, whatever. I don't know. I can't look at it right now, but that's great, man. Like I said, we don't know who the 40 are usually, unless they're trolls. There's a couple of those for sure. Anyway,
it was the first time I ever encountered anyone with that type of mindset was in the flat earth, where it was like, this is the truth that I want to share with you. If you don't like me, go just below my name is like an unsubscribe, and then you never have to hear me again. So just go click that unsubscribe and piss off. And all of you who stay here, this is what I'm going to say. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, you know, everyone else in the world's like and subscribe, hit the bell, you know, fucking 10 times a video. And then these O's are all like, you know, don't even worry. Like, if you don't like my shit, please piss off. And I was like, wow. Well, then I'll hang around and see what the guy has to say.
That's it. You know, there's an attitude we take. It's like, yeah, take it or leave it. You know, we're here. We'll share all the information we can with you, but it's up to you to receive it, man. That's all we can do. But no, I love the way Elijah was handling that kid, man. It was about, why would it matter? We get that a lot around here. Why does it matter? And he went into the explanation of, he found out he was adopted. Well, why would it matter? Well, it does matter, right? Fuck yeah, it does. So,
yeah, man, that was really powerful and important for people to hear. For sure.
That's a fantastic comparison. because it comes with a lot of discomfort. Mic check.
I mean, do you believe?
Mic check.
I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because it's the truth. So would you like to know who your biological is? Your biological parent. So that's like the carrot. You get something good from this. Or the whoop is kind of, so the people who've raised me are not really my parents. Now, does that change how you feel about them? And it's the same sort of double-sided result discovering the flat earth, because it's like, holy shit, it's something completely else. Like nothing like what they taught us. But then secondly, all right, all these people who've said it was have technically lied. They're not who they said they are, or we're not where they said we are. So there's a nice carrot and a whoop again. A great analogy. Shit. Well done, Eli. And can that adopted individual go back to thinking that they're not adopted? Like, can a flat earther ever return to the globe? Near impossible. Not if you've discovered the truth. But if you believed someone, you could definitely stop believing them. But if you've discovered this,
In such a world, I mean, we live in a world where you don't know something is truth until you confirm it.
until you can,
Until you confirm it.
a challenging statement, because everyone believes that they have truth. Everyone convinces themselves that their way of doing it is the right way. But there is still an objective truth, correct? Yes. But everyone believes that they already have it through their personalized approach to the world. Some people believe you should sleep till 4:30 and get up and hit the world running. Some people believe you should sleep till 6:30. Those are two very different approaches, and both of them believe they're right. Some want to sleep till midday, and they believe that they're right. And then apply that same personalized, almost like colored goggles. So they're wearing red goggles, so everything they look at has a red tinge to it. And they're like, well, the red's the right way, because I wear red goggles. So this red-looking thing looks right. The people wear green goggles, so everything green-looking looks right to them. But they don't realize that it's because of their own subjective viewpoint through those two eye sockets that they're having that subjective experience. But there is definitely an objective truth. For example, level being level, no side being higher or lower than another. And if you extend that level outward, it remains that no side is higher or lower than another. And then the level continues. They call it sea level. And it spans continent to continent. And the continent is referenced height above that level till it exits the continent and spans till the next continent level. That level is level. That's an objective truth. No subjectivity needed. In fact, that's the level truth. So much so that it should be a law, the level law, or the law of level. Truth seeker, how would you handle that question of why does it matter? Why seek for truth if it doesn't matter?
Of course, truth matters. I disagree with the premise. I do think truth.
You disagree with what premise?
Well, I disagree if you're saying truth doesn't matter.
Yeah, correct. I don't believe that truth doesn't matter. I'm saying, like, how would you handle a normie?
Anybody that says truth doesn't matter is an idiot. That's like giving somebody a map. Drop them off in the wilderness and give them a fake map to find their way out. It's not going to matter, huh? So you're going to end up being lost and die and starve to death. It's not good. You don't need the truth in situations like that, huh? And that I can give you 1,000 examples that would be exactly similar to that, where the truth, if you didn't have the truth, you'd end up dead. Truth matters 100%. Everything matters about the earth. It matters about everything. Truth is correct. Truth is right. Truth is liberating. It is all things that make life livable. Truth. Whoever says some shit like that is a complete.
Yeah, I like the angle that you took there in terms of what truth really means. I was more asking Truth Seeker about the normie response. When the normie says, why does it matter?
Well, I mean, we have to ask ourselves the question, what is truth other than what they allow us to believe? We only think this is true because they allow us to think that. But we don't really know what's true.
Okay, so we've got two now with Eli saying it's like knowing the truth that you're adopted. And Godrockin says it's the truth, like giving a true map or a false map. Are you going to find your way anywhere? Can anyone think of another way to express why the truth matters?
This truth doesn't.
I don't know if it's just me, but Truth Seeker, I'm not picking up anything you're saying. Your mic is like a little bit weak.
Hello, can you hear my voice?
What was that? Love was waking up. Oh, Big Rock. Huh? You got Big Rock and a Little Rock.
Strain days. You're hot micing, bro.
Yo, yo. Anybody alive?
Yeah, man. Go ahead. Speak your mind.
Just thought I'd come and say hello. I seen everyone was muted, man.
Good on you, mate.
All right, bro.
Speak your mind. If someone asked you, why does truth matter? Like when they say, but why does it even matter? Like, why do you even search this? Like, why do you even care about this? What's your response to that?
I would say I'm just trying to find out why I'm here, man, what this place is, and what the point of it is. That's my answer, I'd say. Why does this place exist?
Who asked that question?
Me, bro.
Chris Seeker.
You said, why does truth matter? I was saying, what would you say if somebody asked you that?
Truth is fundamental. Truth is the most important. Truth. It is true.
Oh, it's you. Never mind.
I asked that question initially. Solar.
Yeah, so you're saying truth, it's the only thing that really exists. So to say truth doesn't matter, you're saying nothing matters, really.
It's the only thing that matters, I think.
So when someone answers, like, why does it matter to you? Why do you search this out? Like, why does it even matter? You say, well, it's all that matters. And they say, but why does it even matter? And you say, it's all that matters. It doesn't sound fruitful.
What
I think it's the only thing.
Don't have truth, how are you supposed to live your life? Truth is the guiding nature. It's what brings you in accordance to God's will. It is truth. It's all I can say is it's truth. Like that should be
How you define truth. Someone who loves his red meat will tell you the truth is that you need red meat in your diet. The person who's completely vegan will tell you the truth is you don't need red meat in your diet. Now,
well, sir, you don't need red meat, but you can survive without it, but you don't need it. So technically the vegan's correct.
And like you use now, survive. It's like, you can last without it, but you're still going to need it at some point, because there's certain enzymes and certain fatty acids that you get from meat that you can't get from plants. And the human body, unfortunately, does need some of those fatty acids. But that's why I said, whose truth is truth? Because we all stand morally telling others that what we say is truth, because we've internalized it to ourselves. And obviously, we've spent time with ourselves, so we believe ourselves. So we believe our truth is the truth on small things: how you brush your teeth, how you get dressed, how you shower, how you live your day. On all those little things you believe subjectively, because that's the way that you do it, it's the truth. But that's why I say, how do you show a normie who doesn't even understand the idea of truth? How do you show them the importance, or would you even define truth? Like, we all agree truth's important, yes. Now, how do we define truth?
Well, I mean, ultimately, truth is what God believes. If God believes something, it's true. God controls everything.
Amen. I'll agree with that. But it's to a non-believer, they're not going to accept that.
I mean, it's kind of hard to prove something to be true. I mean, the only thing that we know is that we're alive. I think, therefore I am. That's the only truth that we have, really. Everything else is a belief. The only thing we can verify is our own existence.
Yeah, and in a biblical sense like that, it's true of purpose. True because it has purpose. It was designed. Male
It was
and
created
female.
by God to serve His will.
Right. And
the ultimate purpose is to serve God's will. You know, God has a plan for everyone, for everything and for everyone. And, you know, we have free will that we can make our own decisions, but ultimately, God makes all the important decisions that actually matter. So it's kind of a mix of free will and destiny at the same time, and that's what I call God's plan.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. To me, I look at free will as a really peculiar thing for a God who desires worship to give to his subjects or to his creations. And then not to infringe on it, but like you say, that there's still a plan for you or a purpose, as there's a purpose for the wind and a purpose for the rain, a purpose for seasons, for stars moving, and everything has a purpose. And then I've discovered through my journey that exactly when I thought I wasn't where God wanted me, he would use me. And it would show me that it was almost like I needed to be there for him to use me in that way. And then that's truly humbling, because you think, no, I walked so far away, or I've drifted, or you think that you're on your own path. You're making these decisions. But he knew you were going to make those. So he knew how to use you where you were. It's like, look down at your feet. It's where God wanted you at this second. Even though you've got the free will, there's still this bigger thing. And he knows. If you're receptive enough to take the opportunity. You're not shy about saying what you believe in. But I think the flat earth suddenly shows you that there is actually tangible proof that this place couldn't arise naturally. And that is humbling in itself. And I think that's why everyone who discovers this truth realizes.
The Cosmology Tartar server.
Sorry, say that again?
Have you joined the Cosmology Tartaria server?
No, I don't think so. But I've
There's a big
studied
debate going on with Witsit Gets It.
Will you send me a link? please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I forgot where I was going.
I sent you the link, sir.
Thank you. I don't see anything in my DMs. Did you send it? No. Spake, where you gone, man? Hey, Carl, are you there?
Hey, I'm here.
How you doing, man? Yeah, good.
Oh, I'm doing well, man. Just long day at work. Now heading to the grocery store.
That awesome feeling when your time belongs to yourself again.
That's it. Yep. How is that? How are you? How's everyone?
Yeah, there's been some great convos today.
Oh, I love it. My voice was kind of roboting this morning, but I was in it for a little bit. We were speaking a little bit about spirituality and health and nutrition.
Yeah, I'm in a hospital right now, about to have a baby. Well, you know.
Congrats!
Thank you.
That's awesome, man. We're on a similar journey, but we're not there quite. Well, we're in process. My wife is pregnant, and we've got 2 kids, and this will be our 3rd. However, we just
exact same.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's our 3rd girl, but she wasn't due for another 2 weeks. All of a sudden, her water broke at the pediatric dentist. It's like, oh, okay.
When it's time, it's time.
That's right.
We got our first ultrasound a couple weeks ago, man, and to our surprise, we found out we're having twins.
The sad thing is, it says that we were having twins, except like one of them died and got consumed by the other one or something.
Oh,
like
man.
Early long. Yeah. Weird, but that's awesome. Congrats, dude.
Oh, thank you. We Mama's job is to eat a whole bunch of protein.
Man, new life is incredible. Both of you guys, congrats, Rect and Carl. Well done, guys. You know, to be like, if you think about the word to be degenerate, the root in there is generate or to generate. And if you degenerate, you're taking away from the generations. But to actually be a generating male, to like produce offspring, to bring out new life, is like your God-given right. And any man doing it, I've only got 2 at the moment, but I look at men with 5 and 6 and I think, oh, God is blessing them, because that's the real blessing. And
what's interesting, you're so right. You're so right. Well said. And the interesting thing is, the obvious answer to the question, how much, would you sell, a family member for? And the answer is no amount, right? Even if someone offered you $1 trillion, you would say, hell no, that's my child. And the interesting thing is that when you put that in perspective, your children, having children, having a family is one of the most wealthiest things you could have in your life in terms of true value, true, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
absolutely, man. Yeah, it's. Sorry, go ahead.
They just bring a whole other level of value, of richness, of fulfillment in your life. It's like, I would much rather have my family than have a whole bunch of money. And one day maybe I'll have both, but family by far is golden.
But I also see it as you're allowing the Creator's plan for your life to manifest. So life is actually incredibly special, and it's not simply a mechanical thing of male ejaculate and female receive and life. It's not. Otherwise, we would have all made every woman pregnant or the same woman pregnant hundreds of times. It's not a simple mechanical thing. And yes, they can do it in a lab and implant a fertilized egg, and often they don't take, or they don't mature to full term because it was never in his plan. And life is something special. And when men go get their tubes tied, or women put things in to sterilize themselves to remain infertile for 5 years at a time, they're effectively removing God's plan for their life. And potentially one of your offspring could impact thousands of people. And you don't know, because you chose that 2 was a good number, or 1 was a good number. And it's almost like removing, and then you find people have children even after they got the tubes tied. It's like, how the hell? Well, there was a plan. You needed to still produce another offspring. Like, the Creator's plan is so bigger than any small mind that experiences 100 years or even 80, that we in our little finite wisdom think that we know better and when to tie tubes and what to do. It's really interesting. And now with this worldwide attempt to try and reduce the fertility rate through certain medications, they're doing this on a broader scale, whether we like it or not. And then our children can interact with someone who is infertile and then not be able to produce offspring themselves. So it's really an attack on the creation.
Well, and it's interesting how, the mind, body, spirit, soul, your health, all of it ties together to bring you that experience that's in alignment with, divine purpose or whatever kind of word we call it. It's like when you're in alignment, life is just it's very fulfilling. interestingly, for me, it's like just working and going home and spending time with my family and having a meal cooked by my wife and spending time with my children is to me, it's like most miraculous experience ever. Don't even have the urge to like want to go out kind of thing. I mean, yeah, we like to go out, but you know what I mean, like oh, we got to go out, and not, we don't really have that kind of urge or anything. Just being together is enough.
Yeah, well
And
said, man.
if you can combine all of that with being out in nature, then you've got next level. And next level enjoyment.
Yeah, it's like your children are programmed to seek your attention, and your eyes are programmed to seek entertainment. And your children can be your entertainment, or you can choose to banish them and entertain yourself elsewhere. And like you just said, if you can just sit back and see where you are, then you can appreciate it.
Well, and that's an interesting way to put it, because I've definitely experienced that at times. Like, okay, you want to watch a show or you want to watch something, and you've got your 3-year-old, Papa, 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 1,000 times, and that's a really interesting way to put it. That it's like where you put your attention can be your entertainment. Entering the mind, so to speak.
Exactly. And how many parents say, oh, my children are nothing like me. And you say, well, how much time did you spend with them? Oh, well, I fed them, and then they must go play on their tablet. And then, so they're nothing like you because they've really spent no time with you. And don't be surprised.
Right, and as much kicking and screaming as it might produce, sometimes it's like you just turn off the screens, and interestingly enough, they might rebel or something, but all of a sudden they find another outlet, whether it's playing outside or opening up a book, and even if they can't read, just pretend reading or creating an imaginary storyline or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah, it's creativity only comes as the end result of boredom. So normally you've got to try and do everything else that requires laziness, and when everything else fails, you start to be creative. You maybe fix something or draw something or paint something or write something on a piano or on a guitar. Or it's like the creativity blossoms out of the boredom. But if you're always thoroughly entertained, how creative do you need to be? You've never had to apply your brain. It's been spoon-fed to you. And then from childhood, we're given all those cartoons and instant gratification right from the outset, like seeing how my kids have taken to it. It's like duck to water. Before they can walk, they can control a phone. They can play an app or something. It's like.
Oh, right, and it's so easy. It's like the serotonin release. Whether for kids on a screen or even adults watching, a movie. Just how it's all well put together. It's so easy to just sit on a couch and watch a movie because it's the way it's tapered and produced and put together. It's just it's like ice cream for your brain. You're just sitting there, oh yeah, watch it. Next thing you know, 2 hours has gone by, and and yeah, it's like to give time for those other creative elements. Improvising a musical instrument or reading a book or doing something different for sure.
think we also forget it through growing up. Like, we only remember our teen years where we wanted to get away from our parents. And that sort of starts our journey of like awareness. But then when you have your own children and you see how much they love you, it blows my mind, because it makes me realize I was that way too. And you only remember the teen rebellious times, or when times were bad, generally rise above the times that were good, because we all feel like we deserved better. It's an interesting dynamic to experience it from the other side when you're a parent, and to see that they just want your eye contact. To them, that's gold. When they score that touchdown, or they can, do the gymnastics tumble, or they just want to look up and see that you saw it. And then that you get excited that you saw it with them. You saw what they achieved. Like, to them, that's their currency. And we try and replace that with everything else, because we've got our own goals. We've got work to deal with clients to land, contracts to sign. Important stuff.
You see, they pushed the Artemis launch back again. Now it's pushed back again. See, they got to keep pushing it. Got to keep pushing it. There's no moon trip. Satoshi Nakamoto. Who the hell is that?
But yeah, congrats, Carl.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that, man. Every day's a miracle. Just trying to cultivate that attitude of gratitude.
Yeah, and abundance will flow. There's a verse in the Bible that says that the bird doesn't need to look for food. It just goes and makes its nest. That its creator will provide.
Yeah, but you have to go out and pluck it, find it. You got to do your job. You got to do your side. God does his.
Correct.
Yeah, it's kind of like the saying, a man doesn't work, he doesn't eat.
I mean, that's just a state of being, really. I mean, you're not going to get anywhere if you don't put forth any effort. So I'll put the input.
Hardship leads to character building. So embrace the hardship, because you're busy building the character needed to elevate to the next level.
Yeah,
you may be stuck on level 1 for very long, but when you realize that you need to embrace the challenge, it's kind of like a difficult video game. There's a boss at the end, and it's hard to do, so you just play the first stage over and over and over and over and over and over and over. Like, go face that challenge, get to level 2. Then you got to face even a worse boss or a harder challenge, or it's like the same with your life. You've got to head towards the challenge, but we're all taught to go away from the challenge. Go where it's easy. You learn nothing.
Yeah, you're not going to get a hot girlfriend or a hot wife if you don't bust your ass. It's just simple. It's very simple for men. You want a hot chick? Bust your ass.
It's kind of like. Yeah, sometimes you kind of have to.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, sometimes you just got to give up something, give up something else so that you can have space to bring in something new, like for me, I got to a point in my life where something was drawing me to travel the world, and I ended up selling all my stuff moved to Ecuador to be a volunteer yoga teacher on the beach. Next thing you know, a couple months later, I met a woman. 2 months later, asked her to marry me, and now here we are, 5 years later.
Yeah. Good job, sir. No, you just got to keep the woman. You know how women are. Once they get uncomfortable, they're out. So, you got to keep them comfort.
I heard a good phrase. It's like, find a beautiful woman, love her, cherish her, and build her trust.
No, dude. If the woman ain't, if you can't keep her in the comfortability that she's used to, she will leave you. So that's really all it comes down to, So I mean, there's so many examples in the Bible, of all the men that had hot wives and their worth, So, it comes with the territory.
Yeah, but I think you also need something inside that person. You need some kind of an intellect recognition or some kind of a mental handshake that can be done for you to stay together for the decades to come.
Oh, yeah,
anyone can pick a hot chick, a hot lady, but to stay married to that person for 40 years, there's got to be something inside of her.
Well, I mean, like what did they say? Unequally yoked, so that goes beyond the financial stability, right? That's a spiritual and emotional, intellectual, connection. It all just depends on what the man's looking for. Some men are simple; they don't care if the woman, But most of us, we want a woman that at least, you can have an intellectual conversation with, and vice versa. She doesn't want some retard that just plays video games all day. And even if he is bringing in the man, bringing home the bacon, she wants to be able to connect. So for us, it's really not as important, but I'm sure for them it is, because I've heard it too many times.
I heard it put this way the other day by a woman, but it was really profound. She said, "A woman is tested when a man has no money, but a man is tested when he has too much money."
Yeah, but see, the thing with the only difference there is, though, if he has too much money, how can he trust the right? How can he trust the woman? So he's tested to wait to see if he can find the right woman. So for a woman, her test is to see if the man is. Yeah, but I don't know. That's a rough one, because I don't know very many women that will stay with a dude that's broke. If she's hot.
That's the test. That's the test. So if a woman will stay with a man when he's broke, she's a good woman. And when a man will stay with his wife when he's now become rich, he's a good man. But if a man decides to get a new chick or a new woman when he becomes rich, he wants to upgrade to a younger model, would be the same thing with the gold digger jumping off to the next guy once you become broke.
Well, I guess if you settled, though, you see what I'm saying? Like, if you got married to a chick and you thought you'd never find anything else, I'm just going to take this one, right? So you essentially, look how many basketball players did that, too. Like, Michael Jordan did that. Freaking, who else? There's a couple others. When they got, that fame, LeBron still's with the same chick, I think. But yeah, they really were they married like somebody they came up with in high school, so that's a different kind of thing, man. I don't know. But I know in this world, we're measured by success. So that's how we're measured. Unless you are fortunate enough to marry your high school sweetheart and still be together to this day. I find that's romantic on a level that, most people don't experience. You typically have to wait later on in life.
But this is exactly what Carl and I were talking about, I think maybe just before you came in, is that what is your definition of success? because the definition that we were talking about was how many offspring do you have? Like, how successful have you been on this realm where one of the things was go forth and multiply, and that potentially your children might be in God's plan. So why do we all stop at like 2 or maybe 3, some 4, but the guys who are truly what you'd call like orthodox religious, they'll have 6, 7, 8, 9, because they believe that if the Creator wants me to fall pregnant now, it's in His plan. Like, then I must do this. But yet when you have multiple children sitting around a table, you are an incredibly successful person. It doesn't matter what they're eating or what roof's over their head. Like, the fact that you have love and they are loved, that's the sign of a successful man. But if you think about your life as all these tabs on a folder, there's financial, there's adventure, there's love, there's all these different tabs. We look at the finance tab as success. What house, what car do I drive? What 6 figures, 7 figures, how much do you earn? Oh, you're successful. But that's in just the finance tab. That's not in your love tab, in your adventure tab, in your goals for the future tab, in all of your tabs. Like, you've got to be broader to be considered successful. But society has pushed us towards finance because they can control the finance. So they can print the paper. So therefore, if you're successful, you get our paper. But in all ways, be successful.
Yeah, there's just no getting around it, though. I mean, you got to be able to take care of a family, or because the way the world is set up, that's just how it is. You got good men, you got bad men. So good men have to protect women from the bad men. I mean, that's just what it comes down to. Women are seeking, someone who's going, the whole dad thing. They have a father, they want to be treated if the father was a good father, the same way, And that's why back in the days, you had to meet the whole family and everything before you could even approach, the daughter. You know what I'm saying? Everything had to be set up, And now things are so different, You never even meet. You've already been intimate with the woman before you even met anybody in the family. You don't just like now you meet the family. Let's say after she got pregnant or something, you never know what happened. No, now I'm meeting the dad and mom. So everything is so backwards now. So. But yeah, success in this world is a necessity, dude. Especially nowadays, you got no choice.
Yeah, my motto to myself these days is success is built on top of success. So you have to start with a small success and move towards a medium success and then move towards the larger success. In my ignorance as a child or in my 20s, I thought I need to go for the grand success. Like from a standing start, I need to go break the 100-meter record. Like that kind of thinking.
And it depends on your drive. What was the because for a long time I never had, when I was in high school, all I cared about was chicks. I couldn't focus. I wouldn't, I'd skip so many, bro. I never got my diploma or anything. I had to get my GED because I had all my priorities in disarray, right? So that's why having a mother and a father is so important, because they can they can ground you and give you a foundation and let you know what's important. So I really didn't have that guidance, to let you know, hey, you get the woman later on in life, right? So in school, get the things you get your mind right. And that was always my challenge, and I could never do it. Like throughout school, I could never do it, man. Until I kept failing. The more I got put back in grades, and all my friends were graduating, and I'm sitting here, still in ninth grade. Everybody's in 11th. So I can only imagine what they've been saying about me. So I didn't figure things out till later, maybe 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 5-6 years ago. And then, I tell you, man, so for those of you who have kids, man, focus on them real, get them to understand what's the important things in life, so that they don't have those unnecessary challenges that don't need to be, I didn't have the experience to learn from anybody. I was just an idiot. Oh man, I messed up so much, dude. It's just so funny. You look back now, like, man, had I only known, So.
I was chatting to Eli a little bit earlier about this, that, the hardship breeds character. Like you look at the bully and you look at the nerd, and the bully bullies the nerd. And then later on, the bully who was getting everything so easily fails and becomes like a truck driver or something. And then the nerd, then the nerd like goes on to own the businesses that guy drives a truck for or whatever.
Right.
So is it the hardship because the nerd was bullied that he had to become problem solving and therefore achieved in his life? And it's when you look back at your hardships, realize that was crafting you, shaping you to become the person that could 5 years ago discover what you discovered, understand what you understood, and be able to now pass that on to someone else, is because of the difficulty. And if it had been any easier, you may have missed this crux or this crossover point 5 years ago where things started to make more sense. It's like when you start to think about the things that go wrong in your life almost as like rewards. It's character reward. You're learning patience. You're learning how to survive with less. You're learning it's like you're gaining skill through the hardship. Whereas we all avoid the hardship or try and avoid the hardship for our kids.
I think that's a really good point. But I also think that you maybe overlooked something there. You might have overstepped in a small step there. Whilst hardship definitely does build character, I wouldn't use it as a litmus test for success, especially with the analogy that you provided. So a nerd normally ends up becoming successful because he's clever, and a bully normally ends up not becoming successful because he's not clever. The bully often goes through hard times at home, has a hard home life. He goes through hardship in much a similar way, maybe a bit different to the way that the nerd goes through in bullying. But I won't say it's because of his lack of hardship that he ended up in jail or a truck driver. I think it's because of his lack of intelligence. Likewise, you could have a nerd who wasn't bullied, but still ends up successful, which proves that it's not necessarily down to the hardship in life that built their success. Not saying that hardship can't contribute to one's success and one's character, that is enabled or that is a contributor to one's success in life. But I wouldn't necessarily say that. For example, if there was a bully bullying another person who wasn't a nerd, that person who wasn't a nerd, who was still getting bullied, he witnesses the exact same hardship, but he might not go on to become the next Elon Musk. You know, he might still end up just being a truck driver. He still went through the same hardship
those
that the
guys,
nerd
like
went through.
Elon Musk, are people like typically come from money. You know, you have nerds. You have some nerds that basically have just a standard successful
I mean,
lifestyle.
Elon Musk in terms of success.
What's that?
In terms of success, I meant Elon Musk in terms of success. Maybe he wasn't the best person to use. I'm just trying to pinpoint the fact that.
Yeah, I understand with the whole bullying lifestyle, but I wasn't a bully, but I was an idiot. You know, you have that guy too. You know what I'm saying? You have the fool. I was the fool, right? So you have the bully, the fool, and then you have and probably the jock or whatever, whatever you want to call it. But I was a fool, I hung out with all the wrong people, but I wasn't doing what they were doing, but I hung out with them, you know what I'm saying? So I wasn't smart enough to realize that, and same thing with me. If there's a piece missing from the family foundation structure, which I didn't have a father, so that kind of, and you got that kid that needs that, to get his ass kicked, basically, lack of a better term. That person that needs that hard love, that tough love, And I was one, because I was very rebellious. I talk back, all of that crap, and it was just my mom. She has to work. It's me and my brother. She can only do so much. So, but my brother, he was more grounded. You're just different. So he was able to focus and all that. But me, I was easily distracted and off to do all kinds of foolishness. I was every wind that blew by, I was following it. You know what I'm saying? That's how stupid I was. So
I really like the fact that you touched on the family life there, which I think more corroborates with the point that I'm trying to make here in terms of hardship building character. I'm even just going a step further. In terms of, I think someone previously mentioned.
Sorry, Isaiah. Just before we go on to the next level, on that point, I agree 100%. The hardship is not necessarily a litmus, and I think that the parents being supportive is part of that journey.
Exactly.
Just before that, I was like trying to summarize so I might have misspoke, but I was saying essentially that success is built on little successes. And it's almost like, to me, when I talk about a hardship, is something that's surmountable. So it's a small challenge that you can achieve, and then the next challenge you can achieve, and then you kind of take it in step by step. And suddenly you're hopping over giant problems that would have been impossible for you 5 years ago. Suddenly you can cross them without even sweating. And it's those successes that are built successively on the challenges that you faced that allow you to solve financial problems, relationship problems, friendship problems, because you've encountered those problems and had to solve them. But the one who's shielded from that learning has no tools in their arsenal to deal with it when it happens later on in their life. But I agree exactly what you were saying in terms that it's not one size fits all. But go on with your point.
No, I think I was just in agreement with you. I think you mentioned earlier something about the importance of having that family life, and when you really love your parents, that you have such a benevolent love for your parents at that young age, and just having them look in the eye, making that eye contact, and seeing that pride in your parents' eye whilst you're doing your hobbies or activities, or even in just the simple things in life. You might have made a cup of tea and they say thank you in a way that makes you really feel valued and makes you feel like you made the greatest cup of tea. But it's not just the greatest cup of tea, it's the greatest cup of tea for your greatest hero in the world. And that just means so much more to you to be valued by it like that way. Bullies from stereotypically, we don't often have that sort of dynamic with their parents or at home. Obviously that could obviously not be the case, and I'd say more times than not, their home life is kind of dysfunctional. They don't have that sort of dynamic of growing up. Whereas a nerd, on the other hand, he would often, more than not, have that dynamic with his parents. He'll be loved, he'll be cherished, and he'll learn that sort of self-value that he might not receive when he's getting bullied from the bully at school, but he's still at home being enriched moralistically and intrinsically, whereas the bully, he is being devalued and, you know, he's just continually deteriorating in that inner worth. Now, if you couple that aggregated by the fact that he's, you know, lacking intelligence, it's a formula for failure. Talk less of any measure of success. It's literally a formula for failure. So no wonder that, yes, the nerds might get bullied, but they end up becoming successful, because really and truly, those small successes that they've already got in the network and of the foundation of their family unit ends up compounding into everything they do in life. Whereas the lack of network, of a lack of integrity in the network, that a bully may have in his dysfunction, the reason why bullies end up being nowhere or in prison or murderers or drug addicts, and nerds end up becoming successful. I wouldn't necessarily relate it to the fact that it's because nerds got bullied that they became this successful. I think there's a lot more factors to include, and, you know, like you rightly mentioned, family has a big part to play.
Yeah, that boils down to nature versus nurture. Are you nurtured into it, or is it your nature to be an achiever? And I think every achiever finds it convenient to forget all the people that nurtured him into that success.
Mm. Yeah, I just found it really interesting. I've been really enjoying the conversation. I've been listening for a minute, but just thought I'd chime in there. Might be a bit personal, but I've chimed in. I'm just talking from personal experience and also personal witness in terms of what I've seen in other people's lives. But I can definitely relate to the phrase hardship builds character, and it most certainly does. I definitely agree with you.
Yeah, and embrace it. Like, you know, if you read the Bible, it says that Adam was now made to work by the sweat of his brow. Like it was going to be hard for man. And there's a part of that creates humility and wisdom. And like, you know, the seasons because you were there outside, you were planting and tending, and then this new world where we live indoors and play on screens, and it's not where we were created for. And then we lose touch with reality, with our nature. But I liked what you said. I love it when I've been thinking something and I'm like been questioning it myself, but I hadn't come to that thought, and then someone in this room will always just say, all right, you're leaning a bit right there, just stand upright, here you go, now you're more straight. So it's the same thing with describing how hardship breeds character. That ability to overcome the first challenge that allows you to take the next step. And it's that nurturing environment that allows you to see the challenge as not destruction or destroying of you, but just simply a hurdle that you're going to step over. And then I'm hypercritical, I'm quite a perfectionist. And I find when my kids come to me, my first reaction is to correct. I want to almost, like, not insensitively, but it's, well, you should have done it this way, or that should have been like this, or if you'd drawn it like that, and I have to fight that and acknowledge them and be excited for their ability at their level. But it's such if they can't learn to draw that circle right or color inside the lines themselves, how can they go on to the next challenge? And if you rob them of those small successes, success is built on success. You don't just start from zero and then go to success. It's like or go to massive success. You've got to start with the small things. And it's the same even with us as human beings. We've got to figure out when to eat and sleep, get into patterns, figure out what works successfully and what doesn't work successfully, and then build on these little successes, and suddenly you're getting the body you want, or you're getting the job you want, or starts with building on successes, small successes. Did you get your CV out to 10 places? Did you call 5 people? Those little successes that you set and achieve lead to greater success.
Yeah, I completely agree.
But most people hide behind the problem or the difficulty, the challenge, and then never achieve the next level. Like they don't want to finish level 1. Level 2 is waiting for them. They just need to go past this one difficult task. They just can't. They think it's too difficult. They create a mind block. They won't go and challenge that. And then it's the nurturing. Is someone there to nurture them through that spot?
Yeah. People often hide. I think a better word would be people often cower behind the fear of the goal. And like you say, we normally set the goal as the greater, larger success, when really they should just be taking the goal as the step which is right in front of them. Just that is enough, whether it's starting with going to bed on time or switching up your diet. But people cower behind the fear of being able to achieve the great goal. But they also cower behind the doubt behind it all as well. Doubt and fear are massive factors in people not being able to achieve what they can genuinely achieve. It sets a lot of people back, and it keeps them back. And it causes them to lower the bar in terms of what they aim for in life. And that bar will just continually lower as they continue to fall through the seasons of life. It's and like you say, the system is set up for you to have one glorified idea of what success really is, and the more you set that as the benchmark for success, and you compare your life to that benchmark, the further away you seem from success, the more alien you appear to be informed to the fabric of what makes success to be successful. And you kind of just write yourself off and say, yeah, that's not the cloth I'm cut from. And the way that the system's set up, finance, access, information, what we're taught, education, we are dumbed down to a way that even if we're educated, we're still no more than just educated fools. And that's for those who are lucky enough to have the capacity to be educated, the access, but also the mental capacity. Talk less for those who just aren't that quite intellectually gifted. I could only imagine how much harder it might be for someone like them to take the true perspective they need on life, to be able to be successful. It's really daunting, and it's quite depressing. It's upsetting when I think about it, but yeah, it's I think a way that I would like to put it to people, but it probably wouldn't be the best approach. There's a quote in the Bible that says, "What does it profit a man to gain the whole world, but to lose his soul?" And I think if people could just focus on that, everyone has their own soul, and you don't need to work to get it. You don't need to do anything to get it. It's there. It's yours. You have it. It's yours forever. And if you can just work and cultivate in that relationship with your Creator, everything else will follow. It says, seek first the kingdom of God, and all of these things will be added onto you. So, just reaching out to God and making that the focal point of what success is to you can really change a lot in your life. It can change how you view yourself. It can change how you view life. It can change how you view success itself. And even that will enable you to start taking those right steps, how big or small they may be, to the true version of success, which is becoming your best self. that doesn't necessarily mean having the most money, but it means being abundant in love, abundant in these metaphysical characteristics of life that make you whole. Because anything outside of your body cannot make you whole. No product, no car, no object, no fiscal amount of money. None of that can make you whole. And that's why we have all of these celebrities just, dying or suicide or this, that, and the other, drug addiction, You can literally have the whole world and still lose your soul. And that's the most important thing. That's what needs to be glaringly obvious to anyone who's chasing success. I think, I've kind of gone down a tangent here. So, yeah. Feel free to sway the direction of this conversation.
No, I was taking in everything you were saying. I like the way that you brought the biblical wisdom into exactly what you were saying. It is profound. It's wisdom that, if it's lasted a couple thousand years, then there might be a nugget of truth in it.
Sorry, can you say that again?
I said if it's lasted for 1,000 or even 2,000 years and multiple generations have listened to it, there's probably a nugget of truth in it.
Right, okay. I mistook the word lasted for lost. Yeah.
Because when you place less value on material things, you become less malleable or less manipulatable. It makes you more sovereign. And that should be valued. But yet it's not. The things which we lust after, consumerist type behavior, becomes the thing we place the value on and not ourselves anymore.
Well, and interestingly enough, if I wonder how materialism could potentially change if everyone had the right to ownership of a plot of land. Like even if it were a small plot, half an acre. But if like everyone everywhere always at least had their own land, I wonder how that could change things.
Sadly, I don't think it would change things. I don't think it would change things drastically, because there's been a program that's been run on society, and I'd say we're probably on our nth upgrade of the version of that program. And land isn't even a commodity to most people. It's not even an asset to most people. It's the object that they can acquire. I think materialism has been embedded so deep into the veins of what drives the heart of people, that you can give them land, but unless that land already comes with, I don't know, your fastest supercars and a big mansion, a swimming pool, and a whole bunch of cool friends, and that land would literally mean nothing to them. They'd still feel just as they'd still be just as morally bankrupt as they were to begin with. That would be my thought, anyway.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely a good point, and I think it's I guess the benefit of having your own land versus renting, is there's some people are just kind of like paycheck to paycheck getting by on rent, kind of thing, and at least if you own your own land, that can potentially match, inflationary prices and growth and things like that. But yeah, if you're still overly materialistic and have no spiritual life, then that land you probably just may like, man, how could I sell this land so I could get some kind of material thing versus homesteading or building your own home from the land or something like that.
Yeah, I agree.
Anyone see that most recent space video, quote unquote, the launch?
We're talking about the Dude Perfect launch.
Yeah.
Yes. I didn't see it, but I saw the breakdowns of it, like on Boatbusters, that kind of thing.
Same here. Yeah, I saw like some of the breakdown.
Yeah, I think Hiro got a pretty good idea of what went down. Like, it's really just a glorified reverse bungee jump. They can send people up as high as they want, there's a limit, but, they have to put that fisheye lens on there. And you can see how it changes. You can, like, what Eero did was he used his computer tech background to adjust an algorithm for a lens adjustment in order to show like what it would look like with a regular lens. And so he can calculate that based on the curvature of the lens at different angles with the horizon in the background. And so you can see that it would be flat the whole way up, flat horizon. And that wouldn't happen with a curved horizon. Like there would still be a little bit of curvature if you erase the fisheye lens effect. And it would never go reverse. It would never have like a concave effect with an actual curved horizon. It's flat all the way up. And, you know, I think it's kind of like if you guys have seen Space Cadets, that I think it was a British TV series where they basically played this giant hoax on a bunch of people. It was like a reality TV show. It made people think that they actually went to space. They had all these kinds of effects and like simulators and the whole program set up for them. There was a breakdown that some YouTuber did analyzing the whole series, and it was very, very eye-opening. I think the budget was like $4 million, and they were like, I guess, young adults, like in their 20s or something, but they were all like totally believing that they were in space, and so it's not beyond imagination that with these Blue Origin rocket launches that they can get people to believe they went to space. I mean, that they're all saying they went to space, but then Neil deGrasse Tyson comes out like, no, not really. I mean, you're not that high. So, but they don't need that. They just need people to be saying that they went up in space, and then flat Earth debunked, and that's how it works. It's just a magic trick. That's all it is. But we can see past it.
Right. Go up to a certain altitude, and there's always fisheye lenses, and then they just cater to the "yep, we went to space" kind of propaganda.
Yeah, because if you're expecting to see a curve, like even without looking through a camera, you're gonna imagine the curve is there. And the dude even said it. Like he was looking out the window, filming it, and he's like, "Look at the curvature." I'm sure he, thought he saw curvature. And if he were to if someone pointed it out to him, maybe he would start to see that. Wait, the horizon's actually changing shape. Like that's not what I saw in real life. And of course, they have like the rounded windows and all that, so that plays an effect too. But I mean, unless we go up there ourselves, we're not going to know exactly what he saw. But I mean, I could get a pretty good idea just from seeing, regular lenses on high altitude balloons. It's going to be flat all the way up, and only curvature would be like in your imagination, and having the peripheral vision of the horizon going off to the sides. Like you might imagine a curve, but it's not measurable. It's all just perceived. And if you're a glober, you're going to have that bias that it's got to be a curved horizon. But one of the key things is that it's not falling away from you. It's not dropping down. It's staying at eye level. So that's a big clue there.
Right. Yeah. It's just not a lot of common sense for people to analyze it simply and see that, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's easier for them to just believe in what they expect to see. Because flat Earth is just too much for them. It's such a huge paradigm shift. Like they just don't want to deal with it.
For the glower to move over, there's no rovers on Mars, or the moon, or the stars. Space is fake, he's coping hard. This is fate, we came this far. This debate, yeah, this is ours. You got hate up in your heart. All the games, they fall apart. Watch me paint, yeah, this is art. I took my aim, yeah, this is war. There's no curve down on the floor, yeah, there's no globe there anymore. It's okay to share your pain, cause yeah, I've been there all before. Join the server to debate, but this is Dancing with the Stars. Too much food up on your plate. The flat earthers, they took your lunch. If you didn't watch the tape, then you'll get knocked out in round one. That's just what will come your way if you don't learn about the debate. Yeah, I was just like you on the globe back in the day, and I thought the earth was moving till I learned that space was fake. Now I know it's not a globe, and you can't tell me about the shape. But you thinking buildings moving, that the gas is uncontained. Said you never had the proof. You should learn to feel ashamed, cause you said the curve was there, but then you hopped up in a plane. Flat earth, it took me years, I'm not expecting you to change. Yeah, I know it takes some time and you won't get it in a day. Now you at the starting line and now it's time to run your race. And the globe is in the past, the globe earthers in last place. And when you tell the truth, they'll throw some shade up in your face. Do not worry about the trolls, no, they can't get up in your way. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day, and you need to say shit. This disc, yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get bent all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day, and you need to say shit. Better back up all your claims, I won't take no fallacy. Cock this him if he plays. No, it's not a disc, yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get bent all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake, huh? Get my 44 up off the dresser now. Another track is still flat.
It's flat, yeah. It's flat, yeah. It's flat, yeah.
We the best music.
It's flat, yeah.
Another one.
It's flat, yeah.
DJ Khaled.
You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got flat earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to days when it was a globe. The curve is my priority, and I'll put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit, and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate. Cap gas pressure, less contained. This ain't gravity, but you can't bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space globe. Let it go, oh, let glow, oh, let it go, oh, let glow, let it go, oh, let glow, oh, let it go, let go.
I let it go if you say that there's curve, then that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no globe. Ask for proof when I give you some low, and I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind and flat smack into all of my muscles or so. Asking me, say it's a ball. He ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking, why did it fall? Don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Brenda's clocks like a dog. See too far less than some fog. Ask for curvature measurements. Making good claims without no evidence. Globe's too big, can't see curve. Hopped in a plane, but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump, no curve, can't see none. Parallel rays with some shadows and a stick up. Thinking measure shit, no hiccups. You know what's some bull that they whipped up. This is flat as little baby, it's CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
This ain't gravity, but you can't bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space globe. Let it go, oh, let glow, oh, let it go, oh, let glow, let it go, oh, let glow, oh, let it go, let glow.
It's not about the shape of the earth. I'm an atheist to your religion.
How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door. I refuse to be a part of your religion, to be a carrier pigeon, to spread your word just a smidgen. This is not about the shape of the earth. It's about expanding your consciousness and finding your self-worth. Gods with extraordinary capabilities. Positive manifestation leads to endless possibilities. We're supposed to love one another and take care of each other. Realize that Earth is our mother. We are kept in this lower vibration too. Stop us from ascension. They stifle us with religion and keep the afterlife hidden and make you that to burn for eternity. If you're not forgiven. How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door. I'll smash the door down. Fuck the system. Fuck your rhetoric. The watchful eye needs gouged out. I do not have a preference. We'll use our cleverness because our cleverness is plethoric. Degenerate electorates are thought to be illiterate. They want you to be as dumb as you can be. They tell you that your ignorance is how you become free. But freedom comes from realization that you've been lied to. They pulled the cloak over your eyes and attempt to blind you. Once you come to grip with the fact there's no factual information, you gotta use your discernment to sift through all the bullshit and find communication with your higher self, the one that we can't see, the one that's truly free. How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, there's the door.
Acknowledge that you've accepted the people I consider to be the priesthood. You're scientists, your fake science, your fake news, you bought it, and I don't. We don't. The globe is something accepted as an article of faith.
They're not hiding us from God, they're hiding us from ourselves. Pick a God you want to praise, there's one on the shelf. Biocentric reality, biocentric collective solipsistic realm. Omnipresence at the helm. Singular moments wrapped up in the present. The past and the future illusions for the peasant. Everybody gets their own moon and sun. That's why triangulation can't be done.
How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door.
How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door.
How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door. How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door.
You know, it's not about being right or wrong. It's about being honest and truthful.
Extrema juegos porque ya saben.
And it went perfect with the smashing of the globe. It fits the vibe, of this, the iconoclasm of it all.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, don't point it at nobody.
Por favor, cuando uno la saca de aquí.
Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth to get curtain, we locked in. Black the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth to get curtain, we locked in. 18, 23. Revelation read, nation get a seed, medicated me, generate disease. 18, 23. Pharmacy decree, patient get deceased, elimination leaves, taken by the beast, running around with your head chopped off, won't shut it down for the feds, the cost, won't dumb it down for the people lost, I'm sorry, that's your ego, sorry, spun around cause the sky's a clock, won't shut it down unless I get off, can't gun them down cause the word my Glock, and thanks to y'all, we can't be stopped. Like the Suburbans, they watching, back always swerving and stocking, background the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in, like the Suburbans, they watching, back always swerving and stocking, background the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. 1984, knocking at the door, should've read George, food supply absorb, wonder what's in store. 1984, fighting to explore what's beyond the shore, censorship is war, better bring the sword, better than veteran, don't wanna let him in, ain't got a choice but to let him in, I feel it in my face, you're talking to see me speaking, but you're not about it, trying to leave a component without something, they dream, I wonder what sound is the perturbation, reverberation, I heard the hate, absurd fake, and absurd debate, when people still in the matrix station, waiting for station to say it, take it, evade it, revegetate it, like the Suburbans, they watching, back always swerving and stocking, background the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth to get like the Suburbans, they watching, back always swerving and stocking, background the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth to get we locked in.
Hoy estaba hablando con el grupo de Yerepanitos, un hombre me estaba diciendo, ya sabes, felicitaciones por los gemelos, y eso, hermano, que otro hombre dijo que se estaba dando los luz y ellos tienen uno, pero tenía gemelos y uno murió de cómo se comió el otro. Ya sabes cómo pasó.
I've been going against the grain since I learned they try to change the chemistry of my brain through government-funded experiments arranged for the sole reason we reached the zenith of population control season. Vis-a-vis tablets to control sneezing. Mandatory flu shots for your tots. Grand weapon for senior citizen prevention. Poison, blatantly aimed toward impoverished sections. Of course, to crack, be sure that it's not a question. People reduction, the right direction. They store cures for deadly disease right next to technologies for life extension. Drugs they pressing with guarantees to kill the stress. Actually designed for you to need a pill till death. Narcotics they fence for profits of men simply mask the pain so it come back again. Logic and sense from a multinational court. If I'm a patriot, they insult my rational thought. That's a slap in the faces of all natives trapped in the vagueness. Upper crust want the vast middle class back in the cages. Teddy Turners wanna spark the furnace and burners and incinerators. And you calling me Captain Outrageous?
Come inside and have a treat. Come, there's something good to eat. Cherry tart, scrumptious pastries, cakes, and all the finest tastes. Nuts and apples, chocolate ices, candy bars, and luscious spices.
It's the Twilight Zone, yo, fly right, be cautious. Officers off and saucers, hawking me nauseous. Bosses awfully often shit quick, going ballistic, caught on ballistics. Board on, broad on, sturdy and durable. Portable, burn mercy, dirty, adorable. Cheney face, affordable fakes. Put Donnie on the bullhorn. Take space, full informed, make wasteful. Patrons uninformed, catch a face full. Painted painful for what have cometh. Faded, fatally fronted, the zaps coming. Guns stunning, sick and peace pox. Running thick with M16 street cops. The scene stops and reddish beam stream. Relentless fetish see the team steam. Marines extremely breezing all around me. Out of townly, easily found me. Pounding bounties, counting these counties. You bow down, I duck and buck rounds. Rowdy, now I'm out of conduct. Fuck, I'm just busting bugs and bioproducts cause I got the Ghanas. You got piranhas, lying low like silos, striking mamas. Side note, yo, blow Americana, froze your votes in a rose from a teleprompter. Me and Paige being well watchers, seen cellophane fall from helichoppers, gotchas, boxes, Mach 9 eyeballs, climb walls behind laws where the crime draws, often scot freely. U.S. poppy proxy Nazis, INC's me.
No, baby. No, no, baby. No.
Books predicted. Been feeling different from the system. Too much distance. It's just so sick, sick, sick. They're so complacent. They worship 666 and don't even flinch. It's just psychotic, chaotic. Following false prophets. It's psychotic, chaotic. Made the world agnostic, babe. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lines and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about that attack real quick, like sorry the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just the proof and the true measurements, cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going round in circles, but I do it for the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you